in terms of PoE1 development, I think it's I want to say 8 months or something. I forget off the top of my head here, but it's been a while. It's been beyond double what would normally be expected in terms of a release for the OG game.
Stream Elements.
That's kind of like
welcome to my channel. S.W.Frost is now live streaming Warhammer Darktide digital artist in any way. Wodan day at home, sign me in. Nightbot. Welcome to my channel.
The idea that I got
at the back end
the
of
initial, big reveals of Path of Exile 2 as it was coming out in November and stuff, it was kind of like, okay, we're going to keep developing both games, and this game has a certain kind of like tempo to it, and this game has a different tempo to it. And my idea in the back of my head was always like, okay, so the people that want to just blast super fast, they're going to go play PoE 1, and the people that want something a little bit more different type of combat. I don't want to say strictly slower, because it almost feels like Jonathan and Mark themselves kind of don't want to say that it's slower. But to me, that's exactly what I want, right? I want a slower game. Sure. But you can't even say like, oh, you guys still have PoE 1, because technically, if you haven't received an update in 8 months, you don't really have PoE 1, right? That's one of the issues.
I think probably a lot of it, I would assume, I only can speak for myself, but what I would assume a lot of it is that I don't think people necessarily hate the concept of trying something different. I think what basically happens and why you're seeing people not be so happy about the cadence release is because I think almost everyone would be willing to be like, okay, one-time delay, it launched, we understand. No one really was complaining like the 5th, the 6th, going into 7th. And people kind of like, okay, I get it. It's like a one-time delay. If they know it's only a one-time delay and then you're back to, they knew all the time after that. I think what happens is people are, there's a growing sense of concern that Path of Exile 1 continual development going into the future will be consistently delayed around what Path of Exile 2 needs in terms of resource allocation. And I think that's probably, if I had to assume, where a large part of that concern comes from, because like I say, I don't think people would really have an issue if it's like, okay, we know for a fact, one-time delay, everything's back to normal, development, all that, right back on pace after one time. I don't think anyone would really mind. I think it's more of a longevity type of concern.
Yeah, it's one of those things where. Have you seen the Drop Frames podcast that happened recently?
I did. I watched it.
Yeah. So
the day before yesterday, I watched it.
Yeah. So it's like, according to what Jonathan was saying, their plan is to fix this by after the next expansion. So like 0.3 or whatever. That's the only. So PoE 1 is gonna go all this time. So like a couple. I don't know. I would imagine like 3 more months or something before the next 0.3 expansion. And only after that it goes back to normal?
I didn't catch that part of it. I'm not sure when the PoE 1 update would be in particular. I must have missed that part of the conversation. I know he mentioned it. But yeah, it's been a while. I mean, it boils down to, it's been a while, and it's probably going to like continue to be a while. And, people don't, that's what I'm saying, people don't really know, how long. It's the not knowing that's kind of the part that I think kills people. So, for myself, I'm enjoying Path of Exile 2, but if I was hating Path of Exile 2 entirely, and, obviously I was a big PoE 1 fan, and I only like PoE 1 at this point, like, I'm very bored of Settlers a bit, in my own perspective. I thought Settlers 2 was fantastic. I liked it a lot, but, like, I don't want to log back into another, Settlers remix at this point. I'm just kind of over them. So, like, I would fully understand people who are, like, PoE 1 only mains, don't like PoE 2 or the direction of it goes. They just want to play PoE 1, and they really don't have too many updates like Fox's Remix League, etc. So, they're a little starved over there for sure.
Do you have any theories on the
It's
Chris
just
Wilson
Nibon.
situation?
Welcome to my channel.
I wouldn't want to throw out theories
Dobro
because
jutro.
he's been extremely clear that they're still great friends.
Kako je?
He's stepping, you know, he's been stepping down
Neki
for a
rade,
while
neki
now.
odmaraju.
I would just be making
Danas
up
odmaramo,
something
sutra radimo.
basically just for the fun of the conversation. If I had to guess, and that's all it is a guess. You know, the man has ran, I think they said it's been 19 years, right? Like over half
Kako
of the life of the internet
STEMLD
has been
gospodin.
we said during that same podcast, okay? You have a man who had an extreme
Mladi
passion for a
gospodine.
game,
Wow.
made a very
To je
much
novo.
beloved, you know,
Hvala.
Diablo 2-like, you know, to use the meme of the game. I'm sure made
Super.
himself into a retirement period.
Budući da mora da
You know, it's
ide na
like, why
posao.
not retire a goat? You know what I mean? That's how I mean, if I was in that situation, you made one of the best, if not the best ARPG ever created
Sad
in
je
Path of
treba da-
Exile 1.
Da gledam na Discord kad je kušao, da.
Drži se samo polko.
Sreća vaša da ja imam 2 monitora. Inače, teži slučaj da bi ja primetio da je tu neko online. Da. Što ovako rano se ustaje?
Nisam, brate, ni spavao, juče spavao do 8 uveče i probudim se jer ako ideš u kurac, brate, i onda sam sad budan će biti vjerojatno do 1-2 poslijepodne.
Do 1-2? Ne znam. Nekako mi je ekstremno.
Jebem lik.
A možda ni to nije toliko loše. Moj drug Nenad je budan čitavu noć, sad spava. Ni to nije neko rešenje. Kad radim treću pa sam spavam do 11, pola 12. Pa sam budan većinu dana. Ali, ne znam, ne mogu sebe da zamislim da prespavam pola dana. Ako ne moram. Gde nađe taj system requirement?
A to?
Da.
Ma na Google, brate.
Pa to je mimo onda neki.
Rekao makar je iskren, brate. Ako može startati s PC-ma, može i da radi ovo. Dobro, makar je iskren, brate.
Mhm. Dale. Na što ovo liči? Jesi probao taj novi stari Oblivion?
Da ti kažem, nisam ni pokušao da ga skinem, jer zaboravio se.
Toliko je bitno bilo.
Verujem da je ono, poboljšana grafika, samo ništa.
Pa dobro, ko je teo da igra tu igru, igrao je i bez poboljšane grafike.
Da, mogu si da je moduješ da izgleda ovako, a ne...
Sky Oblivion se zove mod koji
Da.
poboljšava
Ali jebi
grafiku.
ga, brate, šta je reći? 150.000 ljudi bre već kupili igricu, dere u kurac.
Ljudi mrzi na modu išto. O tome se radi. Kaže, čovjek ima 32 GB grafičku kartu. Mislim da je 42 GB. Da, ali kaže igra mu pravi probleme. Kaže nije optimizovana.
Već kad si sad spomenuo, evo, nalećem na post, da li ste Google-ku, ali nemam pojma. Hello bro, I want... Želim da pitam koja je najstabilnija verzija drivera za 50-90. Nije im nešto baš stabilno. Lik kaže, roluj se, vrati se na verziju 1 ili 2 i nemoj da je clearuješ. Znači nešto se sjeba. Do sad ja ni ne updateam drivera za jebi.
Ne znam. Ne znam. Ne rolam često te drivere, tako da...
Biti ja instaliram, iskreno ti kažem. Imao sam problema sa time. Instaliram driver i on se sam sjebe, brate. I onda ga jebi. I rollbackuješ i radi. I onda je rekao, od sad ne dira.
Ko radi ne dira, no?
Ono to, radi ne dira. Da bude Windows rekao, pa znaš, više ne možeš na svoj verziji.
A to nemoj. Meni je skino od brata... Od mog brata skino je Windows. Windows jebeni, koji je 11. Rollbackao mu je drivere za Windows, jeli? Rollbackao mu jebene drivere na staru verziju i nije mogu da ništa igra, to su ti samo driveri za Windows okruženje. To ti to.
Ne, ja sam uvek, kad dignem novi Windows, pustim ga da sam skine one drivere početne i od tad ne diram, stvarno, radi, brate. Da kad vidim da baš moram da instaliram, onda instaliram, inače ne diram dok radi, zajebi. Mi majmuni malo pa nešto sjebu. Već za 50-90 gledaš u kritičnom stanju s driverima. Da li su radili to sam, babo?
Što se tiče Nvidia godinama ne menja ništa kod svojih drivera. Je li to dobro ili loše?
Za drivere govorim, za Nvidia govorim, sad su sjebali nešto na 50-90. kažu ljudi moraju da rollbackuju drivere da bi radila grafička normalno. Da su radili, boga pite. Nije im prvi put, jebi ga. Na AMD-u šta su radili? Ako skinaš novije drivere, ne možeš igrati stare igre, nema šanse. Ja sam baš imao jedan slučaj kad sam imao 50-80, hoću da lupam da igram iz 2001. generale recimo, ona crashuje nešto ludilo ono stvara, nešto ne može ono ovo. I ja ukucam na Google kao, ako imate novije drivere, samo uradite vlao, onda objasnio uvijek je proradilo. Jebeš, to su namjerno uradili. Sad, nadam se da neće Nvidia sjebati ove 10 serija grafičke kad bude out of date, znaš.
Da, generale sam ja preigrao, ali generali imaju problem to što ne rade lepo na mašinama koji imaju više od jednog jezgra. To ti je igra pravljena da radi na jednom jedinom koru. To vjerovatno... To je jedan problem, drugi problem kod generala je, pošto sam to igrao ono, tokom godina. Igrao sam je preintenzivno, sad igram sad na vreme. Drugi problem je pathfinding, ili ti, znaš kad narediš desetini tenkova da se pokrene, ako nije pešadinac. A oni se svi nabiju jednu tačku. Si gledao to?
Ja, znam.
Sudare se čeono i ne mogu da mrdaju. Onda moraš pomalo da ih pokrećeš tipa po par metara levo desno i tu razbijenu formaciju da se ne bi zaglupili.
Imam problem isto s onom mapom, ona 8 što ti igra, onaj krug jebeni. Pa ono kad počne da ti koči, braćo manje ono.
Pa da, pathfinding, jedinice se gube.
Da, ma nije normalno.
To je... Što se tiče balansa jedinica i ono gradnje, to je okej, ali što se tiče pathfindinga jedinica, to je užas.
Ima ona mapa predzadnja. 8 može na njih ljudi da ide. I brate, posle jednom 10 minuta igranja to počne se voda, onako, to pa se upuni sve. I onda moraš da čekaš da se to očisti, šta god da se dešava. A na primjer Hour Zero toga ima, na ovim običnim generalu nema. I onda brate uvijek igraš običano, samo ne počeš. Ovo je šerovani Steam, ja danas ulazim na njega, sad vidim par novih igara. Jo, ovo je rekao da vidim da nema. Ako sam Resident Evil, sad ono Resident Evil 8 vidim, rekao, opa! Instaliraj, rekao da ga igramo. I vidim Halo Collection, cijela kolekcija. Instaliram kesa duze. Oni su poboljšali ono kesa. Ako pišeš tab, prebacite na Unreal Engine 4. Ako pišeš ponovo tab, vratit će na stari engine. To su predrkali su da napravili.
Za Resident Evil pričamo ili?
Za Halo.
Za Halo?
Resident Evil je zakon, brate, to nema šta se priča. A igra grmi.
Šta se dešava?
A?
Neka 3 majmuna me napadaju, 4. A
Vidim,
ja
vidim.
ubijem jednoga, ovi ostali... Šta?
Brate, ti njih ubiješ, one se ožive, begaj od nje.
Znači već sam ih utukao.
Nemoj da ih gađaš, kad ih ubiješ, nemoj da gađaš njihovom pravcu samo.
Šta se dešava? Malo pa se ih ubio svu četvoricu. Prošlo par sekundi pustali se svi, mora da je tu negde šef te družine. Čekaj.
Šef u prevodu
Evo
sve ide.
ga. Dobro. Ovo je interesantno jako. Ovo je je glavni.
Da, vidim.
Znao
Gorila
sam.
neka.
Evo ti oživljava ih to odjednom sve.
Jeste, imamo munje u tebi. Gotovo.
I sad ga imam kao pet.
What the fuck, ozbiljno?
Da.
Vidim,
Ispišemo.
vidim.
Empowered reviving minions. All damage ignites evasive. Ali fazan je što imam samo jednog pet. Da imam više peta, to je bila dobra fora. Više sam ga uzao što se radi. Ova ptica ima mnogo bolje statistike. Ima štit koji usporava projektile i neprijatelje. I ima extra lightning damage. To meni odgovara više. I mogu da napravim još jednog. Tako. Mislim, ovo su oni ubacili kao ono, opcionu igru. Da, jeli, hvataš petove, a meni je interesantno da vidim šta se mogu da dolovim. Ovo ti je stranica da nosi, ovo su samo petovi koje sam zarobio.
Čitam komentare nekog internet provajdera. Kaže, osjećate se kao na moru, jer vam internet dolazi u talasima.
Dobro.
Take a boy then. If you find a that go well.
Sve. Uf. Zapravo ja ne mogu ni bolje da napravim koplje. Nema šanse. Ja gledam ovo što ja imam, nemoguće. Nemoguće. Sad sam vas pobio. Uš.
Another notch on me helmet.
Tako. Gde je... Aha, dole. se niko nije probudio ovako rano? Onaj gardinovački ili... A K3cman nije tu sigurno. $200 gold. Give me that.
Bili su ovi Sparta i ove ekipice, igrali su bogme dugo.
Bili su Spartanci, ja?
Pitali su za tebe desni.
Za mene?
Pa rekao verovatno spava ili radi, pa verovatno radi, ne.
Da, pa radio sam u krevetu. Ispravno. Pošto sam juče relativno loše spavao. Otišao sam malo ranije u krevet. Meni je normalno vreme za krevet otprilike u 12. 7 milijuna za level. Da, treba da idem napred, ali imaš ove, radiš rituale, to ti daje opciju da biraš od par itema koji ćeš uzmeš. Level 20. Stvarno. Definitivno.
Yes. Goodbye.
To se igra inače ovako.
Sve.
Sem ove igrice, jel? Sem.
Sve.
Da.
Čekam 9 sati ili 10 kad beše da promene u Hunt Shodanu weekly da mogu da vidim šta mogu da uradim. Ja sam pri kraju Battle Passa i hoću da vidim, hoću dobiti ove zadatke koji se relativno lako rade. Igrao bih Helldivere 2, ali Helldiveri sad se treba boriti protiv ovih, kako se zovu, lignjic svemirskih ili ti iluminata. A oni su mi totalno magareći. Imaju 4 vrste jedinice, imaš podače, harvestere, imaš 2 vrste kao shock troopera i imaš zombije. I to je to. Sve sam neko. 4 jedinice imaju. Svi što je ta četvrta, ti zombiji su ti građani zemlje koji su mind control, znaš, ispani su mozgove. To mi je totalno bez veze. Nemaju ni svoju, nemaju bazu, nego imaju kao leteće tanjire i uništaš im leteće tanjire, da bi kao spreče to jest iz letećih tanjira izlaze kao zombi. Nema niđe logike, lajke. Polufrakcije su. Nemaju ništa specifično sebi. Zato mi je mrsko kad god ima nešto u vezi njih, znači to mi je bez veze. Bilo mi je interesantno prvih mjesec dana, čini mi se kad su ih stavili u igru. Posle... Zato što samo su ih kao tizovali kao frakciju, nisu stvarno kao u igri. Tek treba kao da naprave neku invaziju da oni napadaju sa svim jedinicama kao iz Helldiver Catsu. Helldiver Catsu su mnogo bolje napravljeni kao strane. kraj, ali za tebe kraj. Ništa drugo mi se ne sviđa.
Hey,
Ha, dobro.
hey.
Hopefully this will help.
Eto. To je to.
Can't always get it right.
Yes. None of it's. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with it, but cheers. Later.
Farma.
You're massively beloved by the community. I'm sure the percentage of the company that they sold netted him a retirement fund. Why not go out, you know, why wait, you know, and go another 10, 11, 12 years until someone gets mad about something? Like, it would make sense to me, like, I'm going to go sit on a beach. I've earned my retirement. I've earned my credit. The community loves, you know, the game that I've made. Go out on top would make sense to me instead of, you know, waiting another 30 years or what have you. Like, you know, I don't, like I say, I'm guessing. Like, I don't know the man. I've never even met him in person, never had a conversation with him, and I'm newer into the Path of Exile community, so it's just a guess.
Yeah, it is one of the things that I feel like sometimes we almost forget how draining it is to just like do the thing for as long as he's been doing it. Because like I've been doing content creation for like 17 years at this point. I don't really see myself stop, but at the same time, I don't have the same pressures of managing like a team of people and having like, you know, a community the size of the community of Path of Exile to completely manage and figure everything out of what's going on. So yeah, there's a lot of pressure there.
I mean, it's a hard job. I mean, look at what happened to Jonathan this week. You know, I mean, he's one of the co-founders too. He's been there 19 years. The guy comes out with an update in Path of Exile 2, and people don't like the direction it's going. Everyone's fucking roasting the guy, like, you know, right out of the gate. So it's like, you know, you can make something fantastic, and you can have an extremely, you know, amazing heritage, and you can still get blasted and have all the stress that comes with that. I don't know how they handle it as good as they do, and the guy just comes out there and apologizes and says he'll try to listen better. It's like, I mean, you know, I would have a large amount of stress myself dealing with that.
I want to jump into that a little bit more later, but before that, I kind of wanted to just tell you where I'm at in the game right now, and then you can tell me what your experience is like, just to kind of set a frame of reference for everybody watching, which I haven't really done much this league yet because of the fact that this update was on the exact same day as an update for my main game that I cover, which is Monster Hunter. So both games had an update on the exact same day. And so, yeah, it's been rough covering that. And at the same time, it's Easter holiday, so my kids are out of school. And at the same time, I'm trying to learn how to play tabletop game Warhammer Kill Team. So I'm juggling like a million plates. So, you know. And with how fast and loose changes have been happening with PoE 2, I'm like, oh man, I can afford to wait. Okay, I'm not a PoE 2 main, so I don't have to be like on the bleeding edge. But yeah, so at the beginning of 0.2, I did a 9-hour stream for Monster Hunter, and then immediately after that, I was like, all right, let's jump into 0.2. And I'm thinking, because again, I haven't really planned any of my builds. I never plan builds in PoE 2. Because for PoE 1, I always hear the thing, no, you got to follow the guide. If you don't follow the guide, you're playing the game wrong. And I'm like, no, I haven't followed a single guide in PoE 2 yet in order to make my build. And so far, I've been able to do builds just fine. So I jump in. My plan is I want to play a mercenary with a spear. That's it. There's no plan about where am I going to go in the tree, what skills am I going to grab. And I start playing it, and I'm like, I hate it. I don't like this at all. And so I tell my guys in the community, I'm like, listen guys, I'm tired of just streaming 9 hours. I'm not having fun. I'm taking a break. We'll come back on Sunday and we'll see what I figure out. Sunday I come back, I do Smithy Katava. I mean, not Smithy Katava's warrior, but with the purpose of going Smithy Katava. And then we level it up. Eventually I do get to Smithy Katava. Struggle a little bit to figure out what I'm doing with it. And then eventually, you know, progressing through, and currently I'm in Cool Act 1, playing around with the build and figuring out what skills I want to use and whatnot. So that's where I'm at right now. So I'm not in end game, I'm not anywhere near that. And overall, the balance for me hasn't been too terrible. I've been clearing things. I've been struggling a little bit because I haven't been using totems, which is what I was using last time. And I find that totems were way easier because I can just set it and forget it. I throw the totem out at the boss, and then I just dodge all the mechanics. And this time I'm like, no, you have to actually beat on the boss as melee. And I'm like, whoa, man, this is painful. This is rough. It's kind of rough. But like, I was still going through, and I like the challenge. That's the thing. Right? I'm a Souls guy, a Monster Hunter guy, so like, I like the challenge. I like it hard. So doing fine. And yeah, that's me. But how have you been so far in this season?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I started Warrior as well. Or I guess you started Mercenary, but you know, I started Warrior. And you know, kind of same thing. I was gonna go spear Smith Katava, but then I started using a mace, and I just picked up another mace, and I needed strength for life because I was playing hardcore SSF, and I was just like, I just kept going mace, so like it's still maces. And then I was feeling pretty solid. A lot of people were playing hardcore trades, so the hardcore SSF leaderboard was like competitive, but not super competitive. Because like a lot of the pro players were doing like trade and stuff. So it's like I'm just gonna see how far I can go, and I managed to get to rank 8 in hardcore SSF on the leaderboard. I was like, I feel great about that. Like, it's good, it's gonna go. And I started like relaxing a bunch. I started playing some other classes. I made a Huntress to mess around with Ritualist. And because I had like, you know, a couple unique items or whatever from, you know, I threw in the stash, I was able to like clear through the campaign in like 7 hours, you know, with the Huntress, just absolutely blasting with Rake. And then I just made a a blood mage because there's like this absolutely crazy bleed build using rake disengage I want to try also, so I've been kind of going through that. Using rake stomping grounds going through the campaign is like an absolute joke. Like you're extremely fast through the campaign. So I've just been kind of messing around with that a bit. But like I got a 91, a 77, and whatever the third character is after a few hours, and I'm like part of the way through or something. So it's been it's been fun. You know, I ran the same issues everyone did on launch day. Like the minion health was out of whack, etc. But the end game is like significantly improved. You know, most of the focus is on like, oh, the campaign feels worse and all because of the HP. But like when you get to end game is like significantly better. So I was enjoying mapping a lot more than before. Mapping was kind of boring before, you know. It's not really like a lot to do and all that. And to be fair, it's still not completed, but there's a lot of quality of life that's significantly better. Towers are significantly better. Map layouts have been improved. They didn't even mention the patch notes. Like, a lot of the maps got basically reworked, and so they're not annoying at all anymore. A lot of the maps that were dog shit, like Crypt and Augury, are like actually good maps now. So that was a pleasant surprise. I'd say the League mechanics I'm not that interested in, like the Wisp shit, but other than that, I like the game out there.
You didn't like the Wisps. Okay, well, the Wisps are fairly basic. You just go and now there's a juiced up rare, and that's pretty much it. So not really.
And it drops no loot, so.
Oh, the loot on that is bad? I mean, I haven't been guided.
It's dog shit. I think it's fucking horrible. I mean, if you're asking me, I think it's like absolutely horrible. But, you know, it's...
I mean, I know that I've been very unlucky with loot, but yeah, I wasn't expecting that. It's like, yeah, it's just terrible, atrocious.
No, the Wisps are trash. I think the Wisps are trash because it's like it's a league. I know they don't call it like a full challenge league, and yeah, I mean, fair enough, and I get it now because before I was like, oh, it seems like a mechanic, but you play it, and it's like it's not really. Like you get like, you know, maybe an extra rare or something. They say it's 400% drop, but it's like I don't buy that. Like I don't buy it at all. Like I look at the loot, and it's like sometimes I'll literally get nothing. Like you'll kill the guy and you just don't get anything, and it's like yeah, I mean you get blue or something, but like it. I think the Wisps are boring. I literally actively avoid them now, so I don't really know. I'm sure the meta somewhere, some guy, you know, with like Club Gun is using powers and I'm getting like 15 years of map or something. I don't know, but like for me, like the average experience is just I completely avoid them because they're unenjoyable.
It's interesting that you say the mapping experience was a little bit boring before, because like again, I'm coming in as a complete first timer. I was having a blast on the maps, just like chilling, going through the towers, you know, juicing them or whatever is the term, and trying to basically get all the nodes in the middle. I didn't do any of the pinnacle stuff. Well, apparently I did fight a pinnacle boss. I did not know it was a pinnacle boss. I got close and I didn't kill him. It was the one in what's it called? The fourth trial of the Sekimas?
Oh, are you talking about the Trial Master, or are you talking about the temporal boss, like Zarkov or whatever?
The temporal boss, because Sekimas is the one with the honor mechanic and whatnot. So
yeah,
and people are telling me, yeah, that's a pinnacle boss, and I was like, oh, so my build is nowhere near close, because I got close to killing him, but the reason I said my build's nowhere near close is because the only reason I got close to killing him is because I had like ridiculous modifiers. I was super lucky throughout the run. So I think I was doing like 50% more damage and he had like 40% less health or something. It was some ridiculous combination of modifiers. Yeah. And so I was doing great, and then I missed the mechanic of picking up the things. Missed it once, and I was like, yep, that's it. But I came close. I came close. I do remember that. So that is considered the pinnacle boss.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's a pinnacle. I mean, I would say it's a pinnacle. But they nerfed the HP in half, too, by the way. So he's half as easy as he was previously. Also, if that ever happens to you again, you can literally just log out. Like, instead of him killing you, just log out and you can do it again. Like, it's a built-in mechanic, so...
I don't know if I want to do that. I like fighting the bosses all the way to the death. Unless I'm playing hardcore, then I'll pussy out.
I mean, you can do that. I'm just saying, if you don't want to have to run the whole Sanctum again, it's a built-in mechanic. You keep all the honor you lost.
Napadime neki kere.
You just leave and you can fight the boss again, right where you were. You have to start over again, and you don't have honor resistance, but that's like, you do that.
Možda neki krug u pšenici, staneš u sred toga, napadnuti keru. To je tako napravljeno,
I was like, oh man, I was so close. Almost got my fourth ascendancy.
I actually didn't know it was a mechanic either. I watched Quinn playing the thing, and he just logged out. I was like, okay, well, you just try not to die. And then he logs in, and he gets to fight it again. I'm like, I didn't even realize that was a thing you could do. So I just learned that. I think they do that because they're trying to make these ascendancies like doable, you know. Because a lot of people just don't do the 4th ascendancy because they're like learning, you know. So they get stuck or whatever. So
I mean,
I think they try to make it.
I even struggled with the 3rd one. And it's like, do you think that the ascendancies, now that we've had, I mean, you've probably had way more time than I did in the previous one, because they didn't change anything ascendancies-wise for 0.2, right? Other than nerfing the bosses.
Well, they're half HP.
Yeah, the boss's health, but I'm talking about the trials themselves. It's the same thing.
I'd say there might have been some. I think there was some like minor quality of life stuff. I don't remember exactly what it was. I'm trying to go through all the patch notes in my head here, but I thought there was some like minor adjustments, quality of life to Chaos in particular. But I don't think they touched Sanctum.
Yeah, but so my question is, now that you've gotten to experience those way more than last time there was spoke, do you think that they're like even in terms of difficulty? Because my idea was like, I felt like Chaos was significantly harder because you need to do it like 3 times and then a 4th time or whatever it is to then fight the main guy. Whereas with Sekima, it's like you just go to the 4th and then, okay, now you do this whole thing and you fight the boss at the end. I just kind of felt as a newcomer that Sekima's was way easier.
Yeah, I would say if you understand with Sekima's, and the goal is just to eventually get it, and you understand to farm honor resistance relics, like if you get that mechanic and you farm the relics, then Sanctum is like vastly easier. But in terms of like getting your first 4 points, like normally what I do when I do my playthrough is like I just skip the ascendancy and then do the chaos boss right away, like pretty much. And then you get your points and you don't even have to do Sanctum.
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean skip the ascendancy and do the chaos boss? I'm confused.
Okay, so like if you're in campaign and you don't want to, you know, you're blasting through the campaign, and this is sort of like a min-max thing, but if you're in campaign and you don't want to do Sanctum at level 24 or whatever to get your 2 points, just be unascended until you get to Act 3, do the Chaos Trial, kill whatever the boss is on the floor, and get all your points and you're done.
Oh, so if you do
it that way.
So if you do it on Act 3, you get Sekima thing as well?
Yeah. So like you get the higher level points of whatever tier you're doing. So like you could literally be unascended and then kill the pinnacle boss and get all 4. It's not going to give you 2. So you can skip if you're strong enough to skip, or you know what you're doing, or you don't need the points, because some ascendancies, like the first 2 points are like not that great. So if you just are fine, you can just wait, and then you can bypass having to do like 2 points and then 4, like you can just skip.
You guys, this community comes up with all kinds of like shortcuts to do things super fast, so I guess I shouldn't be surprised that there's always like some kind of backlash going on if things aren't going fast enough.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like I don't necessarily like running Sanctum personally. Like I find Chaos Trial more fun because it's kind of like a boss rush. So I like the boss rush. And Sanctum's a little bit more annoying except for the map. It's the front bar. It's too gauntlet personally. So you know, I try to avoid Sanctum where I can. Though I find Sanctum to be much more rewarding in terms of loot acquisition. Yeah. But you know, and the pinnacle boss from the Chaos Trial Master, like the Trial Master, drops way more sweet now. So he's not really worth doing as much anymore unless you're going for time acquisition. So. Yeah, I think I probably prefer Sanctum overall, but I like doing the Chaos Trial better.
I find the Chaos Trial to be just like so completely random that you kind of need a more min-maxing build, whereas you can kind of skate by segments with a less min-maxed build.
That's true. I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, because of that.
There is one tip though. Because like you're talking about getting the pieces at the end to fight the pinnacle boss, right?
Yeah.
So if each boss that is at the end gives a different piece. I don't know if you know that. So like if you're trying to get, you know, the left piece or whatever, you need the wind tornado bird. If you're trying to get the right piece, you need, or I could have backwards. You need the right piece is the chimera, and the middle piece is like the gobble guy or whatever, you know. So there's a piece that's tied to each boss. So if you need like a particular piece, then for the last boss you kill, so then it's like, okay, well I have to get the Chaos Bird as the final boss that I fight, or else I'm not going to get my trial piece. So then what you can do is if the Chaos Bird is the first one, then you just reset. You just do a different one. You just put a new token in, and then you get a different one. So you know which boss is going to be at the end by proxy of which bosses you're fighting, you know, along the way. So you can save yourself wasting the trial basically for a piece you don't need because you can't reforge them.
See, I wasn't even aware because again, I don't look up too much stuff. I like to be surprised, like we were talking about earlier. You want to be surprised by RuneScape thing, so I don't look up any information on PoE 2. I want to be surprised. I think that would be a terrible surprise if I would actually go through and do another not max tier, but like higher tier Sanctum, and then get the same boss and then not get another piece. I'd probably like, wait, what? I went through all of this for nothing?
Yeah, that's how I found that out. I got 4 pieces in a row. I got 4 pieces because I only play SSF, so it's like I can't trade for the piece. So I went 4 times in a row. I only got the middle piece every time. I was like, it's always that same goddamn boss. So then when I went to another one, I'm like, okay, they pair together, and I was like, all right, we're good, Yeah, now I know if I get the boss, it's gonna give me the middle piece. It's the last boss. I just reset, save myself the 10 minutes, and redo it.
That to me just makes chaos once again even harder. I'm just like, wow. It's like Sekima just feels so much easier, unless you're playing like a melee build. That can get kind of annoying. Which now I'm playing melee builds, and I can. Yeah, my first run through Sekima was not nearly as smooth as the last time I did it. But I'm also playing SSF because I kind of find Trade League for me to kind of trigger my FOMO hardcore. Like I feel like I'm always competing because like, oh man, these people are selling stuff for like divs already. I'm nowhere close to where I need to be. This is crazy. Like I start losing my stuff. So yeah.
Or you get worried about using your currency. Like I actually want to play the game. I don't want to play stock market simulators. So I'm not trying to like take my exalts and put them in divines as soon as I can and move my divines in the mirrors as soon as I can. So that way it inflates. But it's like I just wanted to buy some items or slam some items. Or like I'm not trying to do all this like shit. Like real life and taxes and shit are already stressful enough. I don't need that in a video game too. So I tend to play SSF for that reason also.
Yeah, I get it. So I was actually curious. Did your hardcore character die? Because you said I made it up to rank 8. Did you die, or did you just like, no, I'm good here?
I didn't die.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I just you make it so far, and I didn't think I was ever going to make it in the top 10. And like I say again, not everyone was playing hardcore SSF. I'm sure if I was competing with a lot of the other streamers and stuff, a lot of them decided to play Trade League, so it was freer. So I was like, well, let me just get a top 10 placement, and I feel pretty good about that. Just fairly new in the RPGs, and I like the game a lot, and it's just fun for me. And then I didn't care anymore because level 91 to 100 is like 30 91s or whatever, and I'm playing Bone Shatter and Slow Clear, and the people that are now going to the top are all going to be like Lightning Spear and shit anyway. The 100, like it's going to be all the fast clear builds. Like there's zero shot of me going from like rank 8 to like rank 1. Like that's not going to happen because I'm playing Warrior Bone Shatter. So it's like, why bother? With the XP competition at that point, like I got as high as I'm realistically going to get because Smith has an innate advantage on league start because your defenses are cooked into the build. So it's like I get a push, kind of for free. That's why like it was like 6 out of 10 of the top people were Smiths, and now it's all like Deadeye and others. So like in the beginning, it was Smiths were populating the board.
Yeah, that's what I was seeing. Everybody was like, I actually got a lot of people complaining, saying like, oh man, Warrior's so overpowered, and I was like, bro, what do you mean? And then some people are saying, actually, everybody just got nerfed and Warriors are still playing at the same pace. So the problem is that everybody's playing at Warrior pace now and nobody likes it. I was like, oh.
That's part of it for sure. The other part is people hadn't discovered the broken builds. Now there's a billion of them. And then the other part was, the game doesn't basically have any defenses. Like, I mean, there's almost none. So because of the severe lack of defense layering, like what you really have is block and resistances and HP, and that's like kind of it. So because Smith of Katava both has max res, which is like a huge chunk of your defensive layers in the game, and elemental damage is a huge chunk of your damage in the game, and then also has physical mitigation, which is basically what kills you. It's going to be physical slam. Like if you have over like 4k HP, you're only really dying to physical slam or a fuck up or a bleed or something you're not noticing. Like you're really only dying to like 3 white mobs with the giant overhead hit you at the same time, or you walk into a group of like 5 bloaters because it's a skill issue. So you're only really dying from like these big physical hits, and having actual physical percentage mitigation like doesn't really exist outside of like Coca Flame or a few niche things. So because of that, having that cooked in, also with double life ramping through percentage strength and percentage HP, and then also chaos mitigation through armor, like you don't get defensive mitigation at all. Like basically anywhere. I mean, I guess you could argue Deadeye or something with Tailwind, but like there's not like too many of those. So, on Blitz, I guess, but like there's not too many of those. So like Katava getting that for free was the reason I wanted it.
Yeah, it's one of the interesting things that I also meant to ask you, like what defense that you go for, because the way that I look at it as a newcomer, I'm thinking, okay, so there's 3 defenses in the game. There's energy shield, armor, and evasion.
No escape. Not this time.
This is personal.
Kaže, volao bi da sam ti prvi, kažem, pa ništa ti dođi do sutra ujutro.
Dođi u 12:1. Dođi u
Sezam, otvorite. Vaše korističko ime ili lozinka nisi ispravni. Otvorite Sezamni.
This is personal. Not yet. Need more time.
Ja ti na. Jebena giljotina.
One was for me.
Čuo ti ga,
Ma i prvi put je bio na aparatima. Samo ni jedan pošten udarac da ga ubijem. I gađao sam ga umjesto da izbjegnem kontam uviću makaki. Bacio mi giljotinu na glavu ubijem. Tad se ja njega povodio.
kaže, to ti je aparatka.
Ja.
Vidio nikog što ti ga... pazi.
To je
Baš
Boris.
kad
Da,
mili,
Boris.
nisi nikog
Šta
i
ima?
dođaga.
Da se radi.
Dobro jutro.
Nije on tu.
Dobro već.
A evo.
A, dobro.
Pa što ima?
Znaš.
To će biti.
Gdje nam je evidentičar?
And there I thought I'd reached the limit already. Bugger.
Veliki mudrac. Iznogut.
Gdje nam je Ilin evidentičar? Tako je.
A, identično, ja. Spisar.
Strogo vodi evidenciju kad Ilija radi, koja smena, kad je...
Kad ko ustaje, gdje ide, gdje se kreće, jel otišao kod kuma.
Sve beleži, ja.
Da. Da.
You know you want to. Here.
Ako ja volim da imam toliko slobodnog vremena da radim gluposti.
Kumara.
Zdravo,
Welcome to my channel.
Zdravo, kuma šta ima?
https www.youtube.com watch vibnsithx.
Jeste.
Cheers.
Ah, to mi radi, to mi radi.
T to Wallace.
Dva sam u sta.
Wallace.
Sad Sam Vigio da J Izesa.
Boy then.
Ne kaže ti to voliš, nego ti to voleš.
Oblivion.
Mi je lepo bilo da sam stavio ogledalce ispred nosa da vidim da li diše.
Ne igram ja Oblivion, igrao sam davno. Oblivion sam igrao, nisam igrao Skyrim, igrao sam Oblivion. To pošalji komšiji Veladi, on to vole.
Da i zato neki remaster je.
Možeš da igraš, kao što sam rekao, onaj Sky Oblivion. To ti je mod za Skyrim. Koji ti ubacuje mapu iz Obliviona. Ne vidim zašto bi kupovao 60-70 € igru. Gluposti.
Kupiš Game Pass za 8 € mjesečno i igraš sve.
Jeste. Dođi opet. Ono što mi se igra ću da kupim. Ono što mi se ne igra mogu džabe da mi daje. To sam rekao 100 puta.
For what it's worth, it isn't worth.
Stvarno nije u redu.
Nije u redu, nije. A gdje nam je Jovanović?
Still.
Slavko je prva smena
Take a
radi.
punt. Not bad.
Ako to pitaš.
See ya.
There is an enter.
Aha.
They
Jovanović.
Bye.
What have we got? He was born.
Star J to opet neki Diablo.
Go well.
Jesi ti retardirani magarac? Rekao sam ti 100 puta. Tak samo ti pokažem nešto. Pošto si ono kreten. Neopisivi kreten.
Ko, brate?
Taj dotični u chatu. Ovo ti nije Diablo, ovo ti je LS tipok. To je action RPG, ko što sam rekao. Moment samo. Samo malo.
Kumara,
Kopit DJ Bla you full all.
Dawn.
Full.
Green Dawn ti je... Da.
a ne piše Kumara 6000, to.
Nema potrebe da komentarišem koja je dotična osoba.
Isto Kopić.
Mora da je Ivanović.
Dobro je.
Mora da je naš dobri Ivanović.
Nema problema, kuma.
JBT nima nek nov IJ.
Nema problema.
No samo kopi rađu.
Ajde. Odmori malo. Znaš da me to triggeruje i dalje si retardiran, jel tako? Dobro, nema problema. Kao kad bi ja rekao da je svaki RTS kopija Command & Conquera. Kao da je Command & Conquer izmislio žanr. Ili svaka strategija 4X ti je kopija Heroes of Might and Magic. Ali Heroes of Might and Magic nije bila prva igra u žanru. A ti ne bi ništa znao o tome, pošto si jedino to igrao. Ona ide ovdje, ide tu. odmori kum. Ako nisi spreman za diskusiju, zato sam i banovao Beladu, zato što piše bljuvotine koje me triggeruje.
To naš drug Belada.
Ne, njega u chatu nema.
Nije mogu.
Rekao sam, ako ima šta da rastavi sa mnom, možda dođe kod mene da priča sa mnom. Uglavnom, kad dođe kod mene kući, nema nikad ništa pametno da kaže. Samo jako ovako preko tastature i iz daljine, znaš. Ja sam rekao da se on najbolje osjeća kad ima još neku u sobi da me podjebava, znaš, u društvu te treće osobe. A kad je nas samo jedan na jedan sa mnom, nema ništa pametno da kaže.
Easy.
Naš drug Belada. To ja. Sunce ti je bend, ja.
Prebacujem komšiji TV kanale kroz prozor. Uvek kad gleda grize me savest, ali moram da mu prebacim. 3 puta sam nosio televizor kod majstora, 2 puta zamenio daljinski, mačku sam uspavao, vidovita bi stavila i razbađivala stan, pepeći majku, to si ti. Au, brate.
Televizor je posednut, a?
A on razbađivala mu, brate, stan, ova vidovita, znaš, to si ti, to si majke.
Loš neki prvo kad ne znam da mu kaže o čemu se radi. Tamo Milan Tarat. Jel vi imate u stanu neku krpu? Imam. Jel vele? Jeste. E pa bacite tu krpu, ima sad da vam krene na bolje.
Imate 2 jaja, imam, udarite u glavu.
Kako udarite?
Udarite u glavu i recite ja sam Tarot.
Da, može i to, eto lepo.
Ovo jebem ti. Znate to budalaština, brate. Nego da smo vi zvali, braću moja mila.
Eto leka za ludilo.
How can I... Yes? Take a punt. Not bad.
Ne treba.
See you.
Da se vratim u krevet, jebe se.
Što?
Ma nemam pojma, ustao sam ko mrtav, jebe. 7,5 sati sam spao, što nije malo, jebe, mate.
A kad... U ponoć si otišao u krevet i spavati si dalje.
Pola jebe, ma ne mogu da gledam. Sedim to što ne padnem sa stolice, jebe.
Da. Ako pomaže kafa, kafa, ako ne pomaže kafa,
Confident in trick is
ne
UZC.
znam šta ti kažem.
Welcome to my channel.
Pa samo drmni kafu, brate.
BSY on stream.com remove the space GSTJE ne.
I ja rekao.
Onda bi se usro.
Pa ne znam da se... i to pomaže. Ne, i to pomaže.
Tako i moj burazer. Popija kafu, ode u WC, šta bi bilo kao monster?
Pa ne bi baš to tako tim rečima, ali proterate, da, zavisi koliko jeste. A i to nije loše ako razumeš, imaš neke tegobe, jeli, da te očisti malo, ajde, da kažemo tako.
Sve će se prekrasno imao zatvor, brate, on kaže popi kafe. Pa rekao daj, ja jebem ti državu, ma ode i sve ubi.
Samo polako s tu kafu šojiću.
I onaj Nescafe, jebo ih Nescafe, meni se to ne sviđa. Ja volim kafu, brate, mislim, nekako...
Ono crnu kafu. Ne.
Prava kafa. Kada ti popiješ, druže, ne da ostaneš u WC-u, nego...
Znaš kako ljudi to rade, to bi je dobra fora, uzmeš kafu rinfuz u zrnu. I kupiš onaj ajvan i jebi ga. Kad uzmeš pa sam se meljaš ono zrna, bar znaš da si ono zrna kafe sama.
Ja imam, brate, ono pravu meljalicu, ono staru, pičku materinu. Ubaciš unutra kafu, zatvoriš i uzmeš gore ručku i vrtiš, brate, znaš. Kaže, brate, drugari boto kod bande i nabio mišiće sa pičevi, kako će ta teretela. Ma kaže, keka teretela puska u pičku materinu, meljem babi kafu svaki dan. Bog me neće da se vrati vrti. Neće se vrti, nego vrti.
Pamelje što piješ, nema drugi.
Nema, vrate, ono vrtiš, izgleda pane, zapuca, vrate, preći, moraš malo jače, a jebem.
Da, kad naleti na brdo.
Da. Vrate, pijemo kafu.
Nećeš sa nama da pričaš. Ako. Ovaj igrač je AFK, kako da ne. Kako da ne. Da. Poslao Nenadu poruku da je provaljen.
Ko to?
Nenad. Šef udarenja bije.
Da, znam. Da, APK.
To mogu ja da stavim in game. Da vidim kao delujem da sam offline. Da me niko ne bi smarao.
Soldiers of all. The outside threat grows ever stronger. Whispers of betrayal echo within my very halls. We can use lethal force against.
This place is right fancy. Gold is wasted on them.
Ko ti je ovaj kumara, to ti stari drugar ili?
To mi je kum. To jest ja sam ukrstio čerke.
Uvijek se zajebao tako, ne?
Ma, tako, spamuje malo chat, pa ga ja nekad banujem, nekad mu uradim timeout. A kao što rekao, papir trpi se, kažem, ako imaš nešto da kažeš, dođi pa reci. Niko ne traži od njega da sedi ovdje u Discordu sat vremena, ako ima šta da radi, nek radi šta hoće, ako ima šta da kaže, nek dođe pa kaže slobodan je divno.
Da.
Ja mogu da ga uzmem za ozbiljno kad neku bljuvotinu napiše i onda kao ja treba to da uzmem za ono, za ozbiljno. Dobro, fina baca. Arš. To je to. Bum. This is the end of my beautiful friend.
Not yet.
Sam ih ni dotakao. Munje su pobile. Dobro.
Yugito Neko. Welcome to my channel. Hey.
Hello.
Never had any luck. None of it's junk. Trust me.
What are we selling today? Hello, hello.
What is going on?
Been chilling. How do they say it?
Nice room.
Nice. Oh, you actually see my room. So not a chat GPT, huh? Cool. Increase the attack speed.
Later.
Thanks.
BTW, you stream daily or once a week?
Every day when I'm not working.
Oh nice.
Thanks. So how is your digital art business going? This thing goes here.
Hey. Take a punt. Deal. See ya.
Caught red-handed.
How you judge me that I am an digital artist?
They would usually ask me like, do I stream every day? If you go back and check my previous streams, you can see that I have VODs for like up to maximum amount of Twitch time allowed. And you can see also clips old like 6 years or something like that. It's easily, you know, you can easily check it if you really want to. So yeah, I'm not judging, it's just this should be good. Good enough. 1000 life over 2.6.
So are you not interested
Not really, and I am a good
in
judge.
some artwork?
No, I'm poor. You don't wanna deal with poor people. You're just gonna lose money and time. Not really. I don't wanna improve anything on my, you know, channel. Thanks. Shock duration, last chance to shock. Not really. Well, what do you sell, even? Is it any good? Okay. Cancel. This is the end, my beautiful friend. The end.
Willard has two paths that he can walk in.
There's no shortage of celebrities with chaotic and destructive lives.
Okay.
Pain Day has become a regular tradition on this channel over the past few years, giving me something to do on April 1st, rather than talk about whatever odd marketing ploy is on the table this year. We've randomized Payday 2, made it so that picking up kills changes our weapon, we've even tried playing Payday 3. Anyway, this year I'm back with Payday 2, and instead of a long list of convoluted rules to torture me on this April Fool's Day, I'm keeping things very simple. I have to play through Payday 2's extended post-White House narrative, meaning every Cannon, Silk Road, City of Gold and Texas Heat campaign heist, whilst running Chaos Mod. I chose these 12 heists simply because they've never seen play before within a Payday 2 challenge run, as they fall outside the scope of story mode. It's been a lasting request down in the comments to give them a go, so I guess Payday is as good a time as any to find out how potentially torturous they are. Chaos Mod, the crux of this challenge, needs little introduction. One of the absolute highlights of my most recent Mods in Payday 2 video, this box of tricks completely changes how the game is played. From rapid minigames to visual warping effects, and of course insane buffs and debuffs, it makes the game beyond chaotic to play through. That in mind, I will be allowing myself to start with a modifier veto, enabling me to remove one particularly harmful or unfair rule from the pool, and will be getting another veto for every heist I successfully clear, meaning there should still be a sense of progression even without leveling up. Those are the core rules. Complete all 12 Revival era heists on Death Wish difficulty with no crew AI to assist, making any instant death effect on Chaos Mod even more dangerous. I'm on my level 100 account for once, so Yale 1 gets a break, and all perk decks are available for use, but to make things a little more interesting and encourage build variety, I'll only be allowed to use each perk and primary weapon for a single heist. That way I have to create 12 different builds after years of not playing Payday 2 normally, so expect some teething pains. Oh, and as much as Chaos Mod stealth is hilarious, I'm banning it for Pain Day. This needs to be the true, loud, suffering experience you're used to seeing from me. One final addendum to the normal rule set is that I won't be attempting any heist more than 5 times. If I can't beat it by the 5th try, it'll be considered a failure, given I'm in a bit of a time crunch here and there's only so much pain one man can handle. As I'm reading this script, I know I've already missed the deadline, but well, the limited attempt rule shift actually makes things more interesting in many places. That out of the way, let's dive into the first heist of the run, the much beleaguered border crossing. I kid you not, I don't believe I've played this heist properly in over 3 years. To make matters even worse, I've also cranked up the innate difficulty of the mod, making the minimum cooldown between modifiers 10 seconds and the maximum 20, whilst also enabling them to stack up to 10 at once, cranking up the madness even further. Wanting a bit of comfort and familiarity for Heist 1, I'm running a bastardized version of the Anarchist Contractor build, although I'm a little bit nervous about the idea of running Berserker with effectively only 1 life. As for what to remove heading into Border Crossing, I'm genuinely not sure from names alone, so we'll decide what to veto based on what really bothers me during these initial attempts. Speaking of which, even when the mod isn't outright trying to get me killed, it's desperately attempting to frustrate me, as the pogo stick makes it almost impossible to traverse the bloody map. After grabbing a pair of jokers early on to take some of the heat off me, I was already in a decent spot, nauseatingly placing the breaching charges whilst apparently seasick, before nearly getting downed as a result of my cheap
This
internet.
is gonna be rough.
What I really need to see is more of these neutral modifiers such as silent movie, not ones like clumsy that led me to believe I'd just gone down. Still, I made it onto the second section of this asset flip heist, only to not notice my armor still missing between transitions, needing an early feign death activation to stay on my feet. Unfortunately, a minute later, even the power of the Force wasn't enough to keep me upright, as I went down a second and fatal time. By attempt 2, I sort of remembered what I was doing, although everything turning into Sin City didn't exactly help me get my bearings. Then again, I was surprisingly at home playing on Payday Pro mode. Apparently, rocking the field of view of a goddamn chameleon is just how I should be playing first-person shooters. This was enough to again make it across the border, only to be hit by one of the wildest permutations I've witnessed so far. Quantum Translocators forces all the cops on the map to spawn on me, teleporting from location to location and giving me one hell of a beatdown. Apparently, it also allows the cops to face through walls, and despite the overwhelming power of Grey's snipers, I was quickly swallowed up by my phase-shifting foes. Whilst I struggled to pass what the hell was going on at the time, one of the best modifiers,
Yes.
Within the gloom as we speak. We cannot let the enemy any closer to Super Earth.
Initiating FTL jump to the Fenrir system. Jump complete. Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Mission preparation aborted. Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized. Helldivers to Hellpods. Repeat, Helldivers to Hellpods.
Greetings.
Go now, Helldiver. Let our enemies take no step that is not hindered by the corpse of their comrade.
Calling down a support weapon. Requesting tac packs. Calling in orbital strike. Requesting fortifications.
Deploying minefield. Stand clear.
How'd you like to taste of freedom? Tagging map. Northeast. 100 meters. Changing ice. Reloading.
Outpost destroyed.
Tagging location. Northeast. Here! Heavy. North. 50 meters. Marching orbital strike. I've got you. Dropping a pin. Northwest.
That's potentially suicidal.
Calling down supplies.
Deploying equipment package.
Dropping a pin. Northwest. 300 meters. Rare sample acquired.
Illuminate. Northwest. 200 meters.
Rare sample acquired.
Illuminate. North. 200 meters.
Push.
Calling in orbital strike. Calling down fortifications.
Deploying minefield. Firing gas strike.
North. 50 meters. Marking location. Never mind. North. Heavy. Squid outpost. Spotted. Tagging location. North. Cancel that. Illuminate. North. Requesting air support. Requesting advanced weaponry.
need this! Freedom never slays! Heavy, northeast, 50 meters.
Outpost destroyed.
Requesting sentry. Calling in reinforcements. Requesting fortifications. Throwing supply beacons. Sweet liver. Last reload. Requesting orbital strike. Heavy. Reinforcing.
Motherfucker. Jebe majke.
Ready to liberate. Calling in orbital strike. Sending in an eagle. Got a sample. Welding advanced weaponry. Calling in order. Not today! Heavy, south, 50 meters. Calling down fortifications!
Jebe majke. Dođi bre vamo pičko! Uš.
Mag's empty! Calling down a sentry! Requesting sentry! Wait! Last reload! Feels good. Requesting orbital strike.
Firing gas strike.
Affirmative. Calling in
Okay.
supply. Affirmative. Heavy. Cancel that. Heavy. West. 50 meters.
Democracy delivered.
Reloading! Calling down a support weapon. Right up, huh? Requesting air support. Requesting fortifications. On life pursuit.
Almost done.
Here! Thank you. Affirmative. I've got you. Calling in orbital strike. Affirmative.
Triumph over tyranny once more. The extraction shuttle awaits your request.
Northeast. Far. Dropships. North.
Tagging map. Southeast. Far.
Requesting orbital strike.
Extraction is available.
Calling down
All line
fortifications.
field, stand clear.
No cuts. Never.
Last reload.
Beacon 130.
Firing gas strike.
Squid outpost. Last reload. Here. Reloading.
To the left.
Requesting fortification.
Just watch it, watch it. Yeah, that's a suicide.
Calling in
Yeah.
reinforcements. Come. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Sending
Tac,
down
tac.
support weapon.
Rare sample acquired. Selected. Helldivers never die. Last reload. Supplies. Engaging. I'll take it.
Ooh. One. One fucking leg. One leg.
Extraction when
3
ready.
ships. Nice.
Calling in orbital strike. Calling down fortifications. Calling in extraction.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Northwest. Activating jump pack. Go.
Gassing them.
Gas strike incoming.
Illuminate. Northwest. Illuminate. Northwest.
What the fuck? Is he dead? Brother.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes, 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 2 minutes.
Oh, harvesters! Fuck, 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 fuck.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Reinforcing.
No, 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 no.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Requesting fortifications. Requesting orbital strike.
Gassing.
Calling down a support weapon.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Get some! Get some! Throwing supply beacon.
Deploying equipment package.
Reloading. Here.
Stop shooting!
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Marching orbital strike. Thank you.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Motherfucker.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup.
Gas strike incoming.
Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing. Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Today you've carved another foothold in a long climb to liberty.
Oh, good. One more. Okay.
Welcome back. Well done.
Innocents perish with every wasted second. We must act.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thruster. Orbit synchronized. Launch initiated.
History will remember your deeds this day.
Calling down. Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Calling down fortification. Calling down a sentry. Throwing supply beacon.
Requesting sentry.
Full weapon inbound.
Calling down a sentry.
Calling down fortification.
Requesting sentry.
Calling down a sentry. Freedom requires firepower. Calling down fortification.
Good luck.
Wait! Thank you. Dropships, southwest. Dropships, southwest. Hello to democracy. Calling down for...
Deploying minefield. Stand clear.
Requesting fortifications!
Dropships. East. Squids! Requesting sentry.
Calling down a sentry!
Calling down a sentry.
Calling down fortifications. Requesting sentry. Requesting sentry.
Wanna go?
Squads! Dropships south. Dropships southwest. Calling down supplies. Calling down fortification. Requesting fortifications.
Sending down fortification.
Requesting sentry. Dropships south. Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Reinforcing.
Request approved.
Calling
Deploying
down
reinforcements.
fortifications. Calling down a sentry. Requesting fortifications.
Deploying minefield. Stand clear.
Calling down fortifications. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Calling down fortifications.
Incoming.
Squids! Dropships southeast. Heavy south, close. Illuminate southeast. Say hello to democracy! Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Squads! Dropships south. Calling down a sentry. Dropships Southwest.
Ne, nego puko internet.
A puko ne tuđe bio.
Aha. Ja imam ups, ali jebi ga, verovatno lokalni provider je zakazao.
A koji više ti provider imaš?
Srbije broadband, ovaj kao zove, Beotelnica.
Beotelnica?
Ja beba imam, ups, na koji se nakačio i router i PC kad lokalna ta stanica bazna kad je nestane konekcije.
Da.
Neće da radi.
A koliko ga plaćaš?
Plaćam ga oko 2000.
S.W.Frost is now live streaming Helldivers digital artist in any way Wodan day at home sign me in.
Bazna stanica imaš svaki, ne znam koliko, svaki komšiluk ima pojemnu stanicu. Odatle ti ide net i ono jebi ga. Umre ti mamu i jebem. Granatom sam da pitu u brodu.
Get some! Get some!
Uš. Što je pukla konekcija, sad su ispao sam iz aktivne sesije i postao sam sam ovdje. A ovo je teži slučaj za odbraniti sam, ali ajde. Jebote u sebi.
Say hello to democracy! Injury? What injury?
Sending down fortification. Sending down sentry. Weapon emplacement on its way.
Ne, nećeš.
Helldiver lost. Sending replacement.
Bi sam sebe naravno.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Reporting to the front. Get some! Get some!
Deploying equipment package.
Trati po srećali.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
rate.
Emplacement on its way.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone. This is Pelican 1, requesting all Helldivers to enter the extraction radius.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Reporting to the front.
Fala mi još jedna raketa, ovo je bilo nemoguće.
Democracy! Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing.
Sending down fortification.
My life for...
Reinforcement budget running low. Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Point me to the enemy.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent. Defeat is but the catalyst of its own rectification.
Then it is a superior valor. You know. Sad piše connection regain. Glupost. Da, nisam ni mogu da dobijem pojačanje, čekao sam na 3-4 minuta, sam trčkarao okolo, bio sam pokret na metal i iluminator.
Welcome aboard, Helldiver. The Galactic
Yes.
Ward needs you.
Tad ubijemo za 2 dana milijardu zombija. Milijardu 200.000, kako ne? atomske bombe da šibamo po njima, ne može pobiti toliko. Gluposti.
Soon she'll wake and paint again. Paint a new number, ticking down every year. One stroke, and everyone of that age vanishes into nothingness. Every year she paints again, and every year an expedition departs for the continent with one hopeless mission: destroy the paintress so she can never paint death again. We'll break the cycle so she can't steal anyone else's future.
This world is full of wonders.
Yet everywhere we go, we walk with death.
Do you mean we're the only ones left?
Even if we fail, we lay the trail for those who will come after. Right? We are Expedition 33.
No user reviews.
I've been having nightmares. Being out here isn't what I expected.
Sing-along popped early into attempt 3, playing the entirety of the excellent track For the Kill by Biting Elbows with a karaoke-styled lyric display. That helped me get over the overwhelming sadness of being tased thanks to red light, green light, zapping me every time I moved on a red light and indirectly leading to my second activation of Feign Death. Some of these filters might be a little too much, as everything is normal was doing my headache no favours. I finally found out what Falcon Punch does, giving enemy melee the ability to launch you halfway across the heist, mercifully dealing no damage in the process, but certainly setting me back, especially with Turtle Master active, massively reducing my movement speed. I'm actually hugely fortunate that the capture challenge makes you untargetable, which might be something I can abuse later in the run, as trying to rapidly work out the correct skill icon for the specific tree can be harder than you might expect. Once over the border, things started terribly, as Who Farted drops tear gas directly on your location, meaning I was taking damage before I could even move. Even worse, those 20-second lockpick timers were well out of my reach, with constant tick damage covering them, forcing a final forlorn attempt at sprinting across the landing strip, struck by deadly charge shots which enables all bullets to tase you in place, one of the most brutal modifiers to run into when out in the open. Believe it or not, things can get worse though, which is why I'm relieved I held onto my first veto. After surviving an onslaught of 8 modifiers at once in Mexico, I was finally set up to start moving bags to the plane, until out of nowhere I was struck by Vampire, a modifier that steadily drops my health like a reverse stoic, and without any healing in my build after switching over to C4, I was wide open. barely able to resist the call of death as my health was taken automatically to 0 with virtually no recourse on my part. Pain Day is well and truly alive, and Vampire Mode is no more, as the first modifier I'm removing from the roster having already claimed one run too many. And in mind, we have one more regulation shot at Border Crossing to go, which I nearly wasted after failing to notice Hot Potato meant the bag I was carrying was rapidly killing me. Feigned Death had other ideas though, getting me back up for another mad holdout on the airstrip. This time I found myself distracted by a screensaver, hardly able to keep my eyes open, and repeatedly tased by every bullet landed on me, yet still just about clung on to life. I swear there's some sinister logic to how modifiers are chosen, by the way. When you install this mod, you're actually inviting malevolent spirits into your PC who will activate Stop Right There Criminal Scum, briefly holding you in place, directly in front of every sniper on the heist. I barely survived that encounter, only to again be forced to face down those teleporting swads, dropping me once more as I simply couldn't outrun them or their fiery AoEs. After again running it close and needing the 45% feigned death save, I failed to notice all specials on the map just got upgraded. You know what that means? Those snipers, which make stage 2 of Border Crossing so miserable, are now bulldozers, complete with one-shotting rifles and 12k health bars, more than enough to drop me for a final time, failing Border Crossing for good. In all honesty, starting with Anarchist was a mistake, but also, I'm not too sad to be moving on from Border Crossing. Not that I was going anywhere much better. San Martin Bank is another tricky customer this early into Pain Day, with a variety of not so ideal objectives and cruel sniper spawns to worry about. Plus, after failing Border Crossing, I didn't have a chance to remove one of the more problematic.
Barato. Jebena lampa. Ako držiš dugme za sprint, pre nego što priđeš objektu koji želiš da preskočiš, moraš da pustiš dugme za sprint da bi preskočio. Nećete ti da preskoči. Tako. 4.
Problematic modifiers before attempting it. What I did have control over was my build, deciding I needed something requiring limited player input and plenty of luck to shake off that rust, falling on a rogue akimbo shotgun build for this one. Initial modifiers really didn't slow this heist down significantly, and I can already feel the benefit of a fast-paced rogue build, if just to get out of danger when the mod tries to ruin my life. Heading out to signal the beast drop, red light green light was poorly timed to hold me out in the open, coupled with that 200 FOV just to make everything even more disorientating. Funnily enough, it wasn't even the modifiers I had to blame for my first down on this attempt, simply losing a 1v1 to a sniper, the antithesis of what this build is good at dealing with, forced into crab mode to shamefully hide in a corner. So many of the movement modifiers take away your ability to sprint, which can easily be the difference between life and death. Speaking of which, I had no idea if I was on death's door heading out to recover the beast parts, seeing as my UI was drifting all over my screen. Back inside the relative safety of the bank, I took down a pair of VD-12 wielding dozers thanks to the power of the Force, and learned what the Vengeful Spirits modifier actually does, respawning any cops I take out in a surprisingly eerie fashion. I managed to convert some of these cops wielding my weapons thanks to the Taste Your Own Medicine modifier, giving me some extra powerful allies for the rest of the heist. I was also introduced to the rather interesting You Spin Me Right Round, which remains one of the most disarming modifiers, bearing in mind the cops can deceptively still shoot me despite their delightful pirouettes. With the vault successfully defended, it was time for the dreaded bag-moving climax, heading outside and immediately getting hit with a double whammy. The snipers instantly took my second life before the quantum translocator modifier again started throwing every cop on the heist at me in too great a sheer volume for even my powerful VD-12s to deal with. Slapped down to grey screen and needing Messiah to get back to my feet, the devil in my PC decided to finally reward me with an impeccably timed truce, meaning neither myself nor the cops could shoot for the next 10 seconds. This divine intervention saved me for now, but most of the damage was already done. I'd used up all 14 first aid kits I'd arrived with, my Messiah charge was spent, and my jokers had left me, assumedly spontaneously combusting at the exact moment this all started going down. Yet somehow, I regrouped. An opportune timeout and rubber bullets combo gave me a window to secure the second bag, before speedrun helped me reach safety once more. Sometimes Chaos Mod can work in your favour, which is what makes it all the more painful.
O, leti, jebe mu te spremno.
things go wrong, such as forcing me into hack and slash melee mode whilst out of healing and with only the taser in hand. But again, dodge luck absolutely carried. Rogue really is the perfect perk deck for a run built on these shaky RNG foundations, although its race is already run as I sprinted out the side door leaving a minigun dozer in the dust and secured the final 2 bags, somehow clearing this one at the first time of asking. Whilst it didn't directly impact me on San Martin, I'd be lying if I said it wasn't partially responsible for my struggles on border crossing, so I will be vetoing charge shots as a reward for this completion. Next up, it's Breakfast in Tijuana time, one of the easiest revival era heists from my memory that shouldn't throw anything too out of the ordinary at me. Except, nothing on Pain Day is ordinary, as I headed in with a simple muscle build, making use of a crit Lion's Roar as my primary damage dealer. As always, things were going great, until I got hit by an unavoidable combo of Turtle Master, capping my movement speed, and Quantum Translocators, probably the modifier roll which punishes immobility the most. Unsurprisingly, I was down for the count in seconds. Switching over to a HE round judge in the secondary slot, I ran it back for attempt 2, actually going down even earlier this time when faced with a Skulldozer who I was struggling to hit in the head at max field of view. Feigned Death came to my rescue twice in quick succession, giving me another lease of life, with morale rising even further after I found out that I could knock down and convert cops during the spin animation, effectively breakdancing their way onto my side. Shortly after, following an arduous defense of the flaming documents, my spirits were raised even further when I Will Give You My All came on the radio in sing-along, pushing me forward to the final section of the heist, where we find Almir Listo and free him from his Starbreeze shackles at last. It's all allegorical. Sadly, he was stuck behind an unbreakable bureaucratic wall, also known as a 20-second lockpick door, which Chaos Mod did not want me opening. Despite a well-timed break in the assault, it first hit me with the nightmarish teleporter mishap, which forcefully repositions me every few seconds, making it impossible to sustain progress on an objective. The assault wave chased me away for the next couple of minutes, but I eventually snuck back in to open door number 1. Of course, no luck. A surprise capture and cheap internet kept me off door 2 for longer than I would have liked, but at least this time I didn't get interrupted, again, sadly failing to locate Harudin. That brings us onto the third and final door. Tasers and a steady stream of cops held me off initially, before I fully committed, failing to notice the restraining order modifier had just popped. This is one of the few instant failure modifiers, as if you get cuffed as a solo player, Payday 2 won't allow you to wait.
John? Going 2 compounds over?
How his rolling KD over the last 10,000 kills was over a 5. Wow, it actually is Freshman.
Okay. Short. Nice.
Alright, well. Going 2 compounds over?
How his rolling KD over the last 10,000 kills was over a 5. Wow, it actually is Freshman.
Okay. Short. Nice.
Alright, well, I love spam.
Amazing. Amazing.
Yeah, there's no way there's a...
There's a...
Oh my god, bro.
I can't.
It's the base kids.
You got out via stack, not gonna lie.
Petnaest od 25, ne 12 od 25, 29 od 50. Ne.
Waited out. That's game over, straight into the slammer, for an excruciating end to attempt 2. Halfway through my available attempts, and desperate to remove a few more of these unfair modifiers from the roster, I pulled it together somewhat on run 3. At least better than this bloke, who just stood next to a hot special in his area until he burnt to a crisp. Ironically, this combination, including healers never die, made the document burning section much more difficult than you might logically assume, as these invincible medics just like to stand there, arms by their side, stamping out the objective like the ultimate trolls, slowing down this mid-section of the heist. The whiplash of going from Payday Pro to Enhanced Zoom did me no favours trying to hold down the armory hack and land my shots, although the peace offering by another timeout took the heat off, mercifully locating Almir within the first interrogation room I opened this time. From here, the day is all but ours, simply needing to wait out the arrival of Bile in the courtyard for escape, getting hit by an agonising 30 FPS console experience right when it came time to attach the car really sucked, but I suppose this is the only way you might get that authentic console experience on this heist. I did enough to strap the car to the chopper, launching an immediate escape right at the end of a climactic game, as Simon says. As I was locked in place, I was unable to inspect my weapon as requested, resulting in me falling out of the escape vehicle and being left for dead. But you know what? I'm counting it if the game does. As a reward, I'm getting rid of bloody restraining order. Like Vampire, that one simply feels unfair to deal with and not particularly interesting for the viewer. I also put together a basic grinder build, another perk deck that can hang on Death Wish, starting off with the Union here, alongside an Incendiary Goliath, which I legitimately forgot wasn't the Grim 12 gauge. That's how rusty I am. The Union turned out to be a bit of a mistake though, not having the DPS I needed to fend off large groups or dozers. As you can probably see from this genuinely traumatic series of events, barely able to keep my eyes open whilst my world collapsed in on me thanks to those teleporting cops again. Pure confusion and destruction. I'm telling you, show this to a launch Payday 2 player, they will not be able to identify the game. I tried once more with this setup, didn't even make it into the Sanctum this time, casually put in the dirt by a regular dozer whilst trying to film a TikTok. My adaptation was to go all in on shotgun skills and switch over to a high impact pair of judges, specifically for dozer deletion, which they comically failed to do up against a minigun dozer, as I couldn't ascertain what health I was on as it was floating halfway across the screen. Running on fumes now, attempt 4 at Bullet's Mansion was a joke, another great example of Chaos Mod purely messing with me. Up until now, my strategy has been to take a security hostage to make the early stage of the heist that bit more manageable, but failed to notice my recently acquired force powers made it impossible to do so. This mistake left me wide open as I was forced into hack and slash melee mode once again, with only a toothbrush for self-defense. In the end though, it was purely my own lack of competence that got me, struggling to deal with the amplified recoil of weak arms, and falling completely this time, unable to land the revive. This is it, Last Chance Saloon for Bullets, rolling some slightly different RNG that brought me over to the opposite side of the map.
Dođeš, odeš, a?
O ja?
Kako mi doma? Pa fin.
Inače, ovdje monitor u kurac. Ja povučem malo jaki monitor, krene unazad, trasi jake brzo, sve će ti jebem ti man.
A šta si ga loše prikačio ili čemu se radi?
Ne, ja približim radi sebe malo krevetu to. I to je valjao dok ti to ti kurac.
Šta mogu još da potpalim?
Uči aparate.
Aparate? Kako misliš aparate? Ne.
Ako si gledao onu, ostavljam te zadnji put, izlazim i onda je uči aparate.
Ako je zelena kraveuša, ne.
Tako.
Nemam ništa protiv nje, samo nisam njen fan.
Ne jedna krvauša, nego neka snimila pesmu je jedina klevetog. Ostavljam te zadnji put, izlazim i staj, i uči aparate.
Pa dobro, to je taj neki fazon da kažemo. Da ne kažem trip. vaša. Gusto rakije. Jedan zombi. Zgorus. Co je vješnik? Kakav bug. Okay, I'm close. You wonderful girl, go run me aside, bum, 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 bum. Guess who's back? Back again. The shade is back to the fray. Guess who's back?
That was enough to gain entrance to the inner sanctum for only the second time, before I was again hit by the almost endless pursuit of the quantum translocators. Messiah stepped in once, before the sprint button did the rest. Turns out standing my ground is a terrible idea, and if I can just keep moving, the newly spawned cops will still struggle with target acquisition, just about surviving this terrifying event. The RNG was getting worse though, as I didn't find the switch to the hidden entrance until I'd suffered through another series of scares at the hands of the vengeful spirit of a schooldozer. Not for the first time, a modifier stepped in to save me, as the JoJo-inspired Zawadador froze time for everyone but me, leaving the dozer doing an impressive mid-air splits. This has got to be one of the coolest mutators in the entire mod, allowing you to queue up actions that play out as soon as time returns to normal, enabling me to absolutely blast another dozer out of existence. All that good fortune tends to come out in the wash though, as just minutes later I was stuck with the impossibly frustrating clumsy modifier at a perfectly inconvenient moment. This one makes it so that most of your actions will fail before you complete them, making it impossible to repair this drill, and will also sometimes leave you lying sideways on the floor. Still, I survived to make it inside the final hidden room, almost obliterating myself in the process thanks to the wide AoE radius of deadly deaths. At this point, I'd solved the puzzle, meaning Bullock was all but swimming with the sharks and my extraction was ready to call in, covered by more of that lethal sniper bulldozer fire. Instead of contesting
barrel to the left, dude.
him, I decided to just chill out on the opposite side of the house with my rare spinning hostage rescue unit, whiling away those final moments in relative safety before one final mad dash to the escape, clearing this heist on my last available attempt. My reward for doing so is the removal of the constantly frustrating Clumsy. You might ask why I'm still allowing cops to teleport all over me and ruin my day. Mostly because it's funny. Let's be honest, it's already a Pain Day classic. That said, Silk Road is done. 3 out of 4 ain't bad as we move on to the City of Gold with the Dragon Heist. As a mostly close-range encounter, I'm choosing to pull out Sociopath here, using the ICTV alongside shock and gas-fleeing launches to cap out this melee-focused build. Entering the basement was simple enough now that I finally mastered the Finger DDR minigame associated with the QuickTime event modifier. But having hardly touched gas grenades after Payday 3's launch, I failed to realise just how significantly they'd been nerfed, leaving me with limited options up against most standard enemies. To make matters worse, they've also fixed the shot grenade reload trick on the Piglet, another sign that I'm truly washed. A failed 1v1 with a Skulldozer is just further evidence of that fact, although this is exactly why I'm packing throwing knives and Messiah to rescue situations such as these. Honestly, if I showed this footage following a surprise modifier overload to just about anyone who didn't know what Payday 2 was, I'm not sure whether they'd be desperate to try it out or utterly disgusted at the idea. I know for a fact they'd feel nauseous. Rubber bullets might have kept me safe despite the confusion, but shortly after, a combination of pogo stick and red light green light required yet another last second Messiah activation. That suffering was rewarded when hack and slash activated on a build that finally took advantage of being locked into melee, one-shotting literally every enemy type on the map thanks to the massive melee buffs my katana was receiving, enabling me to easily defend the drill and access the dragon's cage, fighting back out of the C4 escape route. A strangely helpful combination of gravity fluctuation and pinball assisted me in taking out the snipers covering my exit, although red light green light claimed another down, forcing me to rely on the Revenant tree once more, and seemingly breaking my grenade launcher. A final scare was delivered right at the escape, when despite a positive bullet hose activation giving me the bullet storm effect, the combination of pogo making it impossible to heal and spring-loaded trigger making it impossible for my grenades to deal instant damage got me down once more, saved by the gas finally picking up a kill, granting me one final reset and giving me the confidence to stroll to the escape van undeterred. A truly messy run, but my build did most of the heavy lifting, moving QuickTime event after all the times it's frustratingly slowed down objectives. The build for the Ukrainian prisoner heist is a simple sniper-focused ex-president setup, a perk deck I'm a little new to, but is generally more than strong enough to deal with Death Wish difficulty. That's assuming you're not facing down teleporting flaming SWATs, coming together to use up my first Messiah charge miles away from any potential medic bags, getting lucky with feigned death after going down a second time less than 5 minutes into the attempt. After outlasting an absolute firing squad of marshals, things appear to be on the up for this run, until a combination of modifiers seemingly crashed my game. Just what I need amongst all the other randomness, a chance to instantly fail and waste an attempt. Regardless, I'm heading back in with a renewed post-patch vigor, as Chaos Mod keeps getting updates, bringing with them even more interesting modifiers. Take Clean Slate, allowing me to pick up a melee kill to convert additional cops into temporary jokers, a much needed positive modifier to relieve the onslaught of agony. Speaking of which, this run suffered from some almost impossibly bad luck as, after my first down, Truce immediately triggered, preventing me from landing a Messiah revive. On attempt 3, I ran into yet another new modifier in Acid Trip, which when combined with quantum translocators leads to an impressive mess of vivid colours. A modifier overload had me flying over the crates in Vlad's temporary warehouse prison at high speeds, as I finally resuscitated the madman to move on to the second stage of the heist, which sadly didn't last long when a combination of Simon Says and the mortar strike called in by Shellshock left me needing insane feigned deathlock to keep going, ending up in custody entirely after the 5th rocket landed directly on my poor broken body. I'm not sure I've fully conveyed just how off-putting some of these non-gameplay related modifiers are, by the way. Everything is normal, is anything but, detexturing the map whilst also causing far-off objects to artifact across the screen. More than enough of distraction to put my Glass Cannon ex-president build in the ground for a 4th time. Again, without a chance to activate Messiah. After another...
Suckers, suckers. Ba-da-da-da. Almost done. Okay. Be right back.
It's just Nibon. Welcome to my channel. Aha. Garant Kuva Kapu.
Kad smo posla.
All right, I am right-clicking and I'm hitting play. And when it stops dropping, I'm gonna stop this timer. Still going, still going.
Ahahaha, odd mutai Raj say.
Ne znam zašto. Budući da sam u jednom trenutku video da su svi u kanalu bili mutirani, tako da...
Ma zvao Buđavi Supernovu, znaš.
Ko je Buđavi?
Supernova.
I?
Imali smo dogovor 6 mjeseci po 50% popusta, znaš. Pa ja sad čisto to da proverim, nazovem i pitam je li to istina tako. I onda su mi rekli da imate kao taj popust, reko važi, hvala ti puno. Pa dobar im je net, brate, 200/200, podigao sam taj paket, mogu ti reći, znači, nijednom nije cimno me u igrici ili nešto, stvarno prelepo radi.
Supernova kažeš.
Da. Optika stvarno je brutalna. Znači došli su ovdje u ovaj kraj, malo nas je, ne mogu reći, ja znam da je zbog toga, što nas je jako malo. Ovdje nas možda dvoje priključili u optiku, koja savršeno. Ja nisam imao problem sa pingom, sa pucanjem, i čak i da me dedosa neko nešto, ja samo uključim router. Ovaj menja 5-6 IP adresa, brate, blesav router, svaki dan menja adresu i jeba. I stvarno, kad je neki problem bio je udaljen problem od mene. Lupam u kamenici, preseku banderu, kabel bager. Stvarno trebali poprave neko vreme, kaži, brate.
Išao se ja za bager. Nije mi jasno kako to kod vas tako random mašine prekinu
Pa nije podzemna optika, nego visi
sve...
Visi sve kablove, ne pite ništa. Ali radi. Ne znam kako je primjer od Kamenice ka vamo, ali ovdje, kažem ti, ja sam u nuklearnom rupi. Znači, zamisli da imaš, oko tebe su sve brda. Sve brda oko tebe, kao da je pala nuklearna bomba i napravila tu rupu i tu se seli ona. Nisi imao internet kako trebam, ma ne pite ništa užasno. Kada je došla pretprošle godine optika, brate, ono, koliko šta para, daj komšija da probam, daj wireless šifru, ja sam nakačen na wireless, brate, mogu ti reći, grmi. I onda mi je neko rekao, usadio u glavu da ja ne mogu više od 100 megabajta. Ja, meni bilo krivo, brate, ne može 100 megabajta, sjebom. Ja kažem njima, oni kažu, pa to je nemoguće, to je optika. Rekao, tako su mi rekli, jebeš mu. Pa rekao, daj ja probam, šta bude, bude. Pa kao može 6 mjeseci 50%. Ma može. I čutim ja onako veče igram i ja vidim dalje 100/25. A rekao, jebem mu mater, kad će pustiti 200, da vidim da li radi. I nazvam ja taksijsku službu, rekao, pa 200/200, kaže, da, kao vidim paket je puštan. Kao, pa zar nemaš? Kao, nemam. A sad ću ti ja restartovati, elik rutira na speed test, ono 200, rekao.
Da.
A mogu ti reći 50 gigabajta sina da ti rekao.
Dobro. odradili. Molim. Koliko daje ovo? Ovo daje 1500 poena. Da. Fino. To je 3 levela. Odlično. Sve bežanije, svako na svojoj strani. Bravo, svako. Kada si zaborave, nemoj ti ruku pružiti. Stoji u teksturi kurac moj.
Another crash brought an early end to what should have been the fifth and final attempt. I rolled the mod back to the more stable version I'd been running previously for a more satisfying last hurrah without the technical difficulties. This one was off to a much better start, finally making it to the central control office of the dockyard, where things got a little easier, despite needing feigned death to save the day again, when this laser party showcased just how surrounded I truly was. After another scramble on the staircase, I was finally through to decide my final path, at which point the diverse armament modifier struck. This one gives cops on the map a seemingly random weapon with varying levels of balance. For instance, it seems like this AK wielded by an elite SWAT is damn powerful, putting out far more damage than I'd normally anticipate from that unit type, dropping me and dodging my potential force powers, which just didn't seem to function from the floor, failing this one for good. Honestly, unlike Border Crossing, I'm genuinely frustrated because this heist was clearly very doable. Still, we march on to the Black Cat Casino heist, a heist I'm not sure I've attempted in quite some time. Armed with a powerful, if fragile Sicario build, I took on the vault-freeing approach first, progressing the source quickly thanks to the dodge potential of my smoke. So far, I don't think I've showcased just how annoying the pinball modifier can be, seemingly launching you in random directions upon collision with any geometry, which is an inherently frustrating experience. On the other end of the spectrum, Zawadodor remains my favourite modifier to roll into, allowing me to clean massive targets off the map with zero risk or just progress objectives safely. Having gone back to the updated version, assuming things were stable now, they were not by the way, I also ran into another new modifier, Shield Buddies, which seems to be a powerful tool favouring the player, as it spawns a shield cop as what's effectively a Joker, acting as the first special unit convert I've ever had at my disposal. Sadly, I didn't get to experience them for long, as a taser combined with the 30 FPS console switch was more than enough to put this run down, seeing as I didn't have access to full fugitive skills this time. I don't really want to talk about Attempt 2. After suffering through a disorientating onslaught of visual modifiers while still below deck, I waddled up to this 480 health security, who cannot be taken as a hostage, tried to convince him otherwise, and ended up in cuffs myself. A massive waste of one of my only 5 tries at this. Another terrible start to Attempt 3 had me pulling my hair out after a teleporter mishap prevented me from kickstarting the Saws early, before Bo Anderson himself dropped a ton of flashbangs on me. An inconvenient hack-and-slash activation led to an even funnier outcome as my SMGs seemingly disappeared, leaving me pointing lethal finger guns at every cop I fought, biting off just a little more than I could chew up against a pair of black dozers as I had to reload my hands apparently. Getting a little desperate now, Attempt 4 was off to a much better start, getting 2 of the Saws finished after just over 5 minutes when the floor turning to lava took my first lucky feigned death activation. After one of the most disorientating experiences I've ever had with this game, which is saying a lot with this mod installed, slapped around by the rubber bullet tracer rounds of an army of 11 marksman marshals, I resurfaced from that ordeal only to turn a corner and get domed by just a regular sniper. Probably the most uneventful down you'll see all video. Deciding I might as well try the other possible approach to this heist,
Professor Amazi. Welcome to my channel.
Hello, Amazi. Hello, welcome. What's up? Busy weekend. What if I hear a dog? I don't know how it is even possible. Further north. mumbo jumbo with arrows because I can yoink them in the dark side anywhere I am in a, you know, in a range. Let's see.
Instead of heading for the C4, I took the stairs to Li Deng's spa, again hardly able to play the game as a combination of overexposed, acid trip, and teleporter mishap makes it very hard to know what the hell is going on. Stabilizing, I took advantage of a truce to get the drop on a pair of dozers, getting falcon punched in the process, and very nearly hitting the ground immediately, only to go down 30 seconds later, as without a joker to take some heat, my dodge build was just not getting things done. So far, City of Gold hasn't been half as fruitful as Silk Road was, but maybe the final heist on this campaign, Mountain Master, can turn my Payday fortunes around. Or not. Turns out, as strong as this Campbell LMG hacker setup is, it's still no stronger than Payday's capacity to crash, wasting attempt 1 as I was already almost 10 minutes into the heist. The idea behind this build is that I can really spam the free resets of Messiah, reducing the impact of some of the die immediately modifiers I can possibly roll. In reality, I was having to use up medic bag charges just to stay afloat during the lobby section of this heist. I had enough heals in the tank to make it up the lift shaft, but with limited ammo left in my LMG, I was making very little headway with even the simplest of penthouse objectives. In the end, even a seemingly endless supply of auto revives weren't enough to make any progress, getting warped by dozers and ending up choking on my own noxious fumes. What a way to go. I just about saved attempt 3 from being cut short too, managing to reach my kill quota with just over a second to spare, actually playing through the basement section whilst already on grey screen. Once up the lift, I dropped my medic bag at last, but discovered another massive flaw in this build. Shields are pretty much kryptonite without access to shock and awe, spawning in their droves thanks to the Riot Please modifier, and comfortably holding me at bay and further testing my luck. In the end, it was just too much, pinballing around and failing to grab a kill for an 8th revive of the run. A few build adaptations later, I was ready to go again, this time completing the ground floor objective smoothly before the punishment began. Once again, the game was conspiring to stop me from progressing this objective, timing me out before I could open the crucial door. But once I had these heavy SWATs by my side, I could finally start progressing again. The Inner Sanctum experience was as silly as you'd probably anticipate, relying massively on Revenant skills to fend off the misfortune that usually befalls you when faced with a legion of spinning and exploding cops. I had enough in the tank to secure the hard drive and thermite my way to the boss fight, which really caps this heist off. This guy is a nightmare on the best of days, dealing massive amounts of impossible to read incendiary damage whilst taking minimal damage from the player. A surefire failure was narrowly avoided by the first positive teleporter mishap I've run into, placing me directly next to a weak target I could Messiah up from. However, I reckon I could have been granted all the second chances in the world and still not made it through this one. There is no way I'm dealing with damage to this guy with this current build. With one final attempt remaining, I rolled the dice once more, dropping shock and awe again in favour of the melee skills that might save the day. Here I also witnessed just how overpowered the capture modifier can actually be. If it activates whilst you're mid-action, you'll continue with the objective in the background, whilst also being completely untargetable and damage immune, leveraging this interaction to easily open that door, which has been such a pain point so far. Sadly, I feel like I've weakened this build too significantly by prioritising the boss fight, just barely living through this first brush-in with the quantum translocators. That's just a sign of what's to come though, as I put myself down with the reflected damage from Don't Miss, really throwing me off guard, and wasting the key Messiah charge I needed to survive a second down that followed on my way back to the medic bag, failing this heist before I had a proper chance of revenge. The disappointment of my triad adventures out of the way, failing 3 out of the 4 of the City of Gold heists, new adventures await over at the Texas Heat campaign, starting off with Midland Ranch. This is undoubtedly an easier heist than either of the last 3 I've been unable to conquer, so I'm fairly confident heading in with a chunky M60 armor setup. That confidence is probably slightly misplaced, as I lost this 1v1 with a dozer even with infinite ammo, relying on feigned death once more. Luck tends to balance itself out though, as that down was effectively honoured when the game gave up the ghost on me 10 minutes in. I promise this will be the last time the outcome of an attempt will be dictated by game stability though, as I've found the root cause of my crashing woes. Smooth sailing from here on in, so long as smooth sailing includes blowing yourself up with cop corpses and failing to land a total of 66 consecutive shots whilst tased with an LMG out, going down once more to a surprisingly normal source. Genuinely not one for the photosensitive, but what the hell is going on here? This is not Payday anymore, and the scariest thing is I think I'm starting to get used to it. I have no idea if I'll ever be able to go back to not electrocuting myself by moving whilst flaming dozers pass me by and the game enters the YouTube Shorts perspective. What a truly versatile game. Alas, like that, we're already on attempt 4 of this heist, which really shouldn't be so challenging. The adaptation I make is to go after the marked weapons first, instead of messing around at the usually easier ranch objective.
It's spring loaded. You cannot like pull it back. Best. Fire incoming. Retard alert, chat. Retard alert. Oh my god. Okay. Oh. Bugs. Well, that should have been a hit. Okay, let's watch Hannibal. Because why not? Gledam seriju. Zdravo, K3cmane. Yep. Um,
Let the feast begin.
Mertellus. Welcome to my channel.
Što ima K3cman? Možda ću ovo da igram kad završim jebeni Battle Pass Hunt. Dovoljno da startam iz početka. Da li kao kozmetika? Većinom kao kozmetika.
Our dynasty has waited long enough.
Znate sad kucam ovdje Days Gone. Šta god. Days Gone. April 25. Zanimljivo. $10, a? Možda. Ne znam. Ba-da-da-dum, 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 Ba-da-da-dum. There. Tutti e cao. Okay, whatever.
This feels like a solid switch up, enabling me to take this on fresh and fully resourced. After an up and down 15 minutes, the Fulton cage was snagged, leaving me with just 2 more weapons to secure by the river, rekindling a love for the weightless physics-defying golf cart in the process. Although, on my way back up to the ranch, disaster struck. Meet your quota requires you to pick up 5 kills in a short time limit, else face certain death. With half of the wave still down by the river and healers never die and rubber bullets active, I felt pretty well set up, managing only 4 takedowns before falling horizontal myself. Still, heading into the final attempt, I'd refined my strategy at least, saving a fair bit of time during the initial bag moving section, securing 7 at once this time, meaning all I needed to do was drag the final one back to the boat. But after somehow getting tased out the golf cart and being forced on foot, I really overplayed my hand, never allowing my massive armor pool to regenerate and meekly hitting the deck with 13 FAKs still lining my pockets. A disappointment so extreme, the entire heist fail screen started drifting across my screen to lament what was now 4 losses on the bounce. And with Lost in Transit up next, things aren't getting any easier, as I pulled together one of my favourite build cores of Copycat Biker for the latest Pain Day struggle. Much to my surprise, the game left me in relative peace whilst planting the C4 on the pipes, avoiding a point of no return failure before we'd really gotten underway.
Pardon?
The Rodion is a beast of a weapon, by the way. I love burst rifles and they absolutely nailed it with this thing. Honestly, the quality of all the more recent heist and weapon packs as Payday 2 wound down has to be commended. As I've played through this challenge, despite all the obvious hijinks, I've been reminded of just how solid this content was and why I was so excited to see it taken to the next level in Payday 3. The less said on that prediction, the better. However, despite my love of these Texas Heat heists, Chaos Mod is determined to turn me against them, as Attempt 1 was forced to contend with a nightmare modifier overload, hitting me with Meet Your Quota at the same time I was pogoing up and down and teleporting all over the place. Even with bullet magnets active, I didn't have a chance of landing 5 kills whilst unable to stand still, ending this one in a way that's about to become all too familiar. You see, on Attempt 2, after opening all carriages for their printing plates, I was again struck by a modifier overload, this time receiving an even more brutal combo, as hack and slash meant I couldn't even shoot whilst trying to meet my quota, meaning this modifier stack might as well have included a fail the run option. Normally I try to avoid blaming the game for my mistakes, but in this case, I feel completely vindicated. Still, I was enjoying playing this build, so not the end of the world. Hell, I even had the DPS to stand my ground during quantum translocators for once, proving just how good the Rodion is. That turned out to be bait though, as having already wiped most of the cops off the map, there was no one left to beat my quota with, failing for a third successive heist. At this stage, I just need to clear something so I can ban this one. It's simply too much of an uncontrollable variable. Easier said than done though, as I head into attempt 4 with my confidence in the gutter, especially with the game throwing teleporting cops at me just a couple of minutes in. Again, 10 minutes later, the meet your quota nuke dropped, and with only dozers to really fight, all looked lost. Until possibly the only modifier that could save me activated in my final moments, refreshing the timer and giving me a second chance just milliseconds before a capture might have sealed my fate regardless. That wasn't the only scare on this run though. Shortly after opening the final train, I opened my eyes to a mortar landing directly between them, requiring more Revenant goodness to put me back together again. A true Pain Day miracle. But as you'd expect, the scales have to tip the other way at some point, as in the dying moments of the heist, lifting the train across the yard, another meet your quota popped, giving me a final scare that I fortunately fended off with decent enough spawns, holding out with 1 minute 30 left on the timer, and completing another heist at last. No prizes for guessing what I banned. Onto Hostile Takeover next. I once believed this would be the blueprint to all future Payday 3 heists, but nah, turns out it was just a very strange experiment in player choice, allowing me to tailor the objective order to my liking, at least as far as I could remember them. This time I'm running a slightly oddball Kingpin shotgun setup, with the power of the injector being comfortably my most important tool. In the middle of some out-of-season karaoke, the power of this perk deck was pushed to its limits by an absolute onslaught of teleporting cops, surviving by the skin of my teeth up against dozers and random cops wielding miniguns. Diverse of them.
First ones, our laments. Sanity recedes ever further into the dark. Shadows hover above us, in the corners, watching and waiting.
All I did was touch it.
What sickness has come among us that so unsettles our minds? It sits poised to strike. Nowhere is safe.
Dangerous?
Jest. To.
Moments really can catch you off guard. After having exactly zero fun with the electrified water mechanic caused by blowing up the lab, I cut the last exposed wire and proceeded with the bag moving process, picking up the Neo 2 for one final golf cart romp before escaping in the loot chopper and avoiding any more messing around with turrets than absolutely necessary. That was comfortably the simplest and most uneventful heist on the run, so much so I forgot to even ban a modifier for completing it, but I'm afraid the same sadly won't be true of the grand finale, Crude Awakening. On the plus side, I've saved the all-powerful LMG Stoic build for this heist intentionally, giving me a damn near impenetrable health bar for Death Wish, just so long as the modifiers don't do too much damage to me. I'll be honest, I spent the first 5 minutes of this heist getting reacquainted with its fairly unique objectives, only for Santiago to rock up completely out of sequence. Yep, that's the heist's final boss running around griefing me, as if I didn't have enough on my list of problems. Fearing I might softlock everything if I took him out, I just sort of avoided him, proceeding towards the pipeline section of this one, as a final time stop gave me an unlosable fight against the dozer ambush, meaning I was free to puzzle out the pipes in peace. This is still up there with Payday's most ambitious objectives ever, requiring you to align a complicated series of pipes to get everything flowing properly, which is extra challenging when almost pinballing out of the game's intended play space. I got there in the end, finding, you guessed it, another Gabriel Santiago awaiting my arrival, meaning the actual boss fight was back on the menu, pitting us up against a 120k health pool enemy without any crits. Surprisingly though, the fight didn't last very long, as the Santiago paradox crashed my game. Sorry, I know I promised stability before, but you can't really litigate for a boss duplicating himself and randomly showing up outside of his arena. Having relearned how the heist plays though, I had a much easier route back to our mate Santiago on the rematch, smashing my way through the first couple of sections with relative ease, thanks to the ludicrous defensive prowess of Stoic. Gabrielle wasn't taking the rematch particularly seriously, which is understandable when I'm putting out such pitiful damage. The longer this fight draws out, the more in his favour it falls, as a modifier rush left me facing an army of teleporting SWATs who can come back from the dead, in addition to the man himself. That sort of onslaught is above my build's pay grade, especially when I can hardly see what I'm shooting at, failing at the final hurdle once more. Surely the game would have mercy, maybe throw me a bone with a timely slash or something. No, of course not. Attempt 3 decided to place me in civilian mode whilst riding the boat over to the rig, something that obviously shouldn't be possible, resulting in me falling directly into the ocean. Now, no member of the Payday gang can swim or drown, meaning I was instead placed on an inexplicably solid section of sky and forced to repeatedly attempt jumps back to the boat like I was stuck in some sort of Payday purgatory. The end result? 2 broken legs and a fast track to attempt 4. But this one has got to be the most disappointing so far, and that's saying something after just failing at the rubber dinghy section. I just completely misread my UI, reloading instead of placing an FAK, allowing my ultra tanky ICTV Stoic build to go down with 0 fightback. I suppose it's good in a sense though, as it sets us up nicely for a climactic final attempt of Payday 2's last ever heist. One way or another, this is it. Either I triumph over these modifiers, or Santiago oils me up one final time. If you want stakes, this is also for a winning record. The difference between 6 or 7 completions out of a possible 12. The initial objectives up by the helipad barely troubled me, but things get really nasty when the special upgrade turns half the cops on the map into bulldozers, including, of course, the snipers. Shell Shock finally did me some good, brutally clearing a lot of the ground dozers, but it took me rolling into the mag dump modifier, slamming 200 LMG rounds into them at once to finally handle the sniper dozers. This has to be my sloppiest attempt so far, as even after I dealt with the snipers, I found myself harassed by the almighty Bronco beat cops, who absolutely should not be up there, leaving me with just 4 first aid kits by the time I was facing off against Santiago again. The difference maker for me here was securing jokers early, meaning I wasn't the boss's only target. With all the ammo available to me here, it was now just a case of unloading mag after mag, whilst praying for positive or at least neutral modifier rolls. My prayers were seemingly answered as the older Santiago brother finally hit the deck after an almost 5-minute back and forth, allowing me to rig the rig and make one final charge toward the escape. The school dozers placed in my path couldn't break through Stoic, whilst bullet time activated just too late to be particularly epic. One final capture had me panicking in the boat, but I've studied up on the skill trees over the course of this challenge, meaning I was home free, facing a final few moments of torture at the hands of Simon Says, and a celebratory round of flashbangs for that sweet, crude awakening completion. Well, I don't really know what to say. That was painful, but in all the right ways. Truly, from a player perspective, I don't think I've ever enjoyed a challenge quite as much as this one. The experience was totally unique, the difficulty was perfect, I loved the sense of progression from banning problematic modifiers, and the build variety meant I was always dealing with something else outside of the slew of strange effects on my screen. I also enjoyed having a finite number of attempts, as it made each one feel more important, and any early slip-ups that bit more impactful. Being honest with myself, I probably should have successfully cleared at least 3 more of the 12 heists, and I wish I could have ironed out the technical issues altogether, but that's all part of the fun of Payday. I'm gonna say it now, I think Chaos Mod might be my favourite Payday 2 creation ever. It adds so much variety and intrigue to every heist with immensely creative methods of ruining or making your day. Just a brilliant, teeth-grindingly frustrating, yet also satisfying challenge to play through. Hoppip deserves so much credit. I can hardly believe there's still more coming with future updates. As you can probably tell, I really do recommend giving this mod a try if you're interested in the occasional wacky Payday 2 session. I'm also really impressed by the Revival era heists. I'd love a way to fit them into a standard Payday challenge run without overly bloating the runtime. That all said, thank you so much for watching. I hope you had a great Pain Day, and apologies for being so late with this one. Once I missed the April 1st deadline, I decided to not rush it out the door and make it the best video I could. If you enjoyed, likes on the video go a long way to extend its reach, and it would also be massively appreciated if you could check out my custom range of Apex Gaming PCs from the usual link down in the description. Take care guys, have a great week, and I'll see you all very soon. A huge thank you to my dedicated Patreon backers. If you want to join this crew in going infamous, check out the link below.
Of the boss, I found my set, and with it, our destination. Another town that feels oddly familiar. The other map tells us that we need to find someone named Monono. Okay, let me get this clear. We went from one gated community to another gated community? Are we on the apocalypse?
Since Oriana knows. And I cannot deny that which I know deep down to be true. That fair-haired villager, an eternal descendant, she knew. At that moment when our eyes locked, we both knew. She clung to her children like I would end them then and there. She is of no risk now, but how many others must I fear? Is my blood truly impure? Oriana assures me we can right some of the wrongs of the past. She promises a way forward for Ogun. A way forward for the clans and the clanless alike. And a way forward for me. We must continue with our task.
Or something, where the space in between communities is full of monsters, demons, zombies, ghouls, vampires, werewolves, whatever. Nah, that couldn't be the case. It couldn't, but just by looking at how empty this place is, it may very well be that. I went through the park, the street, and different alleys to find Monono until I got a hint of where he, she, it may be. This game is called the Pink Valley, and I see pink over there, so I want to believe that's my alley. Yep, of course. 10 out of 10 game design. Intuition. It's really weird that this is...
Supposed to do something.
Колко тя дойде за шато?
Ništa.
Колко дойде?
Ništa, ništa.
A?
Ma ništa. Ovo inače, vidiš, može i Ranger da koristi. Vidiš, Huntress Ranger. Možeš da ga vodiš kao ono kokošku da bije za tebe, a možda ga ješaš tek s njega gađaš. S hopom i strelom. A pa ona, znaš, ptica. Hvala za čaj.
The only house that is open, and even the front door is open. Hello? Man, this is so... Why do I walk like Courage the Cowardly Dog? Hello? Monono! Monono! I found... I didn't see it then, but this lady with a yellow skirt may be the one from this picture, which I find very strange. Is Monono okay? Why do I have a hammer on my hand? Lady, what happened to Monono? Are you okay? Hello? Oh! Why? I was just trying to see what I could do. I didn't want to do this. It was the Pink Valley that forced me to do it. I tried grabbing Monono, but it didn't work. With nothing else to do, I left the scene. I need to fight. For some reason, I was back on my house, yet something was clearly wrong. There was stuff missing from my bedroom, like my dinosaur toy and all the pictures. The kitchen was also missing pictures of myself, with Frida the cute puppy being the only one left there. With nothing else to do, I went outside to find out what the hell was happening. Hello? What? All of a sudden, I got a shotgun, a pistol, and got some armor from my backyard, making this an extremely familiar experience. My name is not important. All I know is I must kill. With this simple action, I can see where the inspiration of this mod came. Even if this is only a video game, I do not like partaking on the actions of killing bystanders, so I try to progress through this mod without killing anyone. I mean, there are kids for fuck's sake. Yet, it didn't matter how much I fought against the army, how much I stayed alive, and how much I investigated to find the exit, I found next to nothing. Living room with no TV, like you have the full setup, my friend. Why no TV? You could have a PlayStation, an Xbox, a Switch here for your family's entertainment. Come on. I'm not kidding when I say, but after an hour of basically nothing, I came to a conclusion. Because this mod is basically hatred and postal, to progress through the story, all I need is skill. And that's what I did. I went with the game's wishes against my will and fell victim to my impulsive desires. And after a while, I got another blue ticket. Oh my god. Stop, man. The bus took me to another gated community, and I just did what had to be done. I fought against the army, committed multiple crimes, and heard someone crying. What's happening here? Besides this crying noise was a hand cannon. Hell yeah. ¿Cómo que un pene waffle ¿Cómo way? How? Why did you say that? I went back outside and saw the lady that was crying. I'm not a fucking monster. I just feel awful. I went outside and saw something very interesting. Wait a minute, is that an axe and Molotov cocktails? I need them. I can break this, right? Of course I can. Oh yeah, give me this. I like this. I continued with the game's wishes and kept ending anyone who stood before me. Oh la madre! What the hell, man? After the endless killing without no progress, I just knew what the game wanted me to do. It was pretty simple to know. I just didn't want to see it. What? This was weird. Like if what this man... Za jedno sat vremena. Dobro, sad je 3, jeli?
Pa, 4 nešto.
Treba nešto?
Ništa.
Reci,
danas
šta?
Sutra, ne danas, sutra
Danas,
ili preksutra do petka. 10.000 da platim račun.
Znači sad, a što mi to nisi rekla ujutro? Nema problema. Nema problema. Wow. Bršu pičku materinu. Lag na svaki potez. Jebote, znači ne verujem.
Winter's chill. Set free unworthy. Through an endless night. They wither and tarry. Forsaken frosts. As cold as death. Of Baylor's misery. The pack won't forget. Desolation. Solstice of pain. I smell your blood.
Znači, skočio kad sam bio pola rola, ne verujem. Oko prošli put.
I'll remove your head myself. You can bloody well try. First one's iron. Run, little rabbit. No escape. K3cman. I will take out your heart. Requiem on high. Desolation. I will take out your heart. And save as night falls. Winter's chill. Softly unworthy. Through an endless night. They wither and tarry. Forsaken frosts. As cold as death. Of Baylor's misery. The pack won't forget. Requiem on high. I smell your blood. Breathe I smell your blood. And I am ready. The air grows colder. And now the moon. And now the impaler. As swift as death. Imbued by the moon. Cursed or gifted. Branded and afflicted. Your veins soon chilled. And shall slay again. Desolation. I smell your blood. And I am ready. Allow me to clear your mind, if only for a moment. The madness, it consumed my being. Oriana, you
used it against me.
Where has she taken the beast?
I found messages from the desert.
From the Vastiri?
Yes. Find her. Kill her. But first, please, stop the madness.
As you wish. Let's make haste. Let us return to Clearfell to make our preparations.
Count, gee, we can find. Pardon me, the count.
You've done well, the governor. This. Sir Brenner.
Not a good idea.
Oh, actually, pretty good.
Go.
Boy, anything take your fancy.
How can I betrayal?
The Countess has escaped with the beast. Every attempt to control it has ended.
Well, sir, we have arrived.
Poorly.
The Bastille awaits. Good luck to you.
This outposts. Do whatever it takes.
The weary traveler grows close to the end of the path.
Ah, the Marrakesh, a very rich culture.
You are seek Payne.
Fish?
Just did was so traumatizing that his mind just locked out for a couple of seconds and came back to reality when it felt safe. The same thing kept happening over and over and over and over again, and it all was happening while I was killing multiple people outside, which told me that whatever this man was doing was fracturing his mind more and more, to the point where I just do not know what's real and what's an illusion. In the midst of chaos, these guys are just being lovey-dovey still. Look at them being extremely happy. After fighting some more and losing consciousness once again, I saw the same couple from before having a fight.
Why is this couple having a discussion in the middle of an active zone?
Oh my god, this made...
How can I advise?
me black out once again, and when I came back, no one was on the street, as all I could see was death, and in the distance, I saw someone sitting in the park.
You want to go too?
Is it just me, or is the game trying to tell me the reason as to why this man is doing all of this? And when I thought this couldn't get any worse, I arrived at a middle school, and because this is the Pink Valley, I did what had to be done.
5 plus 5, 55. 3 plus 1, 4. 2 plus 2, moo. Among Us.
I kept moving forward and found a red door.
You need a red card to activate this object. Well, where's the red card? Now what is this place? Oh, a library. Don't worry, folks. I'm just here for the red key card.
Even if what I need is the red key card, what I found was the blue one, which meant that there's also a blue door. I searched for it, did questionable things, until I found it.
Oh, look. So I opened the blue door just so I could get the red key. Got it.
It might be so stupid, but I truly feel wrong doing all of this. I know it's just a video game and none of this is real, but I just cannot stop myself from feeling this way. Is it weird to feel this way, my friends?
Oh look, red key, red door. What's up with you? I'm sorry. Authorities that you can play in the kids. What?
Well, the kids' garden it is. I searched for this garden, but wasn't able to find it yet. What I did found was this.
Patética, 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 patética.
To be honest, this reminds me to when I was in school, as I was awfully picked on when I was little. I kept searching for the kids' garden and found something that gave me nightmares.
What's that sound? What the fuck? Hello? Hello?
I think she's gone. Beside this was a room with a yellow door and a message.
Hello? Oh wait, we have a yellow key card. We're in the garden. Teacher, we're in the garden. Oh shit, what?
After a while, I finally found the garden.
Okay. What? Okay.
Well, at least I have the yellow key now. I went back to the yellow door and used the key.
Now I got this one. What the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, what the hell is happening? Oh. Oh, what the fuck? Help me.
Oh. I have no idea what just happened. All I know is whoever this lady is was an important person in the life of our character, and now that she's gone, she's now tormenting us. After going outside, I was met with the army itself. Heavy-duty police force armed with shotguns, shields.
Passage, nothing will.
machine guns, and so much more. Thankfully or not, I'm also armed to the teeth with guns, and with the power of blood, I went through the army of policemen and got rid of them one by one. To be totally honest, when fighting against armed enemies, this mod is extremely fun. The guns are great, the enemy variety is good, and the game is hard as well. Yet, the more things change, the more they stay the same. After killing everyone on sight, I was finally able to escape. What followed was a supermarket. Not that it matters, as this place is filled with enemies that want to hurt me. Yet, after a while, I began to notice some things. The further I went into this game, the sinister it became.
Who's making that sound?
I feel nothing. I kept fighting for my life and saw something that piqued my interest quite a lot.
Oh, what's this? Professional armor. Oh, what? Hello? What the fuck?
Oh wait, that's me.
What?
I just do not know what to say. This guy's mind is all over the place. Is this real or a dream? To find the answer, we need to dwell deeper. I kept fighting and saw something that made me question everything up until this point.
What the fuck was that?
If you didn't catch it, let me play it again. Whatever this is was a creation of our own mind, or this character's mind, no doubt about it. After deciding, everything took a turn for the worse. More enemies got to the supermarket, and this place that was inaccessible before now was. But I'm not digging it. I mean, just look at it. This is a huge red flag. Let's get the fuck out. In my search for the exit, I found Monono.
Oh, look, the teddy. Monono! I found Monono.
I tried getting Monono out of his cell, but that was simply impossible. Yet, that's not the only weird thing here.
Cannot grab it. What the fuck? What? What's this? This cannot be real, right?
Because of this, I went outside for some fresh air. By that I meant the exit, found nothing, and went back to the supermarket.
Oh look, the bathroom is now open. Openly lit. Oh!
This wasn't the only place this was happening, as it also happened here, at opposite ends of the store. All this did was remind me of the lady with the yellow skirt in the bathroom, which made me shit my pants. Because of that, I went back outside and saw the exit finally.
Oh, there's a stop. Is this the bus stop? Yep, it's the beep.
And now, after all of that shit, we go straight back home, into a nice sunset. This just makes me question if all we did back there was just an illusion our character deluded himself into creating. I mean, it happens to the best of us, right?
Where am I supposed to be? In this darkness. Please tell me this was just a dream and I wasn't killing dozens upon dozens of innocent civilians. What's this? Oh wait, what? Where am I?
As I went through this alleyway, I tried to decipher what was the next step, and after a while, I noticed that this alleyway wasn't where I was supposed to go. So, I went back and went through here. If memory serves me right, this is the bridge that is back home. All I need to do is cross it in the darkness of the night.
This reminds me to that episode of SpongeBob where SpongeBob and Patrick go down to the depths and they have to wait for the boss to pass by. This is extremely dark. Not that it matters, as I used my amazing backtracking skills to get back home. And of course it's open, because it is my house. Hello. I'm back home. I was just doing some stuff outside, but I'm back home. Going to my room. Hola. I died. I'm going to heaven. Oh no, I'm just back to where... Oh, so this was just all a bad dream. Even if the auto map says this is a new day, I need to see for myself if everything is alright. Oh. So it was all just a bad dream. Yeah, because I wouldn't grab a ton of weapons and start killing innocent civilians just for the sake of it, right? Now that I know it was all just a really bad trip, I cannot wait to finally meet Monono. I mean, there's a reason why I have a bus ticket. Right, I went through the neighborhood, saw the bridge I was talking you about, and reached the bus stop. It's the same guy from before with his flowers. Wait. There's no beep. Where's the bus stop?
Who goes there?
Oh, don't tell me I need to go through the bridge again.
I mean, that's the only possible answer. Not that it matters, of course, as the bridge is actually open for transit.
Going through the bridge. Hello. That's... Monono! Wait, there's something behind me, right? Oh. Monono, what are you doing here? Monono! Yeah, there's no way I can get in. I guess this is not the way, my friends.
As I was going back, I could feel the air change.
What happened to the flower guy? He's gone. He left me. Where's the beep beep?
As I was searching for answers as to why no one is here, I found a house with the door opened. In the entrance, there was a teddy bear. I followed the lead and reached this.
What?
If you are not able to recognize this, this is a picture that was on our own kitchen, making me wonder why it's here. Malditos ladrones de mierda. I went back home, into my backyard, and not only found a hammer, but also that my dog Frida was nowhere to be found.
I cannot go inside my own house. What's up? What's up with you?
Outcasts currently make them.
I just do not know what's real anymore.
He came from here, so... Yeah? Wait, that's a red key. But why do I need it?
Well, gotta find the red door, I guess. Just as I was searching for it, I saw something strange, as the street that led back to the bus station was now barricaded, which meant that I had to go back and search for another way out. Thankfully, I know the way, because I have been paying lots of attention since I began this playthrough.
This is exhausting. Oh, I opened it. And now the town is full of zombies? Or... Well, this is the dawn of a new day, so... I guess this is my destiny. You're not civilians. You're not humans. You're monsters. You were not made in God's image. God wouldn't be that
disgusting. As I was killing these abominations of hell, these monsters, I was wondering when will this end. I have been playing for over 4 hours and this has been an absolute nightmare. Well, at least I know what to do. I went through the monster-infested neighborhood, found some weapons to defend myself, and got to work. These monsters are extremely weak to fire, so using the Molotov cocktail scattered through the neighborhood is definitely my best bet. I killed and killed and killed and killed so many monsters, and just as I was running out of options, I remembered the bridge. I went to it, killed this thing, and found something good. Captain Akeran. Oh wait, is that a weapon? It's the blue key. Yes, 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 progress. Man, I've been stuck in this fucking place so much. Now I finally got my weapons. Now that I have a shotgun and a blue key, all I need is the blue door, which I managed to find very quick. It's time to open the blue door and get the fuck out of here. Oh, hello. Yeah, I'm not getting near you. The door led me to the street behind my house, and as I moved onward, I got to the neighborhood park. What's that? Is that a picture of me? My childhood? Oh. Now I get it. She's behind me, right? Oh. We were together. We were happy. Oh, what? What's this? The map says I need to search for my monono, and I'm gonna find my monono, whatever means necessary. As I walk through the street, I recognized this place, as this is my girlfriend's neighborhood. And just as I was thinking that, I saw her house. That pink house. Baby? I'm home. Armed with a shotgun. Being inside this place made me feel wrong, strange, so much that I just wanted to get out. Oh, someone please get me out of here. I'm back to my room, but my stuff is gone. My picture, my dinosaur, it's all gone. Wait. I still need to get my monono. Yeah, I did see that lady in the window. Monono. Oh, 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 oh. What the fuck? My Monono and Frida, where are they? Give them back to me. This isn't right. This is the entrance of my house. Now it's a hallway. What? It's the red door. How? I had a red key. Shit. Holy crap. Where's my monono? I need to search my monono. Ah! Where's my monono?
Ouch. A la madre. What the fuck is that? I'm going to be real, this section of the mod is a maze, and it's one of, if not the hardest maze I've ever went through, as the maze changes, twists, and contorts in real time, making it extremely hard to navigate. I spent hours, literally hours. I spent hours trying to escape this place, but all of my efforts were for absolutely nothing, making me, for the first time ever, stop my journey here. Yet, I'm not going to give up. Fuck no. Due to some time constraints, thanks to a trip I have in a few hours, and because Doom the Dark Ages is less than a month away, I was, in quotes, forced to split this episode in two. Because of this trip I'm having, this is going to be my last Doom streaming episode before Doom the Dark Ages releases. But because a lot of you have been asking me to make an episode on the Pink Valley, I just couldn't wait after the Dark Ages released. So this video is the only exception where I do this. Because of that, when this video reaches 15,000 likes, I'll drop part 2 of the Pink Valley. Pinky promise. With that being said, thank you so much for watching. Leave lots of likes, comments for the algorithm gods, and I'll see you in 3 weeks. Have a great day, my friends, and stay safe. Adios. Bye.
You don't have to be here for this. I could look things up online, ironically, like many of you are doing. I guess it really just helps learn the scope of things and how much gets affected when there's a decision about global trade.
Yep, they're a ship, so I think we'll be able to see it.
Container ship, huh? Too bad we don't have the drone, but they're probably not allowed here.
How would they know?
The first 2 weeks of April 2025 have had nearly daily changes to the import policies and tariffs, especially in the US. You hear about it in the news constantly.
10% tariffs. China is now hitting back.
54% tariff.
Adding up to a combined 104. China is striking back. 84%.
A 90-day freeze.
125%.
Up to 145%.
Overnight, Beijing announcing a 125% tariff on U.S. imports.
245%. But what we don't hear enough about is how this affects real companies and the people who buy from them, whether that's positive or negative. It was amazing how many people wanted to go on camera for this piece. We met with everyone, from CEOs and founders to frontline logistics personnel and product directors. That's where we're going. Hi. Yes. Nice to meet you.
So for example, we have a $100 case, right? We break it down 50% aluminum, 50% whatever other material. The $100, there is the 20% that will get charged automatically for the entirety of the 100. And then if you break it down 50% of the aluminum, which is $50, you tariff that 25%. So now we're at $12.50. So 20 plus $12.50, we're at $32.50.
Right.
And then if we do the 50% of the rest of the material, which is the remaining $50 of that case, that will get charged 125% reciprocal. So that entire case, the $100 case, will get tariffed at, I believe it's $95.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now we're paying $195 for a $100 case.
So what do you do?
You gotta pay them. You know, like you can't abandon the container. You can do that, but there's potential lawsuit.
Right.
But it took me 25 years to build a relationship, the entire supply chain. I don't want to ruin my credibility.
It's like, how are you supposed to come up with a plan when your plan 10 minutes ago is already like out the window? It doesn't make any sense.
Pricing, I mean, we stopped shipping to US right now.
And we are losing money on everyone we sell.
So how much are you losing right now if you sell one of these at $140?
I would lose $91.26.
Jesus Christ.
For a Y40.
Oh man. We even convinced competitors of 3 decades to go on camera together, even touring each other's US-based pre-built computer factories in City of Industry, California. That GN, which has shown a hypercritical spotlight on both iBuyPower and CyberPower pre-built PCs, can convince these 2 competitors to go on camera in each other's own American factories, says a lot about their uncertainty around tariffs. Is all your assembly in this building, or you have?
No, we have multiple buildings.
Okay.
In the United States.
Yes.
All
in
of
the
it's in
US.
the United States.
So usually we do have a lot of OT because of that whole tariff going on. We're not doing OT for the last few weeks.
How many employees do you guys have?
Here, around 200.
And I want to point out some irony here. Right now, our solution is we're not shipping into the United States, and we're depending on other regions to be able to move forward. CyberPower manufactures their products here in America. They don't have other regions to do that.
I see where the irony is going.
So at a certain point, we may not collapse because we're able to sell internationally, but CyberPower is effectively an American-based company.
And what % of your business is in the U.S. in terms of purchases or orders?
About like 80%.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Brutal time. Oh, more.
All right.
People have lived in the shadows of Jude for too long. Countless generations have been forgotten, will be forgotten. We are not Faradin. We are Maraketh. And if we work together, if we unite, then they will be forced to acknowledge us. We must show them that casting us off is a mistake. We must show them our strength. Perhaps we can one day rebuild Keth's for all those who live in the plains of Vastiri.
Yeah, possibly more. It would be close to 80 to 90%.
Do you think this kills some American companies? Not necessarily anyone's here at this table,
Sure.
but
This is like a high-stress event. This will kill some people.
and the common theme talking to everyone wasn't necessarily the percentage amount of the tariffs or the taxes, but the instability, uncertainty, or unpredictability, using the manufacturer's words, of how these tariffs were rolled out. What do you think is the biggest problem or challenge with how these tariffs are being rolled out?
Forecasts change. The entire dynamic doing business changes. You know, it changes on a daily basis.
I think it's just like there's no consistency.
But this time, the problem is, with it changing constantly, everybody's wondering, like, well, what's going to happen tomorrow? What's going to happen next week? But if it keeps changing, then we have no idea when this will resolve itself or normalize.
I just hope there's more certainty.
A lot has happened, like a lot of changes in the news cycle, a lot of like confusion.
But yeah, this is very different. I think the uncertainty of what's going to happen next week is what's causing all the markets to be very jittery. Yeah.
With things changing daily or weekly, I think this is more off-putting for any business than it helps. It just makes things a lot worse from my perspective.
And with this, if I see a tariff of 20 or 40% one week, 50 to 60 a day later, then I see it 120%. Then I see, well, electronics are maybe exempt and in Bloomberg. And then I see on Truth Social, no, that's not actually happening. I have no idea what that means. So I can't make decisions because it's not about it being a high tariff. It's about not having a clue what's going on.
We brought you this video with store.gamersaccess.net. This video cost us over $10,000 to put together between the travel and production time, not counting all the opportunity cost of skipping videos for a week to make an important piece. To support our audience, we're maintaining our prices for all current inventory despite cost increases on incoming orders. We seriously need your help to continue making videos like this. Head over to store.gamersaccess.net to grab one of our brand new GPU paper launch t-shirts featuring a GPU going into a shredder, our honeypot foil t-shirt, or our large PC building anti-static mod bats with pinout diagrams and screw tracking grids. You'd probably also like our extremely heat-resistant silicone project and soldering mats, which also provide a high-quality work surface for all kinds of work, including, of course, soldering. You should also check out our tabletop RPG and gaming dice sets with 7 sharp edge resin dice in each kit, including either embedded actual e-waste inductors or Snowflake the Cat miniatures within the dice and the included wooden box, also featuring an included guard. Heads up, all of our products will eventually be affected by tariffs in some capacity, even the ones made in the US, like some of our glassware, because upchain logistics much larger than us are already affecting the supply chain. We're committed to maintaining our prices as long as possible to try and weather the storm together with the audience. It's likely we'll have to raise them eventually, but for now at least, you can go to store.gamersaccess.net to support this kind of on-the-ground content while getting something awesome in return. Thanks for your help. Now back to the program. This was a big adventure. We booked a one-way flight to Southern California, spoke to Cooler Master 15 minutes after landing, drove to City of Industry, and spoke to 4 other companies the same day that we woke up at 3 a.m. and flew across the country, made an existential bet.
Well, whoever dies first was better, okay?
Yeah, that is likely the real barometer.
Deal.
All right, we've got it figured out. Now we'll know which one of us was better at being obsessed with work.
Packed everything, rented a car to drive up the coast, attempted to ask local wildlife about tariffs.
Excuse me, sir. Can you tell me what you think about the newest tariff exemptions? No comment.
Came to a sudden realization.
Take a breath before he dove under. This whole trip is really just an excuse for I to fuck around.
Continued driving to San Francisco to ask Corsair this.
Which product category contributed to Corsair's growth the most, and why was it RGB LEDs?
Yeah, well,
Flew to Austin, Texas to see this guy.
Oh, fuck you. I mean, seriously.
Got back on the plane and flew to North Carolina, then got in a car, drove to Wilmington to go here.
And we've shifted all our growth there.
And we were coast to coast in a matter of days, and we learned a lot about tariffs. For this story, we spoke to a lot of people and companies to learn their perspectives. We met with and filmed discussions with companies ranging from the size of an independent repair shop in Austin, Texas, to the publicly traded Corsair Components, which did over $1 billion of revenue in 2023. Some people are taking the tariff situation harder than others.
You're not tired yet?
Huh? Tired?
Not tired?
No. We're already rolling.
That's great. Come on over.
Okay.
Sure.
Do you want me to not include that or include that?
I think the torture is part of the story.
Got it. Is the hangover related to the tariffs?
Can't make an omelet, I'm not sure.
Got it. Okay.
Now, what might happen is our Home Labs products, maybe the differential for the offshore built stuff's, maybe it's gonna lessen.
Mm-hmm.
And
you mean like the gap might close?
Gap might close.
So in other words, saying that are you saying the competitors competing Home Labs product will approach your price?
Yeah, they'll probably come up. We deliver value today. Hey, if that lessens, well, advantage us, right? And it's all good.
And we want to hear all of their perspectives. Although everyone today feels the same way about the uncertainty, some feel that way for different reasons. With over 8 hours of interview footage, we have to cut these down for time, but we're not filtering what anyone is saying. The whole point is finding people who say things that we might not have thought of, and that includes things we may agree or disagree with. In order of appearance today, the discussions come from Height, a computer case and cooling manufacturer in City of Industry, California. Thermal Grizzly, Berlin, Germany-based factory with worldwide contract factory usage for liquid metals, thermal paste, and components used in the components, giving it a deeper supply chain position and EU insights to speak from. Cooler Master, a manufacturer of PC and industrial components alike, like automotive heat sinks. Cooler Master owns many factories in China, but also works with contract factories worldwide. Straight Forwarding, a freight forwarding and logistics company that the other companies hire to figure out how to import products to the United States. straightforwarding and would have the most precise knowledge here about the tariffs of our group today. Rossmann Repair Group, an Austin, Texas-based repair shop that imports soldering equipment from China and sells the tools from its online store in the US. Corsair Components, a mammoth of power supplies, system memory, solid-state storage, and nearly every other part. Corsair CEO and founder Andy Paul provided executive-level insights. Protocase, part of the 45 Drives NAS and server provider family. Protocase is a contract manufacturer that makes its own server cases in Canada and just opened a new facility we drove out to in Wilmington, North Carolina. CyberPower, a pre-built PC manufacturer with its assembly factory in City of Industry, California. iBuyPower, competitor to CyberPower, also with its assembly plant in City of Industry, California, and parent of Height. This was a huge trip with a ton of last-minute logistics on our side. To begin to understand any of this situation, though, we need to go back to the start of this journey of getting the story. It's been a quick one. A timeline would help start us off. We've tracked the evolving tariff landscape and we'll try to summarize its changes as briefly as possible. We're publishing the entire timeline with our sources on the website linked below, but here's the short version. The current US administration announced it would be imposing a 25% tariff on Canada and Mexico, but then decided to pause those tariffs before deciding to unpause them, and then they were paused again, but only for cars. Then some exceptions were made to take into account agreements signed regarding the USMCA, a North American trade agreement Trump signed during his first term. Beyond Canada and Mexico, the administration announced varying widespread tariffs on most other countries, including many that manufacture PC parts for this industry, like 32% on Taiwan, 36% on Thailand, and 46% on Vietnam, but soon let off the gas on that plan for 90 days and instead relegated most countries to a 10% across-the-board tariff. Meanwhile, new tariffs on China, not counting previous tariffs that have been in place, started out at 10%, only to rise to 20%, and then to 54%, and then 104%, before ultimately landing at 145% all in the last couple of months. Some of these even were happening in the middle of our meetings with these companies. The US administration most recently said that the tariffs may go as high as 245% on specific goods with inbound docking fees, so it's still developing. Eventually, some exceptions were made for electronics, which include smartphones and computers, but then the president said that no tariff exceptions had been made and that the administration is looking into further tariffs on semiconductors. As you can see, these are Schrodinger's tariffs. As long as you don't open the container, the goods are both tariffed and untariffed. And during our trip, the tariffs changed day by day. April 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 13th all had developments in this timeline.
But at this point, it's not, we can't predict anything. And our business relies on consistency and predictability.
So when we asked the companies this question, do you happen to know what the tariff rates are right now? The answer changed based on the hour of the day that we spoke to them.
Oh, there's a 100+% tariff.
All in all, we're looking at about 145 with its new tariffs imposed.
Okay.
Yeah.
To our understanding, it's 145%.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
general.
Yeah, general.
The big number. Okay. So the big number that we just had that is official as of last night, we have 125% plus 20% plus the 25% that happened in 2018. So that would bring your total to 170%.
Here's why we're talking about all of this. Consumer prices will go up as a result of this activity. Some people may hold a view that this is a necessary short-term pain. Others may hold a view that it's unnecessary. We're just here to talk about what's happening. Manufacturers like Height, Meta PCs, Encase, Razer, Asus, Lenovo, Framework, Dell, and Nintendo have already been in the news for price increases, for duties being passed on to customers, or even just halting shipments to the US entirely and drying out that market. So do you guys send them somewhere else, the products, or what?
Yes, we try to reroute them to different countries, different regions.
So when current inventory goes out,
we're dried out.
This becomes a complicated topic, with many branching valid reasons for price increases and some branching less valid reasons. Some manufacturers may smokescreen and use this to increase prices more than strictly necessary, which we'll talk about today as well. For people asking, well, these companies they're taking this opportunity to use the tariffs as a smokescreen to permanently increase the price. As for valid reasons, there are many. Most of you likely know that ordering more units gets a discount. We'll give you a real-world example with us. If we order 23 t-shirts, we pay $4 more per unit than if we buy 100 t-shirts, and $5.25 more per unit than if we order 576 t-shirts. These are real price deltas for us. Here's a computer part example using some real numbers. The higher tariff cost causes reduced liquidity due to higher import taxes, which causes a reduced order volume, which causes a higher cost per unit due to worse economies of scale, causing higher tariff totals on those units because the cost per unit goes up and it's tariffed at the same rate, causing a higher cost of money via interest because most products are brought in on credit, causing the customer to pay more. There's a ripple effect that isn't as clean as just the percentage tariff. If you have higher cost from tariffs, does that then potentially impact your order volume?
Absolutely.
And if it impacts your order volume, then does it also affect your economies of scale and your price per unit?
Yes. If, let's say, dollar volume stays the same, but your cost increases, that your economy scales and your quantity is just going to drop. So that might impact our overall quantity.
Does that impact the average cost of the unit? Typically?
Yes. You increase average cost per unit, increase cost, everything associated, potentially pass on to the end user.
So if you paid $3 more per unit because you ordered 1,000 fewer units,
correct. Right.
The tariff is now applying against that $3 increase as well. Is that accurate?
Yeah, according to what you say, this is how we understand it.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, whether you pass on the end user or we absorb those costs.
Right. But if it's like 100%, then you pay $3 more, now it's just like $6 more.
Yeah, $6 more.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just, this, like, it seems like it's like a snowball effect.
Correct.
Yeah.
So, okay.
And then, by the way, tariff, we had to prepay those. We had to prepay. Also creates our cash flow burdens for the finance team. So we probably potentially need to borrow more money from the bank to operate this, increase interest, increase everything else. Like you said, snowball.
Right, yeah. One of the major counterpoints to all of this is, why not make it in America? We'll start with CyberPower, which actually already does build the computers in America, in California. In fact, that's the only place they build them, and they have hundreds of employees who do it. Now, CyberPower assembles computers. They don't make the components that get assembled into the computers, but this is interesting, because when people think of a motherboard factory, they might think the entire board is made in that factory. But in actuality, that factory is just like CyberPower. It's assembling all the parts from over 100 other factories down chain, with typically about 10 to 20 major component suppliers for one motherboard. So really, an SMT line for a motherboard is the same concept as an assembly line for a pre-built PC. They're bringing in parts from lots of other places to put them into a product.
Yeah, I think it starts off with your question, which is like, do we want to make things in America, and how would we go about doing it, right? And that's, of course, a question we think about all the time. We always think about, where we source things. The more we control, the better. But this is just represents one out of like anywhere between 9 to 10 components that make up the basics of a computer. So the first thing we'd have to do is talk to all the manufacturers that make this motherboard and ask them to bring this motherboard production over to America.
Right.
And now, while these companies might bring the motherboard production manufacturer over to America, they don't actually make all the parts that make up this motherboard. There could be anywhere between 10 to 20 other companies that make up these individual parts that are still being made in other countries.
MSI had given me numbers years ago, how many components are on a motherboard. I'm counting all of the tiniest resistors and caps. And on a high-end board, top of my head, it was thousands of components. Counting all the smallest ones.
Yeah.
So a lot makes up a motherboard.
Yeah, and so these guys who make these things, they specialize in it. They make just that one thing. And sometimes it's so important that when they have a problem at their factory, all the motherboard companies start having problems. They all source from this one guy in China or wherever. So you'd have to bring all those component manufacturers over as well to bring it to say that it's made in America and avoid the tariff. But once you do that, these guys that make this plastic or this aluminum, they also have to source their raw material from somewhere else, which then ends up having a tariff as well. So no matter how many companies we bring over to try to complete this ecosystem, this supply chain, somewhere along the line, there's still going to be sources that must be tariff and made overseas. And then you'd have to bring that entire process all the way up to this, to the final process of us putting this into a computer, all into America. The goal of the tariff was to bring manufacturing back to America, was the argument, right? But at the same time, it is a good goal. It's a goal that we undoubtedly want to achieve, but is this the right way to do it is probably where I would say, no, I don't think that this is the right way to do it. There's other ways to do it, and now that you understand the complexity, and hopefully your viewers understand this huge supply chain and how it works, that they realize that it's not something you can turn on overnight. That's just the main thing. It's achievable, but it requires a lot of people work together, and it could take decades or years to really achieve this while still making the product affordable, because we haven't talked about that yet. Even bringing all this stuff to America doesn't guarantee that it's affordable. So people who are thinking about doing this, they have to consider all these other things. What is the cost going to be? Will people be willing to pay for it?
Worldwide manufacturing is anywhere from sort of $2 to $3 to $4 an hour, typically. Here, you know, the minimum wage in most states is 15 to 20, but most people want more than that.
Right. $7.25 where I live. Yeah.
Wow.
$7.25.
But you can see that even if you did that, most people aren't going to sign up en masse to do. You know, the 4 million unemployed Americans aren't looking for, you know, sub $10 jobs, certain-hour jobs. So I think that it's very, very difficult to move manufacturing back.
I'll use a computer case because it's the one I was the product manager for the longest. If you use a computer case, you think about the cardboard box, the ink that is printed on that cardboard box, the tape that's used to shut the cardboard box, the foam inside the cardboard box, the paper the manual's printed on with that ink. The case itself has steel, it has glass, it has maybe aluminum, it has some ABS plastics, it has rubber for rubber grommets, sometimes different durometers of rubber. Screws that come from one factory, fans.
Scorpion stinger. Now you pay with your life. Shut your mouth, traitor!
Yes, it was on me.
1,000 praises. Alpha, please take me back to you.
Sure.
I should charge for this.
Sure.
Which are usually either bought from a fan
motors for fans,
blades for fans, wiring, the connectors that go into the 3 or 4 pin headers. You know, all of those elements have to come from somewhere. So there's a supply chain that goes, you know, decades back into who started this factory that makes nothing but screws. And that's right down the street. Yeah, the screw factory is 2 blocks away from the case factory. Which is next door to the cardboard factory, which is next door to the ink factory, which is next door to the foam factory. And if you want to go from I have nothing to I have a completed product in one city block, you can do it in China. You can't do that in North America easily right now. And it would take a long time to get to that point.
This question came up in every single interview we did, and it interrupted the flow too much and lost some of the meaning when we tried stripping it out in the edit to shove it all into one section. So we'll talk more about this throughout the entire video with everybody as we go. It'll be timestamped. Our first big meeting is with Height. Height is a computer case manufacturer headquartered in City of Industry, California. This meeting includes unique insights to the actual costs and margin structure of some products, which helps us to understand the real dollar amounts affected by tariff changes. And this kind of access is very uncommon. All right, so this is really important. This is something that manufacturers are reasonably very secretive about, and it's the cost to actually make something, bring it in. It's basically the cost of the good itself, and that means we're gonna see margin. This is incredibly rare. Height has broken down the cost of a Y40 and then a thick Q80, right?
Yeah.
And so we'll do a quick preview, and then we'll cut back and explain it.
So I think this is really an explanation of why we can't even afford to bring the products into America any longer.
And I'm here to show you how it is to make a Y40 and what its cost structure is. So before we start planning any product, we start estimating the monthly run rate and how many months it's gonna be in the market. So we start with 2,000 units per month, a lifetime of 24 months, and a total of 48,000 units per lifetime. During pre-production, we had 3 mock-ups that were made. We had an NRE development cost of $30,000 and a tooling cost of totaling $239,000.
Non-refundable engineering.
Okay.
So that's like using services from the factory to help do the engineering for the product.
And then non-refundable.
Yeah.
Right.
Got it. Okay.
So our total pre-production investment totaling $286,000 was amortized per unit of $5.98 or $6. So before everything happened, before February 1st, our FOB price from the factory is $71.75. And you could see all the events that happened, this is blank. So our tariff charge is $0. Our case per pallet, now we're going to freight. Our case per pallet is 20 cases per pallet, 30 pallets per container, and 600 cases per container. So now we start calculating how much is per unit's freight charge. $6,000 per container, divide by 600, $10 per unit, 1,500 of documentation fee, trucking fee, unloading fee, and port fees. This is known as the local charge, amortized to $2.50. So the total freight charge per Y40 to bring into the US door to door is $12.50. So if we add up that all together, our FOB price is $71.75 plus the freight in $12.50, the storage fee of $2, and an amortized investment of $5.98.
This is all per unit.
This is all per unit. Our landed cost would be $92.22. In order to sell at $129 MSRP and to have the retail margin of 25%, our high margin would be $5.27, while we take 5% margin.
Is that retail margin pretty standard?
Retail margins are pretty standard. They are really hard to negotiate that percentage.
Okay. This is basically nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You might even call it a kind of loss leader, right? Yeah. This became a product that we were effectively just growing market share with, making about $5. And you can see the retailer, they have no problem with that because the retailer was still making their 25% margin. They're making $32.49 while we made $5.27. And this is pre-tariff, mind you, right?
Okay.
So, you can imagine now if you add any tariff to this, the response isn't like, oh, we need to go and reimagine how we build these things. It's this product is non-viable. We can't sell products at this price.
And this is how you get to potentially not bring them to the US.
Yeah.
Shit. Yeah. All right. It gets worse. So.
It gets worse. So,
My pockets are full.
2018, there was a tariff called Section 301. It was a 25% tariff on certain items. The case was excluded, but that will end. It might extend, it might end during May 31st. So we put a price right here, so we'll show the cost a little later. February 4th, we have the 10% tariff on the cases. So that increased our costs by $7.18. During March 4th, there was a 20% increase on tariff on the case, so it brings our costs additional $14.35. During March 12th, there was a 25% aluminum tariff, but this doesn't apply to the case. This applied to some of our coolers. During April 5th to April 8th, there was a 10% reciprocal tariff that was added that increased the cost by $7.18. And currently, we have a 125% reciprocal tariff that increased our cost by $89.60.
Reciprocal, I guess their word here.
Quotes.
Yeah,
reciprocal.
Quotes. Yeah. Okay.
So you start looking down our landed cost here during different times. Now, during the first wave, it would be $99, and it increased to $106, $113, and then $196, and then May it would be $214. They don't extend the exclusion.
So $196 So you're now you're $60 beyond what you want to sell it for, basically.
Yeah, as our cost.
Right.
And
the retail margin the margin's still the same. The retail profit has increased.
Yeah, we increased the price. You know, originally it was 150, and then we had lowered it down to 130. But as a response to the tariffs, we had to increase prices. So it's back up to 140, and you can see that the retail margin has actually increased on their dollar. So they're making more profit than before.
Right.
And we are losing money on everyone we sell.
So how much are you losing right now if you sell one of these at $140?
I would lose $91 for a Y40.
Oh man.
And I can tell you that the margin on like a Y70 Touch, it's worse. It's worse. That touchscreen is the most expensive, lowest margin part in a Y70 Touch, and that's because again we're pushing to gain market share. If we charged what everybody expects their margin to be, this would not be a viable product in the market. Customers would not be able to afford that. We wouldn't be able to scale our quantities to hopefully eventually get our costs down. Economies of scale play a huge role here in balancing that pricing structure, and it's just not viable. This market, as it stands today with these products, it's not viable to manufacture and bring these products to sell in America.
And then your worst case is $214.
Worst case is the landed cost would be $214,
So
and we'll lose $109.
So you're going to see companies be a lot tighter about only bringing in products that have the most guaranteed selling opportunity, right? So you're going to see maybe less colors or less special SKUs or less low quantity products and more just middle of the road volume. Yeah, middle of the road volume.
In the film, with them either joining Kurtz and leading his clan or going off and becoming something else. In the end, Kurtz actually wants them to kill him because this will then allow him to take over his place. This is why he emerges to the tribe all before him at the end, because this was all part of the big plan. At least, that's how I take it anyway, and the idea of duality with a man is played upon early in the film when we hear Coleman laying out the two sides of man. Before playing this clip though, listen up for the references to duality and the notion that there's conflict within one's heart.
Because there's a conflict in every human heart between good and evil, between the rational and the irrational. Every man has got a breaking point, and good does not always triumph. Sometimes the dark side overcomes what Lincoln called the better angels of our nature.
These references to good and bad, light and dark, they're encompassed perfectly in both Kurtz and Willard, who are opposite sides of the same coin. Kurtz is even shot mainly in darkness, whereas Willard isn't, again painting out these two sides of shadow and light. It makes for what's two brilliantly complicated characters, and it all stems out from these opening moments. Now, the opening shot was almost never in the film, with Coppola pulling the footage out of the trash during the editing process. This was actually a discarded trim of the village attack, but Coppola realized that when accompanied by the end, it made for something both beautiful and deadly. Now, superimposed over the top of this, we get Willard, who's then further joined by this spinning fan on the ceiling. The marrying of these images may seem odd, but I feel like the upside down aesthetic shows where Willard's at mentally. The wheel has been flipped on its head, and we learn that Willard's suffering from PTSD. The fan resembles the blades of a helicopter, and even though he's out the war, he's never truly left it. Now, this beginning is important because Willard's a representation of a post-war soldier who's still feeling the after effects of it. Memories litter his mind, and he's unable to truly let go. We hear how when he was in Nam, he wanted to be back home with his wife raising a family, but when he was back home, he wanted to be here. It shows how war can create an addiction because there's no real rules, and there might be some personalities that just long for this primal state. Now madness leaps off the screen with Martin's performance, and the scene was actually shot on his 36th birthday. Man was mortal drunk, and all the stuff here, including the mirror punch, was performed by him just messing about on set.
That opening sequence was shot on my 36th birthday, and I was so drunk I couldn't stand up, frankly.
Him cutting his hand was real, and they ended up even including a line about it in the script later on when he meets Corman.
Noticed that you have a bad hand there. Are you wounded?
A little fishing accident on R&R, sir.
Shows that he seems stable, but he obviously can't show what he's dealing with mentally.
So intoxicated, I didn't realize how close to the mirror I was. So when I struck it, I ended up catching my thumb in the mirror and split it open a bit.
Now unfortunately, Sheen ended up suffering a heart attack during the filming, which further delayed shooting. Saying it was just heat stroke, this was used as the excuse so that the investors wouldn't worry about further funding a film that was massively over budget. Either way, this scene really speaks to the madness, and we get shots interlaced over the top of where Willard's wearing the mud mask that he has when killing Kurtz. Now, I've really thought on this for a while, and again, I think it ties in the whole idea of how Willard's trapped in hell. You could really watch this film on a loop, and this could be him awakening carrying PTSD after just finishing the mission to kill Kurtz. He has memories of it that litter his mind, but he's then pulled out of it and sent on that mission, which then leads to him being back in the room where he has PTSD once more. It's a big theory time, it's just a big theory time, probably not real. But the music saying this is the end, that could represent him having already finished the mission, but he's living in his own personal hell of doing this journey over and over.
I wanted a mission. And for my sins, they gave me one.
Sure, it's probably a reach, but I love the way the film can make you imagine these scenarios and see it on a deeper level. Either way, he's awoken by soldiers, dragged out of bed, and forced to shower before being brought before Corman and Lucas. Further's idea of duality are matched in these two soldiers that pick up him and also Corman and Lucas. Along with them is a man named Jerry who stays silent for the entire thing, except for this one line that just stands out.
Terminate with extreme prejudice.
Now, according to IMDb Trivia, this line was first popularized in a 1969 New York Times article about a murder known as the Green Beret case. A Vietnamese asset was accused of being a double agent, and he was tortured and killed under the direction of CIA officials. They told the officers to terminate with extreme prejudice, and eventually all were put on trial for his murder. Kurt is too accused of murdering several alleged double agents, and it kinda ties us all in with the real life events. Now, Jerry is kind of a mysterious character, with him somewhat representing a devil in his shirt that commands the grunts what to do. All he does is issue the kill order, and he's quite sinister sitting there just waiting and watching. To me, he shows who's really in charge, and that the higher-ups will happily kill their own if they question their authority. Now they're having to kill their own because he stands up to what they represent, and it's a really complex idea to have US troops killing US troops. The first shot we get of Kurtz, he's in his military uniform, which is actually pulled from Reflections in a Golden Eye. This is a film that Kobler worked on, and thus it made Kurtz at the end seem like a shadow of his former self. Heading out, we hear as Willard is happily killed in the past, but with this being an American soldier, it strikes at the turmoil within him. In many ways, this man reflects himself and what could happen if his own madness takes control. Now on the boat, we meet a young Lawrence Fishburne, who was only 14 at the time of filming. Lying about his age, he managed to get on the cast and gave a theory about what his character meant.
I think what it was that was me, that was clean, was just that I was a kid. I mean, it's about the kids that were over there who didn't know anything about anything. Just kind of snatched up and used as cannon fodder for this war.
Now juxtapose this with how the actor saw war when he was 14.
The thing's really fun. I mean, a war is fun. Yeah. You can do anything you want to. That's why Vietnam must have been so much fun.
Really shows how kids were just kind of brought into it with no idea of what they were really doing, and he represents the lie that's being sold to them. His character's name's Clean, and along with him we meet Chef, who is also getting a celebrity surfer and Lance. Lastly is Chief, and it's at this point that they really lean into the voiceover as well, which I don't actually think is delivered by Martin Sheen. Now it's difficult to tell at what bits this happened, but due to how long the edit took, there were a lot of actors that moved on. While working on it, Coppola realized he'd need Sheen to provide voiceovers, but he was unable to perform them at the time due to being booked on other things. Thus they called in Sheen's brother Joe Estevez, who actually sounded identical to Martin. Estevez was also used during some of the stand-in shots while Martin recovered from his heart attack, with some of the back shots belonging to him. Anyway, after the piece is destroyed by the village, we get a little cameo from Coppola himself.
Don't look at the camera! Don't look at the camera! Just go by like you're fighting! Like you're fighting! Don't look at the camera!
This shows us another aspect of war and how reporting can be used during a conflict. Often this can be propaganda, but Vietnam and more modern wars have shown the reality of it. During the Second World War, a lot of things were manipulated and glorified, but modern wars documented the darker side to it. I know it's all still very manufactured, but yeah, there is definitely this on-the-ground thing that this new age reporting allowed to happen. Now here it shows how manufactured moments like this are, with Coppola instructing him to look like he's fighting when he isn't. Now at this point, we're introduced to a hell of a big scene stealer in Robert Duvall's Kilgore. Now Gore, not that subtle of a name, and originally he was going to be called Colonel Carnage. In the end, I'm glad they changed it, but this name represents the kind of person he is. Coming down in a chopper, we can read on the front that the tagline for this is "Death from Above." Smoke bellows out of it almost like it's hell inspired, and we watch as he calmly walks through the carnage. Throwing death cards on the bodies of women and kids, this shows how little he cares about the fight. To him, this is like a game, with war being something he loves because they always win. Due to their advanced artillery, they can easily wipe out and destroy those that live here, which is showcased in the home being bulldozed as Willard gets to the beach. Kilgore barely even bothers to salute Willard, and this shows how he really views the war. However, we see with Lance that he does this prominently, and this shows where his true interests lie. Man is actually obsessed with surfing, and this represents a lot of things with him. At one point he says that he doesn't want to advance because he knows it's going to cost loads of lives, but upon hearing that it could be a good place to surf, he throws everything he has at it. This is because he'll do anything to make Vietnam like home, which is exemplified in the parties and lifestyles that they have. Really though, they're just fooling themselves, and it's not something they're going to be able to return to. I think the reason that he loves the smell of napalm,
I love the smell of napalm in the morning.
Is not because it's just a cool catchphrase, but it's also because of what napalm represents.
Smells like victory.
For him, it's an unbeatable weapon that clears out an area, and this allows him to go in and then turn it into America. At this point, he'll be able to surf again and get the feeling of home that's been stripped away from him. Now, this idea of him putting home above all else is seen when he goes to a wounded VC fighter. On the ground, we see a man holding in his intestines through using an enameled pot, which is apparently something that happened in real life. Journalist Philip Jones Griffiths said a soldier offered him water after realizing how honorable it was to keep fighting while he was mortally wounded. Here, Kilgore goes to do the same thing, but he's distracted by the fact that Lance has arrived. Now, in both real life and the movie, the line was, "Any soldier who can fight for 3 days with his insides out can drink from my canteen anytime." Here though, we get an idea of how little he actually cares, as when Lance arrives, he just takes away the water and goes over the thing that he really cares about. Now this is actually a term used in surfing, with it meaning he stands right foot forward instead of left. Now we also get further religious imagery with a church and then a sermon being carried out. The glow is said to emanate from Kilgore, and we also see his almost heavenly lights emanate from Willard. Sitting playing his guitar around the campfire, it's clear that they're desperate to make things like home. Now if you like bringing the classics home, then definitely check out our partners Arrow Video, who sell lots of Blu-rays and 4Ks for older films. They've got a massive back catalogue with a whole host of movies and are having a big sale for December right now. On top of that, if you use our link in the description and type out the code Heavy Spoilers, you'll get an extra 10% off. It really helps us out, and yeah, go check them out because they've got so many good movies on the site. That's Heavy Spoilers. Remember that code for 10% off every time you ever buy from Arrow. Now, it's at this point that Kilgore hears the good peaks of where the Vietcong are heavily located, and he decides to go full steam ahead into it. Again, tying back to that weak salute to Willard, it shows he doesn't really care about military operations. What he's interested in is gaining grounds to carry out his hobby, and we watch as they then fly out.
7, we've got it spotted. Big Duke 60.
Now you may recognize my man from another really famous Vietnam film, which is Full Metal Jacket. Ollie Ermey completely stole the show in that, and it was so cool seeing him pop up here too. Anyway, from here we get one of the most iconic scenes in film history, with the helicopters flying out to the right of the Valkyries. This is actually meant to be ironic, as in the original opera that it was used in, the Valkyries are defeated after arriving at what they thought would be an easy win. America would of course end up losing the war, and this is why this song was selected here. A huge shout outs to Rob Egger for his analysis on the film, which goes over what this thematically could mean, and I definitely recommend you check out his full 40-minute breakdown of the piece after this. I obviously can't touch on it all, but he brought up how the Ride of the Valkyries was also based on the Vikings who believed that if you died bravely in battle, you'd get into Valhalla. These legends were used to fool soldiers into joining these quests and fighting in battles that would potentially lead to their deaths. Now the Valkyries are also winged creatures, with their helicopters too riding into battle through the air like the song's namesake. The song is of course also used to intimidate, and we see the schoolyard sent into panic before the helicopters rain down. Most of the people caught in the attack, they seem like they're civilians, and it shows how terrifying these skirmishes could be. The soldiers don't appear too panicked though, and to them this is just another day to try and get some ground. Now Rob pointed out a further allusion to religion with a wounded soldier on the ground. Desperately praying for God. God of course doesn't come, and Rob pointed out how this could be a comment on how Valhalla and the Valkyries would never arrive, even though the Vikings believed they would. Now though the soldiers have the advantage, we also see the danger they're in, with the guerrillas throwing grenades into the chopper and blowing some of them up. You really think this would bother Kilgore, but instead all he cares about is the surf.
What do you think? Wow, it's really exciting, man. Oh no, the way!
This is the war to him, and we see as he lands on the ground with a gas grenade to lighten the LZ. The colours here really add to the trippiness of the shot, with purple also potentially being used to comment on purple haze. That might be a reach, but it adds to the hypnotic side of everything going on. Purple is actually used prominently in the film, and outside of this, it always signals death. In The Godfather, Coppola had orange appear just before a character was killed, whereas here, purple signifies that. Purple smoke can be seen around when a character on the boat dies, shadowing that they're just about to lose someone. Now even with the battle still in full effect, we see as Kilgore's allowed his soldiers to surf because that's where his focus lies. These are people that he could easily have helping him out, but he sees that is the purpose, with the battle being background noise. Now all of this was such an iconic scene that it's even been referenced in other films. Back to the Future 2 had a poster that said Surf Vietnam, which was a little Easter egg calling back to this. Kilgore also uses the call sign Big Duke 6, which in itself is a homage to a very famous surfer. That is Duke Kahanamoku, who was a legendary Hawaiian surfer that brought the sports to the masses after popularizing it during the 20s. Anyway, the napalm strike's called in, and we get a slightly different angle of that opening shot. Again, this could add to the theory that it's all a big time loop, and Willard's remembering this before being brought back into it. Realizing the insanity of the situation, Willard and Lance flee to the boat, and we get the scene where Willard steals the surfboard that debuted in Redux. Hearing Kilgore's voice over the speakers, it shows his obsession and how far he'll go for the surf. Either way, it's also insane to steal that during an active war zone, and it takes us into the next part of our journey. What I think works well with the film as well is that it's almost episodic in nature, with each stop bringing a new tone and style. Now to me, each stop's important, and it demonstrates elements that could lead to the downfall of humanity. The first with Kilgore is about killing and conquering for selfish reasons, and the second part with the USO tour, that kind of showcases the loss of decency and morality. The French stop symbolizes people stubbornly refusing to let go, and the final stop showcases the darkness within every man's heart. Now the jungle itself comes with its own dangers, which we see when Chef and Willard come across a tiger. The behind the scenes show that it had the pair scared shitless when filming because they basically just let it off the leash to film that one scene. All day, the trainer had been joking about how hungry it was, but still, there weren't really any safety measures in place. Also, to give you an idea of how delayed the production was as well, the next scene on the boat was shot a year after this was filmed. Still though, the intensity is kept up with Clean blasting away into the jungle as they make their escape. This shows how trigger happy he is, with him later gunning down some civilians that were just trying to protect a puppy. The puppy was purposely used because it was a popular breed in America that showed all the lives that were needlessly ended to protect this ideal. It's one of the more memorable parts of the movie, with the USO show also being that as well. Now, one of the biggest questions I've seen about this is why a show like this was so far into the jungle, as this is something that would be extremely dangerous to hold. This was based on the time playmate of the Air Joe Collins visited Vietnam, and in the end she was made an honorary GI. These playmates all wear yellow cloths too, and this symbolises that they're part of AirCab. Now here, the main playmate's played by Cynthia Wood, who in 1974 was voted Playmate of the Year whilst this was being filmed. Interpretations of this have said it's meant to symbolise the madness and lure that one would have when going further into the jungle. John Milius stated that the girls were meant to represent sirens who in myths would lure away sailors and distract them from what they were doing. This would eventually prove to be deadly, with these women making their minds wander. Now, these shows were thought to boost morale for the men, but a lot of people have thought it just demoralised the soldiers. That's kind of the interpretation that I have here too, with the troops rushing the stage and trying to escape with the girls. Some even hold on for dear life as the helicopter takes off, showing that they'd rather be home than where they are now. Now we get a beautiful juxtaposition as we hear Willard talking about how the VC don't get R&R, and for them, rice and a little rat meat, that's exactly what that is. For them, there's only two ways home, death or victory, with Willard realizing there's no real way to win. The Americans are going against people who are built for this land, whereas they just want to be back home. On top of this, we also get a shot where we can see them standing looking through the fence, showing that they're all kind of distracted by what's on display. It really levels the playing field and shows everyone's on the same page and just wanting to have the comforts in life instead of the war they've been forced into. Now on the boat, this siren imagery is further alluded to, with Chef showing a centerfold that he swears was on stage. We also heard a part of his fantasy earlier on when he said he was going through the jungle with Raquel Welch.
Walking through the jungle, gathering.
Uçak Kelly. Dolazim. off to a shop then. Not the shop, to the cash machine. Gin barrier. No problem with that. SB. Veća šansa da me opljačka neka, hvala, 2000 da je unutra, niko ne treba više. Zamišljam se, kako mi lova ne staje. Što je?
Oprano osušenje.
Pa dobro, de. Ovo si mi reći. Ona bi sam. Bila je neka odeća tu na štriku, ja sam je skinuo bio.
A tvoje. Vidjelice, a ove pa
Ne znam ja čije, šta, ja sam samo to skidao.
I ovu kapiću da opere.
Koju kapu? Šta sad pereš?
Ono sam opravo ova.
Evo ja peri tvoje.
Smrdi.
Smrdi, svaka smrdi.
A
Da nosiš
smrdi.
duže vreme.
To sad se usmrdi
Ozbiljno.
za jedan dan kad stavim kapu.
Oli kafu? Čaj, kafu. Zdravo Dragane, šta ima?
Gdje šta se radi?
Bio do centra da uzem neke pare za račune. Vratio se skoro. Ste vi radili danas?
Jesu.
Reče mi, ovaj kako se zove, Kovačević, ovaj Kosta. Reče mi da idete sad ono, ili je to već prošlo, onom ulicom pored njega, koja predsjeca Đura Đaković, ono što ide pored stadiona.
13. julom.
A sad idete 13. julom? A čekaj, kad dolje, kad centru ili?
Da.
Dobro, fino.
Gdje si imao, šta radi on?
Bio je u krevetu, zadnji put kad sam ga vidio.
Lega da odmori.
I šta sad radi? Ne znam. Mi smo svi ručali, a on jeben ga. Sad skuplja neko društvo za hunt ili se meni saočini? Ma ne, nije.
Ne znam, ne verujem.
Ne verujem, nije. Zato pitam. Vrlo da vas čovjek sve skupi na gomilu. Juče sam bio kod kumare, on i Rajo Simović kupaju neke kanale za vodu.
A?
Šta je, vidio si ga?
Zva me kumara prekjuče.
Šta, da se pofali?
Pa mi reka da kopaju. On i Rajo.
Ne znam otkud ta ekipa, ali eto, kao rade zajedno.
Pa dobro, Rajo stalno, znaš da on stalno kod kumare dolazi.
A dobro, to sam čuo od njega. To što mu je venga komšija i ono, znaš. Vratno mu je dosadno. A sad je Petar kući.
A Rajo u penziji, šta će?
Moj komšija ti je, moj kum ti je jedno mjesec još dana na rehabilitaciji.
Na bolovanju.
Na rehabilitaciji. Tako da ti je to.
Misliš da neće za jedno mjesec dana još početi?
Da.
A?
Da, za jedno mjesec dana.
Ujeli.
Da, toliko mu treba stvari se poradi.
Realno, boli ga kurac.
Mislim, plaćeno ako sam dobro shvatio. To ti je ozbiljna firma, njemu ti ide radni staž, bolovanje, ovo ono. Mislim, lakše mu je da
to je jedna od najjačih firmi tamo u Novi Sad.
Ja, građanskih, a? Komada se dobro ubacio.
Možda su i najjači.
Samo da moj kum ne uradi ono što moj kum voli da uradi. Da sam sebe sabotira, znaš. A neće ovdje.
Šta ga boli kurac, treba iskoristiti da odmori.
Dobro.
Biće se radi.
Ne, nisam mislio na to. Kad bude radio, nego... On ti i prije radio poslove, znaš, pa onda... je sam...
A neće, dugo je on tu, šta?
To znam, par godina već čini mi se. Ne znam koliko tačno...
Radio on ima dobar posao tamo, čuš. A radio je do sad svaki dan, šta?
Da. Ma nisam mislio zbog toga, nego...
Kad radi, nema tu šta.
Dobro, ovaj posao mu, da kažemo, paše. Ajmo tako reći.
Jebi ga, malo je jebeno to putovanje i sve to, ali opet, ili šta će.
Da.
Puno se vremena izgubi ujutru i jebi ga ono posle kad završiš dok dođeš doma. Ubijete samo to putovanje, ali šta da radiš?
Tu nema pomoći. To ti je što ti.
Something? When take your time as you wish.
Bravo.
Blessings.
Gdje sam ja stao? Od kapije. Ovdje. Zoom.
Need more time. Mangoes. I meet Raquel Welch.
Women, or rather these sirens, are leading him along, with a French woman later acting that way too. She appears through a veil, luring them away and distracting the soldiers so the French can steal all their supplies. Home and the comforts of women are what the group truly long for, with them desperately trying to claw that back whilst retaining their humanity. Clean dances away to I can't get no satisfaction, and we see Lance pulled along by the boat while he carelessly knocks locals into the river. This somewhat lack of care and intoxication is ironically pushed onto them when they shortly after encounter some of the US troops on the river. One of them throws a grenade that sets fire to the boat canvas, showing how everyone's kinda descended into their own baser instincts. Lance represents this too, and we see how he joins in with Clean gunning down the civilians. At this point he started putting on face paint, indicating how he's getting further intertwined with the jungle. Later on he gets fully indoctrinated into Kurt's following, with him wearing this while becoming a member. Now, this civilian boat also indicates one of the most important sayings in the film.
Never get out of the fucking boat. Never get out of the boat. Absolutely goddamn right.
Getting off the boat leads to all the civilians being killed here, and Willard guns down the woman after we learn that she was still alive. Willard told them not to stop, and taking her to a hospital would just slow them down. Every time they step away from the boat, something like this happens, which is coupled in the next part at the Dolong Bridge. A far cry from what's come before, this shows the beauty and chaos that exists within war. This was meant to show a twisted reality, with the soldiers reaching out the river, almost like spirits trying to pull them in. The entire thing is extremely horrific and surreal, with circus music also being played amongst the chaos and carnage. You wonder what they're even fighting for at this point, and it's a far cry from the structure and semblance of sanity that we saw downriver. Now, the character Roach here is based on Michael Hurst's Dispatches, which was an account of his time in Vietnam. Who worked on the script for this film, and interestingly the scene's one of the more factual parts in it. Willard says there's no CO here or really anyone in charge, and it shows what civilization descends into without law and order. Now, as they ride away, the bridge gets destroyed, and this in itself sort of like a mythological punishment. Every day the soldiers are ordered to rebuild it, and every night it ends up being blown up. It further cements the insanity of occupation and how cyclical the conflict is, with it being a constant loop of just rebuilding and destruction. Now, at this point we cut to the day and we see the back of the boat, which is where we catch its name. This says it's called Erebus, which itself is named after a Greek god. Erebus was the god of darkness, with his realm being something souls pass through on their way to Hades. Canned heat is also on the back too, which makes me think of that Jamiroquai song. And look mate, I didn't say that it all be good Easter eggs mate, I didn't promise you that. However, what's a nice little one is the letters that the group get in the next scene. This includes Clean, with him getting a tape recorded by Lawrence's real life mother.
He was not sure she could have.
We also see how hypnotizing things are, with Willard reading about a soldier that went looking for Kurtz, only to be indoctrinated by him. He sent letters to his family telling him to sell everything, as he's never coming back, highlighting the insanity that one could get from being around him. Coupled with this, we also get a newspaper article, which in itself is talking about Charles Manson. Manson made his own cult too, with this clearly being a comment on what's happened with Kurt. Now, what this also helps to do is date the events of the film, as there's never really a specific year given. However, that happened in 1969, meaning that this is likely taking place around the autumn/winter. At this point, Lance sparks up the purple grenade, which then leads into our first boat crew death. That comes in the form of Lance, with his mother's tape playing over the top as he lies there lifeless.
Bring your honey home, all in one piece, because we love you very much.
It's so tragic, and it shows the true cost of war, with it being the young that are often put on the front line as the ones to die. From here we then cut to what's an incredible moment with the crew, then travelling under down B-52. Just something about it is so haunting, and I feel like this was chosen for a very specific reason. A B-52 is a symbol of American might, and it being down here highlights the fall of power. Now from this point we travel into the French part, which is only available in the extended versions. This is really a scene that I can see why they cut, as the total thing lasts for 24 minutes and kind of bogs down the pacing. There isn't too much to take from it on the whole, but Coppola talked about what it meant during Hearts of Darkness. He stated these people fought for the land much like the Americans, but they refused to let go, even though they should just go home.
Why don't you go back home to France?
I mean, this is our home, Captain.
Sooner or later, you're gonna get...
No! This piece of earth, we keep it! We will never lose that, never!
One of the more poetic descriptions he said is that it's like when a star dies and its light's still out there traveling. Sure, you can still see it, but technically it's not really there anymore. Willard describes they're still hanging on like how America is, but at this moment America is just gripping with more fingers. They have dinners, get accordion players in, and dress like they're in Paris, and though they fool themselves, they're clearly living a lie.
Why don't you Americans learn from us? From our mistakes?
This plea is almost like a warning of what they're getting themselves into, and it sounds like he's a trapped man. In the end, even if they win, this is the kind of fate they'll have, with it sort of being an omen of the future.
You are fighting for the biggest nothing in history.
Here the woman brings up the idea of duality.
And I said to him, there are two of you, but you are both.
Waking up from this hypnotic dream, we see as smoke surrounds them on the river, taking us into the mystical heart of darkness. Rained down by arrows, we even see as Lance ends up snapping one and sticking it on his head. These are just sticks used for intimidation tactics though, but you can catch the purple smoke behind the attacker, who throws a spear that kills Chief. In the immediate aftermath of his death, we get a wide shot of the bow, which we can also see is blanketed in the smoke. Given a water burial by Lance, this is a far cry from the funeral they held for Clean, showing how far he's slipped. Travelling further up the river, we get more religious iconography, with crucifixes clearly lining the shore. This is when the movie becomes its most trippy, with the soundscape altering our experience. The idea of duality, that comes into full effect here, with them travelling through the two statue heads that showcase the two sides. Arriving towards a mass of people on boats, we see as Willard's then welcomed in. Now we can catch people standing on stairs, and the sign behind Dennis Hopper's character, the journalist, says our motto, Apocalypse Now.
He said it! He said it!
Now this title was coined by John Milius, who thought of it after seeing the Nirvana Now tattoo that was popular at the time. This had a peace symbol on it too, but for the film logo, Milius ended up altering this so it instead looked like a B-52. Now though we can't show this because of YouTube's demonetization, you can see around the camp that there's bodies hanging up. According to the stories, they were going to pay for some real corpses to be used, but the authorities discovered they were being sold by a grave robber, so they just asked the extras on set. At this point, we see the soldier Willard was reading about before, who seems as if he's in a zombie-like state. This guy is played by Scott Glenn, who I never even recognized until doing this deep dive. Sheen also had his sons on set for this too, with both Charlie and Emilio playing extras in the movie. Unfortunately, both of their scenes were cut, but I did appreciate seeing Glenn appear here. Willard's reaction has the character staring at him, and Coppola changed the hue of this moment so it had extra green in it. This included making his eyes seem greener too, so it appeared like the jungle had taken him in. On the steps you also get heads lining the location, which was accompanied by people being buried into the set.
All day they were there in the hot sun with smoke blowing on them. Between takes they were covered with umbrellas.
Back on the boat, we see his Lance is starting to be hypnotized by the location, and Sam Bottom sounds like he had a crazy time filming it. Man did numerous drugs while shooting it, and I think that does come across during his performance. Now Chef is told to wait, and if he doesn't hear back, then he's been ordered to call in an airstrike. Now this takes us into all the Brando stuff, which sounds like it was wild behind the scenes. He's said to have showed up on set out of shape, even though Kurtz was supposed to be thin and wiry. Thus Coppola mainly shot the actor in shadow to hide what he could, but tonally I think this works brilliantly. We never really get a good look at Kurtz, and he represents the darkness within us all. Sheen also shot heavily in shadow too, so you have these two almost half faces that could perhaps be a whole. Now Brando also refused to read Heart of Darkness, and he refused to learn his lines. This was the case on The Godfather 2, and he actually had to have them stuck onto other actors' chests so he could read them during the scene. They were upside down though, with Brando constantly leaning sideways in order to try and read them. Now he argued with Coppola a lot, and his first point of contention was that an American wouldn't be called Kurt, so the character was then renamed to Laley. However, after filming was done, he read the book and liked it, thus demanding that his name should be changed back. All of the lines mentioning Laley were then redubbed to say Kurtz, including Harrison Ford's. Hearts of Darkness talks about what went on with Brando and his process, and we learn that he improvised pretty much all of his dialogue. This includes what's one of my favourite lines in the film, which ends the first scene between him and Willard.
You're an errand boy, sent by grocery clerks to collect a bill.
Now Brando also performed a fully improvised 20-minute speech, which was then cut down to 2 minutes in the end. Hilariously, he just ended it by saying,
I can't think of any more dialogue to say.
Which, yeah, professional until the end. Now Willard's then caged and treated like an animal before Kurtz goes to him on the night rocking green and black face paint. I believe this is purposely mirrored with the meaning behind why Lance did it, and it shows that he's almost like a god of the jungle. Dropping Chef's head onto his lap, this ends all the hope of him calling in an airstrike. Taken into a temple, we see a beam of light coming down, striking Kurtz, potentially hinting at his divineness and deity-like persona.
We're the Hollow Men.
At this point, Kurtz reads from the T.S. Eliot poem The Hollow Men. This was inspired by Heart of Darkness, with the first line reading, Mr. Kurtz, he dead. This line is left out when Kurtz reads it, however, we do get a moment calling back directly to its final line.
Is the way the fucking world ends. Look at this fucking shit we're in, man. Bang. Whimper, and with a whimper.
The final line of the poem talks about the way the world ends with it being a whimper, which is also how Kurtz goes out too. The idea for him being sacrificed was inspired by the locals after Eleanor and Francis watched a real-life sacrifice. A water buffalo was also slaughtered for real in the film, with them capturing the sacrifice being carried out by an indigenous tribe. This may help to think that his demise should be handled like a sacrifice, with the tribe also somewhat consenting to it happening. Huge shout out to the use of the Dark Presence on Reddit for pointing out that we can also spot the book The Golden Bough in Kurtz's quarters. This has the High Priest of the Cult of Diana, whose job was to lead the cult and protect Diana's sacred tree. He was also tasked with looking for his successor, who he was told could arrive at any time. This person would then kill him and become him, which explains his thinking behind what happens in the end. He is a man who somewhat sees himself as existing outside of time, and even the Rolex he wears has its bezels missing. This is because time zones aren't something that's important to him anymore, and thus he just has this very stripped back watch. Now Dennis Hopper and Brando, they didn't get along on set, with Marlon apparently yelling at him over a simple misunderstanding. From this point on, Brando refused to share the set with him, even in the scenes that the pair were in together. Thus when Brando does this,
You either love somebody or you hate them.
he's not actually there, and you kind of get the feeling that this was actually how Brando felt about him. Now, this was shot in separate nights, so the pair didn't interact, and Brando also spent time on set dissing Burt Reynolds. This was recorded in a tape behind the scenes. It's a long one, but I'll play a little excerpt from it.
That's one of the Burt Reynolds. That's one of the reasons we're doing.
Don't say that name around me.
You not like him?
He is the epitome of something that makes me want to throw up.
He's a nice guy.
He is?
You want to come? No, you don't.
I don't know why I hate him.
So he is a nice guy, is what I think.
He can't be. He's the epitome of everything that's disgusting about the thespian. Just holy. He has a.
I don't know him at
He
all.
worships at the temple of his own narcissism.
Now Reynolds was also apparently almost cast in The Godfather, but Brando threatened to quit if he ever got the part. Whatever you think of the actor though, you can't deny he gave an unforgettable performance. He's completely mesmerizing in this, with him perfectly capturing the insanity and darkness of the situation. Brando completely steals the movie, and this is actually aided by what they did with Willard. Bar the voiceover that we hear narrating things, he doesn't actually speak for the final 30 minutes. Willis' last words spoken aloud are,
I'm a soldier.
and it shows where his true allegiances lie. However, I feel like he steps away from this at the end, and this is why he puts his weapon down. This weapon is a curved blade, which is also similar to what's used in the sacrifice. Now, the tribe also follow him in doing this too, showing that the war may now be over for them. Taking Lance, I feel like Willard goes off on his own path, instead of the two that have been chosen for him. Rather than being an assassin or a leader, he'll be his own person and go back home, or at least that's how I take it. However, I feel this is cemented by this line.
They were gonna make me a major for this, and I wasn't even in their fucking army anymore.
Which shows that he's not really part of them anymore. His final act is to turn off the radio, showing that he's no longer listening to them. Now, this shot is then accompanied by a helicopter superimposed over the location, showing that they'd potentially come in to bomb it all. However, I feel this signifies the war will never end, and that the death and horror are just gonna continue forever. War is everlasting because of the darkness that exists within all hearts, and this is the true horror that we're gonna have to face. The Vietnam War wouldn't end with this mission, and the horror that we've experienced will still continue. However, Willard still carries on the killing, and we see him rise out of the water almost like a baptism in which his past's been wiped away. He's a new person, letting go of all of that, and we watch as he sneaks into the temple and kills him. This sacrifice is mirrored with the shots of the caribou being killed, which
We shall finish this. But not today.
My God, just leave, can he?
Yes, you can.
He conjures the very sands against us.
Yes, you can.
Whatever it takes.
Risu has proven herself, at least to me. She has spoken only the truth, and I believe. Browse as long as you like. I hope it pleases.
I hope so too.
Sans guides you.
Jarman Rock. We would have. Turkey will find. He when she put us the tails.
Mertelus. Welcome to my channel.
Otkud vi?
ZDR.
Evo stigu ja. Ti?
Otkud vi? Pa ja sam se malo šetkao tamo vamo, bio do bankomata.
Slično. Malo tamo, malo vamo i evo sad došao kući. Mislim, nisam sad došao sam ono ranije nego. Sad sam došao vrlo da sedem, malo zapisujem.
Da te pitam.
Piti.
Ali da se ne uvrediš. Biće ti jasno kad objasnim zašto je moj razum tako. Da nisu tvoja porodica i ti, da vi niste možda muslimanske veroispovesti.
Ne, pravoslavne.
Znaš zašto pitam? Pa zato što bio sam u par familija u Bačkoj Topoli gde su razumeš, ljudi su šiptari, znaš.
Aha.
I oni ti većinom onako dosta se posećuju, znaš, ujaci, baba, deda, stričevi. Jako često su se ima, znaš, gosti. I onda, kontam, tebi kad dođu gosti, kod tebe je full opsadno stanje, znaš, i onda mi smo, znaš, navikli, okej,
Imam dva rođena burazera, a moja žena, ona ima rođenu sestru i, znaš, svi imaju, da kažem, kao porodicu, sa strane i to sve.
Kafira.
A svi smo na pola sata, da kažeš, jedni od drugih, malo te ne.
Dobro, kafiram.
Znaš, svi smo tu negde kao Novi Beograd ili uz Novi Beograd.
Dobro. Nisam teo da budem super radoznao, to sam oko informativ.
Ne, zanimljivo bi bilo to, taj pogled.
Šta je ovo, Valley of Titans?
Koji put druga, akt 2?
Pa nije isti karakter. Pa nema, šta već ovo, šta dolazi, 5. akt zapravo, to jest 5. čin, drugi put.
Stvarno, ja sam se nadao kad su pričali o onom peču da će možda dobiti i novu, ali...
Bar jedan
akt da će jedan novi akt, ali nešto možda čak i neće jedan po jedan dobacuju, nego znaš, ne znam, da vam to ne radi posao zbog ovih poena ili šta već.
Mogu oni to izbalansiraju.
Pa mogu, ali...
Već u drugom playthrough ti nisu ovdje iste nagrade u svakom aktu. Dobijaš sasvim druge stvari ako si primetio.
Ne znam, ali opet koliko puta. Ja mislim da Diablo 29. kreće to novo.
Vidio sam danas.
Nisam sigurno šta očekivati, čemu se
Ništa, uzmem kozmetiku sa Battle Passa i to je to.
To.
To je to.
Jesam stavio to crni miš da ti bude?
Kako crni? A, filter je možda takav, a?
Kursor, da.
Ne.
A, ovdje sad sam baš primijetio da je na ekranu kursor je crne boje.
Pa zelen je sad, možda...
A, možda ga tako vidi stream, tako razlog.
A.
Tako baš šuma normalno. Dakle, na koji način vidiš, pogotovo kad si doživi ono radi neke svoje stvari.
Ni zeleni se ne vidi baš dobro, ćeš iskreno.
Da.
U pojedinim situacijama.
Zato oni kao beli stalno nešto odskače, sem u nekim momentima, kad ima ne znam.
Ovaj komarac je dosta dobar. Ovo je već, ne znam, 15,5 koga imam.
Svaki put moraš da imaš novi game za njih.
Pa uvijek imam viška game za njih. Verovatno. Zato sam radio ritual u onom prvom aktu, jedno 10 puta sam ga radio, svaki put za skill game. U onom selu, onih pagana. Jednom ili dva put sam uzeo Exalt, a ostatak sam uzeo ove skill game.
Može više od jedan?
Može. Ne, sloto. Ne, sloto je to problem. Ili ti treba onaj prsten koji ti daje sloto.
To.
Ili da li ima pasiv na nekom ascendansu ili tako nešto.
Ja to nisam vidio da ima iko koga sam gledao.
Možda Witch ima.
Ne.
Samo da vidim.
Znam da imaš da uzmeš ove, kako se zovu.
Kucu slot, da.
Da uzmeš ono za charmove.
To
znaš,
znam,
za
ja.
bjat kao da imaš više.
To znam
I dalje ne mogu da odlučim da li je to dobra stvar ili ne. Da daš ceo jedan poen za to.
Zašto jedan poen? Zašto jedan poen? Poenta čitave te priče ti je... Gdje je to? Poenta čitave priče ti je da ti charm traje duže, 25%, increased effect, 10% reduce charm usage, increase damage, 30% damage-a, increase movement speed when you have an active charm. Poenta ti je da prokuješ češće charm, zato imaš ova 3. Charm slot,
A jebote, to nije ono što kažeš jedan point, to je više ono, znači...
Ne, nije to od jednog poena ne žeš da dobiti. Nema point.
Moraš da uđeš mnogo duplje, samo da uzmeš taj jedan charm.
Posvetiš.
Za taj duration definitivno moraš da uzmeš isto onda za cost. Ne znam ko mi reče, možeš čak i ti kao da su kao ono promenili da će kao sad malo više da pali ti beltovi sa više ono charmova, tako ja ne vidio.
Ne. Od 30. levela ti charm ima garantovan dupli slot. Od 50. do 60. 3. Bi trebalo da bude, naravno.
Zakoli sam te broje. Koji ti level te liko?
Ne znam, 57.
Ujebote.
Što? Ti si bio manje
ono
level.
kao akt 2 u 57 rekao.
Bio sam u onome akt 1, taj hard. Bio sam u onoj šumi i vatao sam one... Bile su tu 2-3 zone da sam farmao mobove. Opet to. Dok nisam digao ruke, koje kakve gorile...
Ne, nerfovali su, bacili su ono što ne znam ko je to rekao, neša ili...
Ma ne movement speed, ne, to ne. Evo ti gledaj ovo. Gledaj ovo sad. Čekaj, gdje je Q? Ja neću te ga ni udaram, gledaj. Ovaj mob baca lightning storm, znaš? Aha. Imaš ih koji bacaju firewall, ima koji baca vatrne krugove, ima koji baca led, ima koji baca koji radi sifon za manu. Znaš, razno raznih. Ne treba mi skill game, treba mi spirit game level. Bolje.
Voltaic mark will make an enemy more vulnerable to being shocked.
Ajde, dobro.
Marks je dobar koliko je do sada. Ima tu sa tim skokovima. Ako ti umre 5 šta onda?
Par sekunde ili sam automatski.
A, i to je to.
I u boss fightu isto. Datira ga kao one skeleton minione koje prizivaš sa landom.
Nego rekao ono, znajući njih kako su imali glupi ideje, rekao da nije da ono... Moraš da ideš u grad na fontanu ili nešto da bi ga digao i to.
Nemoj da daješ ide nikom. Dobro je kako. Ovo je pet sam stuku inače. Da sam bacio ovaj gromobran. Ovaj Stormlance. A sad šta da uzmem? Nešto sam teo... Herald of Thunder.
Što Spirit Rogue, Sledi Discipline.
Gdje vidio
Oslo Roman. Welcome to my channel.
Hello. Na koji je to skill bio? Na Lightning Spear nešto?
Ne, Discipline, to ti je ceo skill iznad Primal Strike-a, znači ide ti Herald of Thunder i Primal Strike pa gore, ono.
To ti nije skill, to ti je...
Aura?
Da.
Lightning Shield ti daje.
Da. Energy Shield. Mada ja ne koristim ga samo radi toga. To zašto ga pokazao kad namre sokete. Šta god.
Možda zato što ne možeš u taj skill da ga staviš.
Zašto ga pokazuje?
Ili ga imaš...
Nema, pa svi 6 kilo ima već. Ma kaki. A šta je ovo? 50% cooldown ne daš? Aha, ovo je less cool shock reduction. Da. To ti je debuff u suštini.
Ujebate combat frenzy.
Lightning exposure. Sad ništa evo.
Samo ti, Zolt. To vlada gore sam. Je li AFK pa je sam ili čeka nekog?
Ne kontam.
AFK. Šta ti ovaj video? The end of affordable computing.
Šta je Spectra vole?
Neki skill, ali nisam siguran da mogu da ga zasetim. Oh, sound. Četvrti 28. Joj.
Dobro.
Need a sec.
Oh.
It's getting rather ugly around here.
Si ranjen?
Oh. Ne, ali ono.
Smells like necromancy.
Smells like heretics.
Oh.
Nenad izgleda stvarno igrao za pare. Ovaj pet efekt za 2. I jutro sam ga šmeknuo da igra, ali ne dolazi na kanal, znaš.
Ozbiljno?
A,
Kako znaš da nisam bio ono AFK da prodaje stvari?
ne, stavi on da je AFK, na primjer, on sad pošljem poruku. Na primjer ovako. Čekaj. AFK si, ja. Uvijek je AFK. Čak i kad je online uvijek je AFK, znaš. I tako. Šta radi nešto? Aha. Ovo su smanjili, čini mi se. Da. Ovo groblje ovih slonova. Da li nisu htjeli da farmamo ovo ili tako nešto. Ali vidim da sam čas posla prošao prvu mapu. Pa ovo je ništa.
Ili sad što si 57 nivo.
A?
To je što si 57 nivo na mapi gdje trebaš budeš, ne znam, 25.
Pa ne, nego ono... Malo. Da se god kaže. Da sve... Malo je. Ja sam navikao da bijem, da idem 10 puta u grad, razumiješ koliko luta ima, a ne... I se ne napunio sanduk. Komedija.
Browse as long as you like. All right. Blessings.
Speak up.
I'll speak your time. Baba mi je najsmešnija.
Jo.
A, kako beš? I'll tell your tale. Sad je kao boss odmah, a? Šta li?
Need a sec.
O ne.
Ko ti tep?
Lunja. O.
Crnja?
Completed so slow. O, koliki ti je domet, Šabane?
Street Fighter.
A. Mislim ću početi da igram ledar samo da bi dobio protivnike iz svog ranka.
Simple enough.
Jo, za malo.
Spirit is near.
Idemo vis.
Stay on it.
To je fora.
Kako misliš na foru?
Ne. Nemam pojma, izvode neke mjesne glistimo ili ja, eto šta se dešava. Ima tu dosta ovih cancel napada sad jebi ga, ono kojih ne znaš kod kog lika su koji, dešava se na ekranu mnogo čudno sve.
Misliš kada ti izvodi jednu stvar i onda uradi cancel animacije, onda ti izvodi...
Otprilike, ono prepolovi i onda može da, znaš, ono nema negativne frame-ove, nego, znaš, ono deluje to, ono... Deluje kao 2 u 1, to jest u 1,5. Pa ne vez, kad se bore tako ih pusti do pobjede, ne žalim se.
Kad se koprce, ja?
Pa ne, kad znaju znanje. Kako mi je super, bre, 2 puta napred od nolda. Da. Jeste da je izašla u prazno, ali nema veze.
Iz prve. Jebenog nekromancera. Iz prve sam ubio. Ko vola.
Narkodancer.
Ti to samoneš, Slavk?
Ja.
Ako. Samo ti to čini, pa ćeš morat da ga nosiš.
Bilo danas.
Imaju neke fantazije da radimo nas dvojica ovaj Havok.
Ma on to ne gleda tako šta i kako, on naviku da ga nose.
Ja sam rekao da nema ljudi za to. Znaš. Moraju ući, ne možeš naći ekipu za Havok. Svi su ti na Havoku 25 na primjer ili 20. Na niskim nivoima Havoka nemaš igrača uopšte. Ako ti u startu ne nađe...
Jo, da jeste, to mora da se napravi primate grupa, jao, jeste.
Mislim, možeš ti da igraš kao duo, ali ne...
Da. Jeste, mora primate.
Neš se leba nest. I onda... Nije toliko ne loše bilo. Stavio sam onaj support game level 3 da nabacujem elemental weakness. I u kombinaciji sa svim što imam, bukvalno sam pocepao sam ga ko konj.
Pobjeda!
Svaka čast.
Dobio sam Daimona, ladno sam dobio Daimona.
Ko bi to bio?
Ma nemam pojma, znam sam da je lik mnogo bolji od mene, ali... Eto, ono što kažu kad igraš protiv jačeg protivnika nešto i uspeš da naučiš. Treba ti možda sate i sate, ali jaš.
To je istina.
Što se do? What the fuck? Čije je zastava zeleno-belo-zeleno uspravne štrafte?
Da nije neka afrička.
Pa ja isto mislim da je to neka Afrika.
Neka unutar 10. Ne znam zašto, tako mi dalo. Se dešava, nekad krenem da uradim atak, ne uradi ništa. To lag.
Daj bre ovo! Šta se dešava? Koji je ovaj lik?
Što je lik ovako jak? Udri.
Jok, pičko natrnuti jok. No šta bi?
Pa ne, nego ne skida mu se health, evo te, bije se s ovim, on mu ne skida health. Samo što slab DPS radi, ono nema veze, ajde. Uzeo sam ga ovako. Nije loš kao tank. Imam jednu stranicu samo sa tim companion skill gilom, znaš?
Aha.
Da. Će da budem Pokemon trener.
I ti pomenuo za onaj Last Epoch, ili si ga igrao, si ga probao?
Malo sam ga igrao.
Pa ne drži pažnju.
Nisam rekao da li drži, ne drži, ali...
Pa ja pitam jel drži, mislim ono ko si ga probao.
Šta znam,
Onda si mi rekao da je super patch koji su bacili, da ono, baš su, kažeš, doprineli.
Pa malo sam ga igrao, nisam vidio šta je sve, razumeš tu novo. Mi je baš toliko supera doznao.
Da. Ali to nećeš da ga počinješ zbog ovo...
Ne.
Diablo što dolazi ili čisto ono?
Za početak sam teo taj Han Shodan da odradim taj Battle Pass. Pa kad odradim Battle Pass, ne znam šta ću. Za početak to. Pa gdje ću ja s ovim kamenčićima, ovim runama? Nema pun kurac ima ovo. Jebote. Imaš ti uliko stešao za ovo.
Ajmo Frenči.
Ko je Frenč?
Bro.
Neki borac ili?
Ma neki Francus, ne pojma. Akabane touch. Pošteno.
Pošteno pa koliko ga zajebeš tam?
Da, to. Drugarski, drugarski.
Možda je pederski, ali lijepo.
O? Jedan je dotakao ivicu. I da nije dotakao ivicu. Jer nije mu falilo 2 piksela do ivice da ga stane i... Ajde. Dođi, ženo moja jedina.
Gledao sam danas 5-6 epizoda onoga Hannibala.
Jo, dobro što si sad pomenuo, našao sam seriju, zove se Stan vs. Evil. Nešto na foru...
Da.
Nešto na foru Ash vs. Evil Dead, znaš, ono. Samo što je isto ono kao dosta više sitcom komedija, znaš, kao nema sa ne znam koliko ozbiljnu priču i to. Ima 3 sezone, ono, radi se o nekom šerifu u kome se dešavaju kojekakve vestičarenje i onda ide tu kojekakve zebancije s tim. Glumi onaj Irac, glumi, kako se zove ona? Scrub serije glumi onog doktora kao mentora od onog belog lika.
Uglavnom, je li dobar glumac?
O, da, zanimljiv, ima smisla za humor, da kažeš tako.
Za besmrtnog imperatora Sašu Popovića.
Ja, ovoga sam se plašio. Kaže da si obrisao Dark Knight kompjutera i ne može ga instaliraš, eksplodirat će nešto.
Kome pričaš, Kecmanu?
Sebi.
I don't give a fuck.
Vidi, ja sam to uradio za Helldivere i za to.
Ako ste, brate, obrisali sve, ja ne posustajem, razumeš, u mojoj namjeri da sačgam heretike, onda one nesrećne bube, jebene robote i vidjet ću još već šta.
Svi nevernici.
Tako je. Sa vama ili bez vas, braćo. Tako je. Ja sam moje rekao.
Ako ste nam rekao.
Lako? Ako sam vam rekao.
Jesi bre Slavko, nisam ste čuo već par dana, zavrinuo sam se.
Njega nisi čuo, pa ti nisi bio tu, ne mi.
Ja komentarišem baš juče s Ilijom, gdje nam je čovek, brate, nema ga. Nema čoveka, izgubio se u akciji kao Chuck Norris.
Familija ga kidnapovala.
Chuck Norris nikad nije izgubljen, nemoj tako.
Znači, Kecman je familijarno je bilo, ali tako?
Ma, standardno kod mene. Pa jeste, mislim, jebi ga uskrsi te stvari, pa ono...
I zaboravio si na drugare, zaboravio si da dođeš na Discord.
Nisam ja zaboravio, nego, znaš, ono kao jedan burazere.
Ma ko sjebe? Rekao je meni.
Koji
Ono mogu je da
nikako
dođe
ne
i
mogu
da
da se
kaže
dogovore ono između sebe, u fazonu da dođu isti
Dobroveče,
dan, isto
nesrećni
vreme.
pučkini sinovi, želim svima da poželim srećan praznik, Hristos Vaskrs, da, eto, i tako dalje. Za toliko si mogu, Kecmane. Znači, toliko si me povredio kao komunistu i kao... Ja ne mogu tebi da opišem.
Kako, nemoj da te čuje ovaj Neša. Nemojte Neša čuje za te stvari.
Nije valjda Neša tu.
Nije, brate, ali Neša, zlo nikad ne spao.
Neće on je otišao na drugi Discord i tamo trguje za pare.
Tamo orgija.
Sad ću ti kažem da li dobije level up. Ako je dobije level up, nije AFK nego laže. Djebre, taj ti online.
Gde su oni hunteri da ih malo heftam? To je Borisa konkretno.
Juče ih je malo, njega i Tomu je malo vozao.
Znaš, Kecmane, dok nije krenula ona priča, jel može malo tiše, momci, jel može malo tiše, momci?
Slako rekao ne može.
Pa naravno da ne može. Ojmo mi u drugi kanal, jevo sliku svoju. Jebi ga, može tako.
A nije fora da ga brzo tako iznerviraš, fora je polako.
Tako je, polako, pa onda, znaš, Ilija, pa onda okreneš drugu stranu. Opet malo.
Ti odmah na silu sa njima, ne? Treba to tako. Neš ništa
Pazi, realno ni sa ženskom ne treba na silu i odmah, kao idiot.
Ali šta ćeš kad se vraćaš kada je biješ, a?
Doduše s nekim likovima mora na silu, znaš?
Da.
Nekim likovima.
Znači je ponos moj, recimo sa Nenadom.
Ne, Neša je naš čovjek, nemoj Ilija, molim te tako.
Zar on ne reče da je...
malo učeni, da kažem nekim malo učenijim ljudima, razumiješ?
Ko je ovdje učen?
Ko je to malo meni učen?
Nekim učenijim ljudima od nas.
Gdje si ti vidio ovdje učenog čovjeka na ovom kanalu?
Ovdje ne, ali je nekada bio tu. A onda nas se sve zaboravio.
Jao, daj brate, pa naravno kad sam mu pokazao onu stvar.
Pa to ti pričam, prijatelju, ja toga nisam svestan, ali ako jesam, drago mi. Ilija, ti gaziš jebeni sveti seks ceo dan. Pretpostavljam da je ovaj nesrećni Kecman također.
Nije tačno.
Kao i obično, Slavko, grešiš. Jel ti nekad dosadi da grešiš toliko, Slavko?
Pa, u krivu sam. Bio si u Helldiverima?
Da. Treba da ubijemo nekih milijardi iluminata. Ili milijardu 200 milijuna.
Šta ćemo s tim bakom na doviče? Kecmane?
Do?
Znaš kako sam Šaramanka Šeširić dobio u Remnantu, čovječe?
Ne.
Pa ne, zato što taj Šeširić nema. Jel imaš Šeširić sa 4 liste zelene i plave?
Jel ti ga to Ilija osvojio, recimo?
Ne, to sam sasvim, apsolutno sam našao.
100% sam.
Znači, imaš cvet, razumeš, sa 2 plava i 2 zelena lista.
Jeste.
Ne.
Nisi znao za to?
Nisi vidio što?
Po
5% imaš, čoveče, off price kad radiš oružje i kad radiš modove.
Ne znam o čemu pričam, ili o čemu pričam?
O Šeširu pričam, čoveče.
Da te Šešir. Da te Šešir, ja ne znam o čemu ti kažem. Kakav Šešir? Gde? Šta si uradio za Šešir?
Rekao sam ti.
Kako sveći, Ilija?
Ne znam šta pričam.
Na kojoj mapi to?
Ili je ubunili totalno.
Cveće, a?
Sa tobom su svi u bunilu kad pričaju s tobom, znači ta naša...
Sad Kecman, ajde možemo da pričamo o čemu god poželiš.
Brate, ne želim ako me razumeš, ako ne moram ja ne bi.
Kako se otkazuje kombo u Street Fighteru, ajde.
Kombo u Street Fighteru kako se otkazuje, to je više pitanje za gospodina K3cmana, ja nisam ljubitelj borilačkih.
Imaš napade koje čekaj, misliš reset, ili to ćeš, da to misliš?
Pa, cancel.
Pa ne, imaš animation cancel, mislim, na primjer, ako spamuješ light, imaš ono kao da precitaš dugme, on radi 5 frame-ove udarac. Sada, ako držiš dugme i pustiš i pritisneš u toku light napada, on će da krene pre nego što je ovo završio animaciju, vratio ruku, on će već da krene da izbaci opet ruku. I onda to ne dobiješ minus na blok, nego bukvalno možeš da kazniš ako neko krene da misleći da će dobiti minus. A drugo, neki napadi mogu da idu preko drugih napada i onda, na primjer, isto imaš tako taj cancel, Znači, kako ti kažemo, dole, napred, ne znam, ruka i dole, napred, dole,
pokušao sam da mu objasnim da u Dark Tideu balans igre je zamišljen tako da sve preko levela 3, znači level 4, level 5, neprijatelji imaju tipa puta 2 i puta 3 healtha imaju. I naravno rade više štete. Kao da igraš jebeni Diablo. Sa tormentima. Dok u Helldiverima, rekao sam već, pričam bez veze. Od level 1 do level 10 sve bube imaju isto damage, isto health.
Da, samo su brojčano jače.
Da, drugari, ništa ne čujem. Ništa me nije čuo. Džaba ja pričam.
Ma, čujem, a to su
potpuno nebitne stvari koje ja želim da kažem. Dobro, u redu, ja sam ti rekao šta mislim o tome. Ti hoćeš izazov, da izazova nema. Igra je high intensity level 3, eto ti izazov, da ti guzica opadne.
Šta vi mislite, draga gospodo, pitanje glasi za jednog i za drugog. O Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remaster.
Ništa, odjebi od toga. Ako ti se to igra, ako ti se to igra, onda...
Ne kažem da li mi se igra, ljudi, pitam vas za mišljenje.
Nabavi sebi Sky, kako zove onaj, Sky Oblivion, ili tako, K3cmane?
Imam Skyrim, ja čovjek.
Sky Oblivion! To ti je Oblivion u engine-u Skyrima. Nema potrebe da daješ 60 evra za nešto što je jebeni mod u suštini.
A po broj 1 nema potrebe da daješ pare za nešto, zašto ti treba 100 GB modova da bi ta igra ličila na nešto i
planiram da kupim igru, pitam vas za jebeno mišljenje.
Kažemo
ti moje mišljenje da je to pljačka za ljude koji su maloumni, ja se izvinjavam, nemoj se
reći. I od diskove moravim da u svoje vreme...
Ne planiram da je kupim.
Pa samo ti kažem šta mislim, to je moje mišljenje.
Zaista ne planiram da je kupim.
To je porez za maloumnike. Tako, može neko dođe da se svađamo.
Ta igra nije toliko stara, niti koliko sam ja vidio, nisu oni čak toliko ni unapredili, brate, imaš te modove koji baš približavaju jebote tu grafiku na tome svemu, ali opet kažem, više mi se sviđa da kažem tematiku Obliviona nego ovog novog sa Vikingzima, Vikingze pronalazim poprilično dosta.
Skyrim.
Pa da, Skyrim, baš, ne znam.
Meni je kao Skyrim vrh.
Svi vole da...
A da, šta ti...
Svi vole da šautuju, jebote.
Šta mi je vrh? Volim da se izgubim, čoveče, jednostavno u cijeloj priči. Idem i boli me kurac.
Morteles. Welcome to my channel.
Koliko ima open world igara.
Izgubio sam se u toj priči.
Koliko ima? Ovaj fantazijski svet mi se sviđa više od tih. I Fallout također, obožavam. Obožavam.
Sad već viš da nema ukusa. K3cmane! Ne zebavam te, Slavko, ne zebavam te.
Ako to je nešto što ono drži, naravno.
Fallout, brate, New Vegas mi je vrh, 3 sam obrnuo u platinu, znači sve trofeje sam uzeo, brate, 4 nisam odigrao, verovali ili ne? Nisam odigrao.
Ali ja ti kažem čak i za New Vegas i za samu 3, brate, ja se sjećam da smo skidali gomile, brate, modova i...
New Vegas ti je pravio
Jeste priče bilo interesantno, jeste razvoj priče bilo interesantno.
O tome se radi.
Pa da. Kažem, od svih ovih Fallouta, kažem ti ajde 3 i New Vegas.
Bethesda ti potpisuje Fallout i ove, kako zovu, Elder Scrolls igre.
Posle toga nekako su ide na dole. Oblivion isto, bio je dobar, ali opet nisi mogao bez gomile modova da ga igraš ili jednostavno takvu igru izbace, ono, prodaju IP i posle evo vam kao radite modove.
Ubace gomilu poluispečenih ideja i očekuju da isto kao jebeni...
Imate vremena, momci, ako ste raspoloženi za nekih pola sata sad odigramo match 2 u Dark Side-u pa nastavite sa svojim aktivnostima ili ne?
Ja naravno da hoću, pitaj njega, znao sam da ćete reći da obrisa. Sram te bio.
K3cman, nisam te čuo i
ne, on ti je rekao da obrisa. Taj deo obrisa sam nije čuo.
Okej. Ne, čuo sam, mislio sam da si zezat, ali
ne, zezat sam.
Da je to nešto što radimo.
K3cman, znači poslušao si moje savjete.
Nego kako? I Helldivere i to.
Sve obrisa. A Remnant 2? Ne, pa dobro, nema nikakvog. I Remnant će obrisa.
Ne, nisam Remnant.
Upecali smo ga. Imamo
ga
Slavko. Imamo ga Slavko. Imamo ga Slavko, to se kada si to brisa.
Šta, čekaj, nešto ste reći, Drakula je to krenuo, ili igrate Drakula ili...
Drakula to igrao 15 minuta. Slavko ga je malo probao.
Ja sam imao samo najbolju namjeru, izvinjavam se.
Mi uvijek imamo najbolju namjeru.
Pa da, ovo je put do pakla, kako kažu, a?
Da, to. Ne, Slavko, znam ja šta si ti imao.
Dok li stigu Slavko u Remnantu?
Prešli smo i Išu i prvi DLC sa Išu.
Tako ste radili,
Pa kako drugačije? Kako si pređe čitavu kampanju?
Iskusni igrač i čovjek ima pravo. Idemo kampanju, idemo DLC za kampanju, idemo drugu kampanju, idemo DLC za tu kampanju i to je po meni skroz okej. Realno.
Ali vidite malo da još...
Možeš to kako hoćeš, ono, znaš.
Možeš ti kako hoćeš.
Ne znaš šta ćeš dobiti, ono, prvo, ali da.
Ali, ako radiš ovako, onda neš doći do onoga kao zamora materijala, jer ovako... Ako sam ga provozao kroz prvi DLC i pokupili smo bonus klasu, jučer smo radili one puzzle sa skakanjem. Znaš da smo neki... Ne.
Ja mogu poslije da se posvetim Remnantu onako ljudski, a sad pošto mi Duška radi do nekih 8, mogu bi da odigram match 2 s vama za taj ili...
Ja ću za 15 minut ući tako taj. Slušaj, Ne, ono na Yishi, onaj, kako zove, Forgotten Kingdom DLC, znaš? Znaš ono gdje skupljaš onaj soldier armor, onaj kao vojničko delo. Znaš, kad ideš kroz onaj hram gdje si ti skakao sat vremena onda. Sat, dva, ne znam koliko smo izgubili.
Znam, brate.
To smo počeli negdje oko 11, završili smo negdje oko 1, pola 2.
Volio bi i K3cmane, šteta što si izbrisao, ali zaista bi volio da probamo recimo ja, ti i Ilija, ja bi gledao malo da sredim, jel te, build za klasu i da probamo Havok, ali premda si izbrisao, jebiko.
Ti baš...
Čekaj, reći meni zašto to nisi uradio do sada?
Pa brate, nisi imao likove na 30 level.
Pa šta te sprečava sad da uđeš, stani malo K3cmane, sad ću ja da ga šurim. Šta te sprečava da upališ sad igru, vidiš taj svoj build.
Nije potrebno, brate.
Dobro, uđi u igru i napravi sebi sad build dok te čekam, hoću da vidim build spreman. Imaš pola sata da napraviš nešto.
Brate, ja za pola sata prekidam Dark Tide, ako hoćete da odigramo match 2, cool.
Kad si mislio to sad ili kad?
Sad.
Imam vremena do nekih 8 sati, brate, pa vi kako hoćete.
Ajde, mogu ja.
Evo ću ja.
Evo napustit ću Street Fighter. Napustit ću sve što sam krenuo da radim. Čekaj, bilo nekih pečeva ovdje da updateujemo ovaj...
Dark Tide?
Ne.
Nikako nije dobro ništa. Ništa, samo kada dok Ilija dođe, onda ti to središ, kada mi središ.
Jedino što sam dao od builda, viš neće, i onda poslije ja rogat, ja kriv, ovakav je nakav, nikakav čovjek, neće ništa da objasnim, da kažem. Znaš da sam mu rekao, jedinu stvar da uradi je da stavi na svaki onaj relik, da stavi corruption resist, ništa drugo, mene interesuje. da ne bi ga gledao s pola helta da igra, kao što oni nesrećnici što ulazi u meč s nama. Znači svako od njih igra sa prca helta. Znači izudario ih posle 3 minuta meča s imaju pola helta. Aj. Dark. Ajde. Na Slavku bacio gluvu sobu.
Ne.
Nije još, dobro. Dobro je. Dark Water. Šta je Dark Water?
Double barrel shotgun, to nisam uopšte ni probao do sad, jebote, idem, ajde njemu.
Zato što ti nije tako često da ti ga uopšte da kao izbor da ga kupiš. Zato ga nisi probao.
Ovo je gift.
Pokušao sam čovjeku da objasnim da tu build nema jer dva čovjeka ne igraju isto. Ja ne igram isto kao 90% igrača što igra. Sam gledao igri sa Psykerom, stoje nazad i rade onaj brain squash, ono gde kao stoji kao ono mozgo im eksplodira. Ja to ne radim, ja bukvalno stojim u metar od protivnika kad igram sa Psykerom. Nikakav meni build guy ne mi pomogu tu.
Alo?
Alo?
Mene je nešto Discord, brate, ovdje zabao.
Ne, nego ti je procesor povuku kad si još u Dark Tide, znaš.
Možda.
Da ti ja objasnim šta je, odmah.
Možda. Sad sam gledao, brate, na Ananasu, mislim da ću da moram da uzem procesor, moram da uzem matičnu.
Hoćeš savjet za Dark Tide, dok još nismo počeli da igramo.
Ja htjela pitam, jel mora Slavko i dalje da hostuje ili se dešava ono ili...
I dalje isto ono.
Aha. Ništa, Slavko, onda ti zove.
A možda zove ko hoće, svejedno.
Da.
Može nešto sa ausweisima. Šta god da ćeš, samo da imaju ausweisi.
Ausweisi.
Pa kako to drugačije da nazovem?
Čekaj da imaju neke relike ovdje na prodaju.
To uvijek ja gledam. Pogledam kod ovoga Sir Melika i odem u shop isto. Tražim jedan od onih relika što imaju recimo 13 staminu. To ti je ovo što ima power preko 400, koji ima 410 powera.
No ja tražim toughness i health, to sa staminom imam 1-2, pa mi ne trebaju mnogo.
Ne, treba ti samo jedan za staminu.
Po 380, jebote.
Neće da.
Neće kurva, za 49 minuta mi je reset. Znači ovo ću stvarno morati doći da se logujemo ono, par puta u toku dana.
Da proveriš kakve ti daje, da.
Pa da. Nije to ispravljam kad je vidim.
Hourglass. Kerovi. Aha, svi su to.
To nekad.
Very good.
Namještaš estetiku ili...
Da.
Estetičar.
Uvijek, znaš. Sad sam usro.
Sad sam usro.
Skinuo sam 5% movement speeda bonus i sad gledam, to mi je nebitno. Imam mnogo korisnijih stvari koje možda uzmem za 1 poen od 5% movement
Ja
speeda.
sam kažem movement speed, ako ga nemaju svi, ne trčimo svi, onda...
Nema potrebe da trčimo što brže preko mape. Slavko voli to kad vidi.
Da.
Kad vidi čovjeka drugi kraj mape.
Još kad ne teguju, lepot.
Da, ode i ne teguje ništa. Ajde bar otišao da izvidi, pa...
The virtue is long and arduous. I need a bold tenor.
Ne radi mi... Ajde.
Ne radi? Moraš da... Prije neki... Vjerojatno fix, update, patch.
Seek the middle. You will have to bypass security. Fortunately, the task is within your limited capacity.
Scripture. Levo negdje. Jedan scripture sam pokupio, nisam ga screenshotovao. Ukazao sam Slavku da je bukvalno na sevi iznad glave. Možeš da skočiš i ne vidi se teksture.
Da, pa to je ono jedan stvari što se dešava i užasno me nerviraju.
Negde desno mislim da je scripture. Pogledajte vi levo. Desno.
Oh no, I'm lost. Ammo crate?
Našo. Odet! Znači neku kutiju s municijom da ponesi. Box!
Ammo crate?
Koliko to vraća? Beše 100% municije, ali tako, K3cman?
Da li 50%?
Boga mi vraća mnogo nešto.
Death is coming for you. Beloved, shield us! It ends badly for you if you wander off. If you like...
Postoji.
I to vidi koliko kocka. Uzdrlo banje, jes?
Zlodotvorio sam to.
Pa vidi, ja uvijek markiram drugim igračima.
Si vidio kako?
K3's implants are new. The flesh seems withered.
I don't know. She
Go
still
there.
sounds pretty human.
Mortars go!
Oh, imagine the sights she's seen. How nice.
Hvala Slavko.
Thank you! My beloved says, kill.
Kill.
Group up and you will fare better.
We should find our wounds, all of us.
Hangar ventilation system X14 access is unpowered. Correct that at once.
Look out, sniper!
This is holy work, Guardian!
Sniper!
Super.
An acceptable performance. Proceed into hangar ventilation system X14.
You do know that you're not real, don't you? I'm all alone!
Please, not this again.
Inter-orbit data relay station TRS-150 is a technological job which deserves better.
Ima gore Slavko, vidiš je. Okliznuo sam se, praktično. Jesi uzdo taj? Pa eno gore, ne skači dole, evo ga gore. Pored sanduka. Ne skače dole, zebo sam se. To, tad dođe.
Ovo što je na vrhu mjesto stavili da ne vidiš.
Knjigu. Da nije ona platforma na koju se skače.
Tamo nešto pozbili na...
You can't hide. You can't.
Aj, majke.
All right!
Cover me! I am reloading!
Ranger!
For my son!
Manja se Kelta izgubio, pao sam 2 sprata dole, znači nego da me ovaj idiot udario.
No. Jel pomogu bombu ili ja?
Jest, hvala. Krenuo je gore onaj Mauler, znaš, onaj sa buzdovanom da mu udari. Ja sam radio dodge i propao sam dole između dve ove platforme. Ali kažem...
Koliko puta trebam da ti kažem? 100 puta da ti kažem. Nije Mauler, nego Moler.
Maler? Ma bre, Maler.
Nije Maler.
Maler.
Moler.
Or nije onaj zub, kutu.
Jeste, ajde.
It's nice that we're fighting together again.
Bravo.
That depends. Are you gonna do something horrible to my brain?
Oh!
I don't think
so. Honestly, who has the time to even look for something like
Gunner! These apostates scrape a meager living outside the God Emperor's light. You know, I've the strangest feeling that we've all done all of this before.
Oh, sure we have. Then again, it's hard to tell. Everything looks the same down here.
Maybe it'd help if you wiped all that blood out of your eyes.
Oh, no, I don't think so. I find it very soothing. Lie, my dear. Oh, dear. I know.
And the beast.
Daj skok, svega.
Znao sam da ćete trebali da ti kažeš.
You're there already. No, you have my full attention.
Smo skembali one simbole korupcije.
Jeste, sve.
Ja mislim da jesu.
Jeste.
Siguran.
I dole, 4, jeste.
Dobro. Nas čeka da čujem trapera. Trapera.
Iza nas.
Ajmo, idemo.
Znam. Čekaj.
Doći u sljedeću zonu, tako je si.
Neću jedan kratki dio. Odbijem da me prati. I mene i vas. Ajmo.
I'd like to wake up now, I think. Oh, so you do like me after all. I wasn't sure.
Work at ya! It's not that kind of wondering.
Protest all you like. I can see what's in your soul.
You keep your nose out of my soul. I won't warn you again.
But it's so cozy in here. I could
Svi
just
tresu,
curl
kada
up
su
and
na
go to
trepu.
sleep.
Takve su animacije.
Sa liftom ovo da
Cross until you've destroyed the demonic matter. Metaphysical contagion in retreat. Continue.
Evo vidim, da.
Evo, stiže. Stiže niz mrdovina. I ovdje i ovaj.
I još jedan iza nas.
No death in my dream.
Nama ispo igrač.
Ne mislim slabo kako to zove.
Mislim moraš da mu kažeš ovako, ispo nam igrač. Da li biste uzeli?
Povući će on.
Samo ti to uzmi, neko on uđe, pa neko on uzme.
Samo da vidim gdje je ispod, brate.
Ne, ovdje, znači pinuo sam ti 2 puta, de. 2 puta, pinuo prošlo sam.
Pa bijem se sa beauty-em čovječe.
Dok si bio ovdje, pinuo sam ti.
Ili ja.
Sve je to dobro, već sam rekao.
Bijem se sa beauty-em, rekao.
Ajde.
The demonic grows.
Oh, here they come!
Watch for hounds!
Glad you're on my side, Roughneck.
Alone won't end well.
Pare.
My dream, my rules, my shield.
Proceed with all haste to the relay station TRS-15 primary control.
My beloved.
For my beloved.
Ne, vratio sam vas.
Dobro, sad nek tako...
Nice to have you back, dude.
Welcome back.
Destroy the demonic matter. Control can then be restored. Demon gone. Now turn big dish with switch. Yes?
Ovo opet izvučeno, ali sad smo bili snifi jedan. Jedan medikit smo sad, a?
Da kažeš, to nisam jedan...
Jedan medikit.
Pa nema. 3 knjige imam, on je ušao sad malo, razumeš?
Ono ovako, to nismo ga vidjeli našli, to.
Ne, ja sam bio našao to, nićemo sad.
Gdje ono?
Commencing final iteration.
Twist and turn. Dead.
Cleansing flame! Templar! I am not your enemy!
Stop moaning.
Come inside. Come inside. Come inside.
Okay.
Come inside.
Ulazi bre unutra!
Šta ti bre ili?
Nisam ja K3cman.
Pa brate, ja sam tako 2 trofeja uzeo na tu foru.
A viš da ništa ne ide. Već pola sata je gađen s onim kvillovima, ništa ne registra. Kapiraš?
Pa nismo ni pre 2 dana, brate, pa sam uzeo...
Ali neće ovdje, neće ovdje.
Pa dobro.
A ovdje neće, znam ja šta radiš. Neće.
Možda sam nosio tanga gaće u
Aaaa!
sa granatnom bombom.
Neće bre.
Znaš?
Ja kažem da neće.
Koliko težak, Slavko? Koliko težak?
Šta, kako?
Ovako, kao čovjek ili...
Koliko si težak?
Ja tebe ne čujem, brate.
Koliko si težak?
100.000 dinara.
Težak sam kao crna zemlja, brate.
Znam.
Ma dobro, to ono duševno, ono, kapiramo te vidi, nego ovako, telesno.
Telesno... tako već može. Pa...
Znaš, to nego izbjegava, stidi se.
Za nekih 85 kg, brate.
Ozbiljno? Koliko si visok?
Pa nizak sam, brate, 174.
Dobro, nije to loško znam, dobro se držiš.
Pa, po meni jeste, to je malo nizak čovjek.
Nema to veze. Bitno je kako si osoba.
170, brate, da si ono ispod 170 bilo bi možda diskutabilno, ali ono, možda izgledaš dobro sa 170 kao liko.
Čovječe, nije da izgledam dobro, pa pogledaj kako izgleda. Pa svi me čovječe prepoznaju po gradu sa ovom čarapom na glavi, šta je s tom?
Kažu, evo ga idealan Delon.
Momcovi, ćemo još jednu pa da vas ne maltretiram više.
Ajde, čekamo tebe. Ne, starti, tebe čekamo.
Jel imate neke sugestije, primedbe i...
Ne.
Meni sve jedno.
Šta bi igrali, ozbiljno, bez jebanci?
Ne, meni sve jedno, znači čekaj samo da se prebacim na, nemam pojem, ko ću da ogrena, uzmem.
Pa da, lagano, polako. Vidi sad ovi tripili u sredini, imamo Milstorm na četvorci.
Pitaj K3cmana za to, ne znam ja. Meni sve.
Nekad. Ne mogu da se znojim, neću da se znojim.
Dobro,
hoćeš,
pitam.
Znači hoćeš.
Ne, nećemo bre sad nešto da silimo. Trojku ćemo minimum ili ste možda za neku četvorku?
Ja ste rekao da ima više health. Sigurno da si isplati ta zebanci.
Ok, šta kom treba na trojici, jel vam treba, uvek treba Grimory i uvek treba knjige.
Da, tako.
E pa sad imamo samo Grimory, jebika.
E pa.
Ali Shock Trooper Gauntlet, znate momci.
To će biti interesantno.
Pa ajde jebi ga da probam. Što kaže K3cman, možda sam trebao i ja klasu da promenim, ali dobro, ajde.
Ja sam promenio da igram ono što mi se igra, ne jodim trenutno ove zadatke, nego znaš ono kako hoću da da klikćem ko...
Možeš često tu popiti.
Ovo je zilos, brate, do jaja, mislim, pogledaj mu armor, što je u storu, stvarno je...
Napravi na ubojicima, jak hoćeš.
Ovo čarapa na glavu, brate, ovo čarapa na glavu.
Da, moćno, znaš na kog me podsjeća
to iz prodavnicu ili?
Iz Batmana je. Da, iz prodavnice.
To je iz prodavnice, to što imate ili, da?
Kesa za smeće.
Moćno izgledate.
Kaže Slavko da dobije ovu metalnu vilicu na ovaj challenge.
Da, ovo sam dobio.
To je ovo.
Ali jebi ga, ja uzim pa furam bratu četvorku, znaš, i što kaže Ilija, jebi ga, ali zaista u većini slučaja odradimo, brate, mi uzazimo to. I ono kao, okej, why not?
Ono Irija. Kako?
Irija.